Well, good morning, everybody. Of course, that depends from, well, where are you currently? But if you're in the Europe, you should be pretty much having a nice, um, yeah, there was a bit of echo, sorry. Anyway, so what I was going to say is that, yeah, it's the second day of the second tournament of the Farming Simulator League Season 5. And we're still waiting for the Terminator to come up, so he's probably going to be waking up pretty soon. He should be having his breakfast, but I'm going to be here. So my name is Matti Karmakast by Copter, and welcome everybody. Yesterday we had a pretty amazing and a long day, but lovely day in general. I mean, a lot of great matches, which we of course enjoyed here on the stream. And today we should be having about 8 matches, if I'm not completely mistaken about it. But of course everybody's going to be wondering what are the matches we're going to play. We of course have some lovely action there on the stage as well as we can see on the images at the same time as well. But we should be starting with Farming Friends, who are going to be playing against Just the Tractor, and so that is from the yesterday's earlier bracket, which we started earlier. And meanwhile, as I'm talking here, I can also hear some maybe Terminator, maybe he's there. So Kermit, can you copy?
A copy copter. How you doing, buddy? Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah,
I'm all
good
good, thank
to
you. How about
good.
you?
Yeah, not too bad. Thanks. Feeling pretty good this morning, and just finished breakfast and ready to go. Another long day of FSL, but we're going to crown ourselves a tournament champion today after it's all said and done. And just so people aren't confused, no, it's not desynced again like it used to be on the broadcast. We're seeing Lars from the community team, and I'm not sure who this other gentleman is. Maybe someone that they've brought in as like a host for the booth for the event. So you'll get to see our lovely faces, I'm sure, at some point later. Yesterday, Copter was it was a long day, a lot of FSL matches. I think it was really good to see that amount of matches for me, just because still trying to figure out with season 5, how things are going to start to shape up. I think there's a few storylines. Farming Friends was a big surprise. New Holland going out was a big shock, and then to no one's surprise, Helm won every single game that we saw them in yesterday. So they look ready to continue their dominance, don't they?
Mm. Yeah. Yeah, yesterday was amazing. I mean, so many upsets, so many surprises there, and a lot of different strategies as well. And then, of course, all that like a last. Well, it wasn't that crazy, but a lot of the matches you were not really able to tell like 1 minute before what's going to happen on it. So they were pretty
Right.
tight series, and the games what we're going to have today. So we're going to start, as I said, we're going to have Just Attractive versus Farming Friends. So if I understand the bracket once again completely right, Just Attractive, they won their match, and then Farming Friends, they were playing on the upper bracket. So now it's going to be Just Attractive versus Farming Friends, and the winner, if I read the chart completely right, they should be going on the semifinals. So they are both still in the play, as far as I know. But Just Attractive, if they lose, I think they still might have a second try. I'm not completely sure, but they might have a second try because they haven't lost a single match. They played versus the Power Team Esport, and then they played versus New Holland, and they lost to Power Team Esports, and then they won versus New Holland, if I
Right.
remember correctly. So maybe I terminated. Maybe your memory is better.
No, you remembered correctly there in the end, and I think that was like a big surprise for me yesterday. Like, I think with this double elimination, what you see is like, for the most part, with the Helm excluded yesterday, we saw a few teams several times, and we saw teams in the example of New Holland. They beat Farming Friends in the first game of the broadcast, and then they lost to them later. And it was kind of the same thing, like when New Holland then lost to Farming Friends, but then Just Attracta went and beat New Holland after. It was just it's harder to tell, I think, in this season, like who is going to be able to win most matches, because with the changes of having to use a different team perk every round, I think it's leveled the playing field a little bit. It's thrown teams for a loop where like they can't just stick with one strategy they're comfortable with. They now have to be good at three different strategies, Copter. So I think that has allowed for teams that have beaten the same team to then lose to them. It's harder to predict. You can't just go based off of history and say, oh, they beat them, 2 games to 1 earlier. So that's what's going to happen here. Because with the mixing up, it's harder to tell.
Yeah. And there we can see the bracket. So, okay, so we have New Holland. Oh, this was from yesterday. Okay, so we have Just the Tractor versus Farming Friends. So we are on game 5 on the bottom of the bracket. And the winner from there is going to go and face Power Team Esports. And of course, the winner of that is going to go to the semifinals. And yeah, we'll see how that's going to go. But there should be definitely a great match coming up because Just the Tractor, as they won the New Holland and Farming Friends, I mean, we haven't seen them to play for a while. I mean, they started yesterday in the first game, and then we saw them playing a couple of matches. They were pretty impressive. But as Terminator just said, it's we cannot just like predict the result like that. Also, one other thing that I'm really wondering is that when we saw the final 3 matches yesterday, when we had the Helm and Astragon, Valtra, and Lindner playing, the strategy is kind of like follow the same pattern. So on the earlier matches yesterday, we had these like a different perks versus different perks, but when it actually came to these, let's say like a top tier teams, then we started to see the that it's more like the same perk against the same perk. So this might
Right.
be interesting match because I'm also wondering that of course Just the Tractor and and Farming Friends, they have been watching the matches yesterday like after their games, and maybe they have taken some influences from Helm's strategy, for example.
Yeah, maybe they have. And I think that trying to learn from each other is always a good idea to do, especially early on in a season with the changes and the rules, having to pick a different team perk every time. I think that it's a good level of uncomfortability like this early on in a season. You've got time still to work things out as you go on. I think someone like New Holland, for example, who we won't see today because they were eliminated yesterday, they were the second best team in the standings at the end of last season, won a tournament, were really playing really well. For someone like them now, they can learn from these other matches and try to figure out how next tournament they can bounce back from that. Before we get started with our first match of the day, Maddie, let's talk about Lindner yesterday and that last match on the broadcast when we were like, Lindner aren't pulling this off. They got their tractor stuck in a tree early in a round. The tractor was pretty much out of commission for half of the round or longer. They finally get the tractor unstuck and then somehow miraculously pressed a crazy amount of bales to catch up to Vultra, and they walked off as winners yesterday when we had counted them out. That was a crazy scene to see.
It was definitely. I mean, if the gameplay from Astragon would have been completely flawless, there should have been no way that they can win the round like that. And as we saw in the replays, there was something happening on the middle section with Astragon. They got the one of the balers stuck to the barn, and then I don't really know what happened there. But then in the end, because we didn't see it, it wasn't like completely shown. Or maybe I just missed the important bits. That could be another thing as well. But then, kind of like that, resulted to a situation that Astragon still had a lot of bales, which we saw on the stats. But they were just not next to the belt. I think they must have had like something like 7 or 8 bales somewhere on the fields, and they were just not able to score them because they were too far away. But anyways, that was the last game. It was completely surprising, and I was really happy to see it in a way that you can still like come back from that kind of a situation, because we have been talking about all the time about that. Yeah, the time is short. If you do a mistake, it's very hard to come back, and they did manage to pull that off.
Yeah, you're right. It was really good to see. And now I'm really interested to see this matchup because both teams had good results yesterday. Both teams also lost matches yesterday. So, again, I think this will be an even matchup. And I'm interested to see which team is going to come out on top between these two. It should be a really good way to kick off the last day here of tournament number 2 live from Gamescom.
Okay, so let's see the perks. Of course, Big Hole versus Big Hole. This we didn't actually see yesterday. We might, but it wasn't like a very popular one. I mean, usually we saw either a Big Hole versus Bottleneck or Unstoppable, and then we see a lot of like a Bottleneck against Bottleneck. But yeah, when the teams were using the same perks, at least on the last of the matches, I don't remember seeing Big Hall being used that much, like against Big Hall. But the of course, I mean that's even better to see something which we haven't seen for a while. So it's a good selection, and just like you said, both teams they lost a match yesterday, so we are now playing the quarterfinals, and it's the losers quarterfinal. So just attract the and farming friends. So the loser's gonna be taken out, and then if I'm not, yeah, then the winner is gonna go and play against Power Team Esports, maybe, and
Yep,
then the winner of that
correct.
is gonna go to semifinals. If I'm not completely mistaken about the bracket, but anyways, I mean the picks and bans are done. We talk about the perks. We're gonna be heading to the fields, and we're gonna be starting the battle from the pads, as we can see. And these teams know that I mean, they don't want to do any mistakes here. We haven't seen. I mean, the only bigger mistake was more or less at the start was the fact when we had the on the last match, Lindrich getting stuck on that tree because the Entron finding a baler for himself. And remember, farming friends, they were really good on the first bales, even though they were not tossing them. So of course, I have a lot of expectations for them. Hopefully, it's not going to be the caster curse once again. But they did like 145 by reversing the bail in yesterday. And looking at this start, it's, yeah, let's see how this is going to go. I mean, it's going to be tight to make a 140 from here. And they're going to choose a little bit different path, going to go just a little bit closer to the barn already. And yeah, now it's going to be getting away. So yeah, I mean 140 seems like doable, because that's exactly the 9-minute mark when you get it. And looking from this on this view, actually just attracted, they have a better first bail incoming. So let's see how the toss is going to go, or whatever's going to be the means how they will deliver it. And they will come from the different side, actually. So that's going to be definitely a reverse. It's not going to be 140, but it's going to be close to it. 140, 35, maybe 34, okay. And Entron, this is less than 130. So this is like a 125-ish or something like that. And that should be, yeah, they should be happy with it, because they didn't have the greatest start. But okay, 9 points of a difference. It's not that big of a deal, at least not yet.
Yeah, I mean, decent first bails by both teams. An early advantage secured at the pods at the beginning of the round by Just Attracta being able to get that second Klaus Lexion 8900 harvester that is highly sought after in this season of the Farming Simulator League. It's not like it's going to make or break the game for you, but if it's something that you can snag over your opponent, that gives you that first little bit of confidence going in that you have arguably the best and most sought after harvester. You now have 2 of those for the entire round. So with Big Hall in play as well, that could be really beneficial.
Yeah, Big Halls in use. I'm really watching the clock a little bit differently. I mean, regarding the first bail, because that's a close turn. I'm not sure if you can do that with the real one, but I mean you can, but if you have like a real big haul going a little bit sideways and just tilting slightly on the different side, I don't think that they would be happy with it. There's a bit of something lost on the ground, but yeah, not the biggest issue for now. So
that was poorly timed for them, though. His teammate had to stop harvesting basically, and then they destroyed a bit of the crop there. So I think that it's okay if you're farming friends in that situation. And Entron should have just dumped some grain on the ground as he waited for Krieger to get there. We've seen teams do that in the past. Just briefly, just dump it on the ground so that you can keep harvesting and getting more straw pressed. Because the grain is important early on, as we know, Maddie, but like it only gets you so far in a round. But you want as much straw as you think you can bale out there on the field, because the more straw, the more bales, the more points if you can get them in.
Yeah, and also when you have Big Hall versus Big Hall, so I mean the grain is, I mean I'm expecting quite similar strategies with the grain, to be honest. So yeah, I mean if it would be Big Hall versus something else, then the grain kind of like would be a little bit different game.
Bringing some bales in early here too. This is earlier than we've seen, isn't it? And maybe a good move here by Just Attracta in that they're well ahead of the 5.5 minute mark. So now if bale multiplier drops, or even grain multiplier, they're going to be ready to deliver grain, and maybe we'll see them finally, see a team really proactively thinking about taking advantage of that 5.5 minute drop and scoring some early points.
Mm, yeah, true, definitely. And again, what I'm seeing, I was just gonna mention about the time. So when I yesterday said that when they had like very similar strategies, for example the Valtra and Helm yesterday, but then when you kind of if you lose the first bale, you're gonna lose some seconds there. So in a way, I think we see the same here. That Farming Friends, I mean, they were about 10 seconds slower with the first bale, so that means that they are a little bit late with everything. But they have been able to get those bales pressed now as well. So actually, they have been they have 8. Last time I checked, they had 0. So just suddenly they have been able to
Wow.
catch up with the bales. Maybe because just the track they went to deliver the bales next to the barn. So maybe Farming Friends still has them on the field, maybe. So that's the count of the bales will be still the same. We just just in a different place. So moving the bales takes time as well, which we just don't see here. It would be actually a very nice stat if we could have some kind of like a bales like within the 50-meter radius of the barn, and then bales outside
That would
of
be
that, so we
interesting.
can have an understanding about it. Anyways, we can see the unloading starting, and there was the drops as well, but there was the silo close was already on the first set of drops, so of course it wasn't included on the second one. So that's when the teams made the decision that okay, we can do it this way. So the unloading happens, but the multipliers are pretty much the same. So 1.9 to 2.1, so slight advantage to Farming Friends, but that's we'll see. I mean, that's just like 2 points per bale, and now we can see those bales which you mentioned, Kermit, that maybe they will put them later on. So there they go.
Yeah, didn't get the 5.5 minute drop was speed up that both teams selected, so they didn't get like bale multiplier to help them score extra points. But I still don't think it's a bad idea because you've brought them in anyways. And in fact, both teams now ready to score points at the barn. And for Farming Friends, they're going to get some extra points for any that go in. I don't think that one's going to make it, though. A little bit wobbly. I'll be surprised if that makes it all the way. There it comes off now. But yeah, this is interesting for me because the teams brought the bales in early-ish, and now with 10-minute rounds, we see most of the bales scored under 4 minutes, and this is now hammer time, as you were dubbing it yesterday. So time to really start focusing on getting the bale scored, and there's another one falling off. So Farming Friends having some issues right now with stacking these up on the belt, and they trail by 98 points.
Yeah, I mean, as you said, it's the time to make some points right now. So now it's all about the efficiency. I mean, the multipliers are set. We still have the super drop, but it's. I mean, we know what are the chances. What's going to come out. It's going to be a low baler, and that's going to go to just the track actually. So that's actually pretty good for them. So Farming Friends,
2 bales
they
scored.
Yeah, those couple mistakes which they have done with the bales and the super drop, and it's small things here and there currently for them, and that kind of like explains the gap.
Yeah, I think that luckily for Farming Friends, you would rather be if you are trailing, you would rather be trailing if you have the advantage in the multiplier than the disadvantage. I feel like most teams, when they have a disadvantage, they need to try to score their points as early on in the round as they can and make their opponents chase them, put the pressure on them. So I think that's the good news right now. But it is 107 points. They do have 6 more bales out there, though, so that would be more than enough if they can get them in. So it's going to come down to the last 2 minutes, which team can more efficiently get their bales in, which team can stack them up and get the majority of them into the top of the barn as well. And we've already seen Farming Friends have a few bales fall off, and that's definitely not what they need right now as they're trailing. They're going to have to interrupt a combo. JDT was at a 7 out of a 10, so smart move there to reset that counter for their opponents, because any sort of bale combo there would have probably been a death blow for this round for Farming Friends.
Yeah, completely true. I mean, Farming Friends, they have a lot of bales. They have the advantage on the count of bales, but now 1 minute and 20 seconds, so they have to shove all of them in. And
no bales were at the barn. Yeah, no bales were at the barn for JDT either, as you said that. Sorry to interrupt there, but now they're bringing a few in, so Farming Friends can win this if they stack these on there right.
Yeah, if they get it right. Yeah, well, the last minute has started. But yeah, it's getting very close. I mean, there is a chance, but it's still 150 points. That's good to remember.
Well, here goes
So
Punch.
that's they need to get a lot of those on the second floor. But there we go, because the gap just all the time just decreasing. But 5 bales for just attractive, but they were not
Man.
right next to the barn as you said it. So
Yeah, this
it's
is
gonna
gonna be
hard.
tough.
Yanka's just chilling. Like, where's the bales, boys?
They're going to have to
Bales.
put their last bales into the bottom, JDT, and that may not be good enough. Here's 2 on the belt for Farming Friends, and I think Lucky Lucker will have time to get at least that one on. This could end up being really close with 20 seconds to go.
It looks like
Yanka's just waiting, like, please, guys, bales.
one is going to
where
fall
are
down
they?
from Farming Friends. And that might be a thing. That might be a thing. But they're going to reverse something in as well. And they still have that one bale next to it because it's just Icon putting something from the baler. There's a second baler coming in. I think it's going to be just attractive. And Farming Friends, they had a great idea of catching this up. And they did manage to close the gap with about 100 points. But that just wasn't enough. So they needed like 60 points more. So even that one bale which dropped from the belt wasn't the decider.
Yeah, well, they had that one fall off late, but they had several throughout the round fall off. So they were able to score those again. But yeah, 4 extra into the top, and without bottom boost on, that means all of them were scored at the top. Like in the bottom, they had even one more just attractive. There at the end, they were shoving some in. They picked up Lord Baylor. That scored 2 bales for them. So a pretty solid round overall. Things just seem to go right for JDT in that one.
Yeah. Okay, well, that is done. So, okay, that's the first one. But there's still, yesterday we had these situations when the team that won the first round didn't always won the next one, of course, and then they actually won the whole series. Of course, later on we had these sweeps as well with the 2 zeros, but it's going to be so hard to call. And of course, both teams, they still have perks to use. So we'll see if they're going to go like against the same perk again, or will they try to play something with the strategy with the different perks. That's of course something we'll figure out in a couple of minutes when the second round of the series is going to start. But I would definitely say that the Farming Friends, they lost time at the start and the small mistakes here and there. And you mentioned that they also dropped a couple of bales like earlier, so it wasn't just about the last bale which we saw. And of course they scored those bales as well, most probably. But then that's more like a lost time when you have to put the attention to the earlier mistakes.
Yeah, and lost time it's something that you can't get back, as we see JK from Helm there sitting in the front row, still got a straw hat on. Do you think he slept in that hat last night, Comter?
I don't know. He looks like a pretty natural farmer on that hat, to be honest. If he would be a tractor salesman, I would probably buy something from him. I can easily see that, he's like leading a little bit on the tractor. Yeah, this big boy, this is only like a 500,000 euros, but you're going to make a lot of money for it. So I'm just going to open my wallet immediately. Just take my money.
Oh, that's great. Well, I'm wondering, I have a feeling Helm, as they're now known. I'm still having to adjust to this. So you'll probably hear me call them Helm, as they are now known for at least the rest of today. But I have a feeling JK will be back in the lineup today. But maybe they'll stick with the 3 that played yesterday. But they're such a good team across their entire roster that they tend to rotate in and out throughout a weekend. So. We'll see what their 3 is going to be later on today when we see Helm for the first time. But for now, we've got another one between Just Attracta and Farming Friends. And Farming Friends up against it here has to win to keep their hopes alive this weekend.
Yeah, they got to win this one. But Just Attracta, they didn't do much of any mistakes. And yesterday when they played versus New Holland, they didn't do much of a mistake. So I think they have a good thing going on. So whatever's going to be the end result from this series, I think both of the teams have been very. I have been very positively surprised about how they have played. Of course, people evolve, and I'm not saying that they didn't play well on the past, but in a way, I'm really happy to see that these guys are. They made it through from the earlier stage, and they are like here on the purgatory that I mentioned yesterday, because we are still there, because they haven't made their way to the semis yet. And now the perks, we have Bottleneck versus unstoppable. Okay, so that's how they want to play it. So they will not go with the same perk, and in a way, unstoppable on just the tractors side. I don't know how do you feel, Kermit, but in a way, if I need to choose something, I would go with unstoppable rather than the bottleneck. You tell me your opinion.
I think that Unstoppable is a good choice here, especially because they won the first round. Because I think Unstoppable is really the only team perk that you can consider like a defensive team perk, right? Like it is meant to disrupt your opponent. So for farming friends, it's now something in a must-win game. It's something that they have to have in the back of their minds and always be thinking about as they're playing this round. They really need to be calculated now and how much grain they deliver so that they don't shut their own belt down. Their belt is going to be a lot slower as well. So for farming friends, I hope to see them getting some bales in early because we did see them have some issues stacking in that last round. And if you start dropping bales off the belt with Unstoppable against you with the speed that you're going to be at, you're not going to be putting yourself in a good position. So for farming friends, they need to take those advantages early to score some early points. Get some bales in around the 5.5 minute mark within 6 to 5. Get some in. Be ready to score them, especially if bale multiplier pops up at the 5.5 minute drop.
Okay, so there we go. There was once again, we have seen quite often this season that people have problems with the gates at the start, that they just want to have like a very early start. Of course, there was all kind of madness going on last season as well at the start, but yeah, not crashing to the gates that often. But anyways, they're gonna go and start pressing the first bale, so that is of course what we are now watching here. And yeah, just think about the points, but then the time. So if you do a mistake there, and flip the tractor, for example, or something, hit on the wall like we had Martin doing a couple of times yesterday, it can have like bigger impacts than just the couple of points you're gonna miss on the first bale. And M-Tron is already going above the bridges, and this is, let's see, he's definitely having a better one than just the tractor, and this should be, it's not gonna be 140, but it's gonna be like a 130.
Oh, no.
He's gonna make a mistake there, and it's gonna go sideways there, so he's not gonna get it in, so it's not gonna be as much. And I think it's gonna be about equal. The points 130 for just the tractor, and for
really
the 129. So he was able to solve the issue, but yeah, there was a world in my mind where farming friends could have been leading by maybe 8 or 9 points after the first bale, and that just didn't happen. It was the alternative reality.
I am really surprised that he was able to get it unstuck that quickly, because I was afraid with getting stuck on the bottom of the conveyor belt there, and if he had been emptying the bale out at the same time, that would have caused all sorts of issues. But luckily, escaping with a relative scratch there, as we had to see Crazy Tool and Bridges Lowered were our 8.5 minute drops. So these often, probably 98% or more of the time, get ignored, maybe even 100%. I'm not sure that we've really seen many teams go for this early drop.
Yeah, we haven't seen that happening at least for a while, and I can't remember that nobody actually on this tournament went for it, and I'm not sure about the FarmCon tournament either. Can't really recall if somebody, because there was so many new things on the first tournament which we were doing with Alex there, and there were so many things to follow up, so I can't remember if they went for the first drops. But anyways, so I think it's a pattern definitely, so we can just assume now that people will not go for them on this. I don't know which.
Yeah,
kind of
it's something that I would like
be.
to see solved. I'd like to see it solved, though. If you have the drops out there, like at least from our point of view, the organizers, like we want to see, and us as casters too, like we want to see them using the drops, but we're not giving them really any incentive to pick them up in the 8.5 minute mark. So maybe in the future, it's something to think about, to create some sort of different drops that would actually be beneficial early in the round that teams would want to go for, because using the drops we have at the 8.5 minute mark, it's just not worth it for teams to go after them.
Yeah. Okay, so business as usual. Grain being collected. Haven't seen anybody yet going for the silos, so we have about 1 minute for the next drops. I think Lucky Luker is pretty much ready to start traveling towards the silo though, so they're just like organizing the grain lot of grain from just the tractor as well, but of course that is in a separate vehicles. They're pressing some bales. So the first bales are just coming out for just the tractor. That's going to be a couple of ones, and I guess Farming Friends going to be starting to press the bales pretty soon as well. But it was the same on the last game actually, that just the tractor, they were earlier pressing the bales than Farming Friends. But okay, now Farming Friends, they have 6 bales suddenly, so okay. they have been busy as well, and so they are doing it as we speak. 25 seconds for the second line of the drops, and we didn't see silo close or grain multiplier or anything like that on the first set of drops, so those are all still in the play.
Yeah, you're right about that, and we haven't really seen any shots around the barn, so I was hoping for Farming Friends' sake, with the issues they were having stacking in that first round and with Unstoppable against them, that there is silo close now. The teams will want to go for this. Farming Friends, you can see Krieger there, who is going to be driving over to try to pick up silo close, has some bales ready to score. But unfortunately, he gets beaten to the punch by Just Attracta, and they are able to secure themselves a 2.2 to 1.8. So this is not a good moment for Farming Friends, but it only will hurt them if Just Attracta can score some bales now. They have a lot of time. They've got over a minute to get some bales in and score them with 4 extra points.
Yeah, Farming Friends, I mean, they started to unload the grain earlier. So I was like pretty sure that, yeah, they will get that first batch in and then they will just close the silo. But then just the track, they stopped actually. And then I think that they were planning that, okay, now we're going to close the silo. But I don't know, they were not really in position to take it. And then just the track, they managed to unload even more. And then they took it at the same time, exactly. So both teams closed the silo at the same time when just the track, they had the advantage. So now they have 4 points more per bale, and I mean, I guess Farming Friends, they seems to be also just going for the barn. So even though they don't have the multiplier, they, in their strategy, they have, you know, placed it on their minds that, you know, they will start unloading at this point. So they will follow the strategy, and they will just put the bales on the belt. And I'm pretty sure that Just Attract is gonna, at least they should be doing the same. We haven't yet seen it, but yeah, maybe that's gonna come. And do we have some kind of an issue here going on? They're just organizing the vehicles and waiting for the silo to be open. So I guess they want to wait for that couple of seconds, and then they want to start unloading it immediately, because they do have a lot of grain waiting right next to the silo, more than Farming Friends.
Oh yeah, and Farming Friends able to score some bales, and really Just Attracted did not take advantage of having that multiplier advantage. I'm really baffled by that, because they picked it up near the barn. They had some bales with them. But yeah, what Yanka is now having to wait. So they brought the bales in, and they do have an advantage now at 2.1. So maybe that was their plan all along. Maybe they knew we're going to have, you know, another chance. But there's still grain out there for both teams too. So for Farming Friends, they need to get back to the silo now. And it looks like they're about ready to start emptying grain. There it is. So missed opportunities, really, for Just Attractus so far. I really think they could have taken advantage of that 2.2 multiplier earlier in the round.
Yeah, and I mean, Yanka was just waiting there next to the belt. So, I mean, that's lost time. He could just put the bales in there, and then, you know, okay. But it was just like waiting with one bale. I mean, if it would be like, you know, waiting with a larger amount of bales somehow, but that just doesn't make sense, because, you know, if from that one bale, if you get like a 19 or 22 points or 18 points, I think those whatever 4 points you might miss there, it's not going to be worth the time you have to wait. But okay, now they are definitely putting the bales in, as we can see that they have came just like 2 points away from Farming Friends. So the bales are there. So Yanka hasn't been sleeping anymore right next to the belt, and now he's actually back in pieces. We saw on the last game actually he was just waiting next to the belt as well, because he didn't have any bales to deliver. So we'll see how this is going to go.
Yeah, I think that maybe their strategy there was that they knew they would end up with the advantage at the end, so just keep bringing bales in. Maybe that's what they decided to do instead of scoring, you know, just an extra point on a few bales. They trail by 2. They have the multiplier in their favor, but the bale count right now looks to be in the favor of Farming Friends. So can with that slow belt, can Farming Friends get them all on into the upper part of the barn? This is where Unstoppable is going to come into play. And this is why Farming Friends should have scored some of these bales earlier, because now it's crunch time. Lucky Lucker can't afford any mistakes here this time, because if one falls off with a minute to go, with this amount of bales, you're probably not going to have enough time to get it back on and up there without driving up onto the belt. So this is going to be a really close one as Apaxis goes into the water, probably intentionally to get back out to the field and press a few more bales before the round ends. Farming Friends, if they can keep getting all of these bales on, they're looking good for the win here.
I mean, they had 4 bales there on the belt, and I mean, this belt of just the track days. I mean, it's a bit misleading because it's so fast. So every time we have a camera there, there's no bales moving anywhere. We just don't see it because they just go so fast. Yeah. And then when you look at the score, they're just scoring all the time. But yeah, we're just missing the bales as they go in, because every time I see Janka, he's like, "Oh, I'm just chilling here." And then I look at the score. They have made like 100 points. You can see how much faster the bales are going in. And 10 seconds to go. So this is going to be hard, but they have a huge amount of bales. But they're going to miss that. Oh, they got to get those in.
Oh, they're missing the bottom.
They're going to miss the push. And that's a round for Farming Friends. So we're going to go for the third one, definitely here. I think there was a slight chance for Just Attractive to even still like win that round. They missed some time. I'm not sure if the push would have happened, would that been enough? But But yeah, I definitely a couple of mistakes during the last minute.
Yeah, I think a much better round as far as stacking goes. So got the nerves out of the way in that first match. I think Lucky Lucker came back in that one and really had a flawless stacking that I saw. I didn't see really any of them dropping off, and being able to score 5 extra bales into the top and 6 extra overall. Is a really, really good way to get a victory in the Farming Simulator League. They, kind of conceded the amount of grain that they had in comparison to Just Attractive. So the multiplier was against them. But if you go ahead and press 6 more bales than your opponent, then them getting an extra 2 points per bale on the bales they're delivering doesn't matter. Because you've more than wiped that advantage for them. So again, Copter, we're seeing that these games are getting harder and harder to predict this season. Either of these could win this third round and move on. And I don't think either of us would be surprised. 2 really good matches by each team to start us off here today on the final day of tournament number 2 of season 5.
Yeah, true. So the last one, I mean, of course, we're expecting that it's going to be Unstoppable versus the Bottleneck, but just the other way around, unless somebody decides to go with Herbicide. But that is something that I really don't expect at this point. So we'll see how it's going to work the other way around, to be honest. I'm a little bit worried about how Just Attractive played that one in the end. Maybe they have the strategy better for the other side, but it was maybe a little bit confusing to see how they played it. I mean, as you said it, Terminator, we kind of like saw some situations where they could have done something a little bit differently, and a little bit of lost time here and there. But yeah, I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see. Maybe it's better that I don't start speculating, because I'm not a pro player like these guys are. And one thing that I know also is that the players hate when the other commentators are criticizing their play. So maybe I'll just shut up.
I was going to say some like real cliche like broadcasting thing, like I can guarantee the team with the most points will win this one or something like that. But occasionally we see games go to tiebreakers. So I could say that I guarantee the team with the most points wins, but it could not be the case. It could be the team with the most bales delivered, or the most bales into the top, or the first bailed score. We've seen some really crazy tiebreakers over the last few years of the Farming Simulator League. And honestly, these 2 teams, ending in a tie on points and going to a tiebreaker to figure out who moves on to the quarterfinal would not surprise me in the slightest if that happens right now. So best of luck to both of these teams. I think easily you could say, if you're neutral, that either of these teams would be deserving, if not both of them, of moving on. So only one can. And this is a really, really crucial moment, because this is the difference between a quarterfinal and prize money and other prizes or not. And also circuit points are on the line here for the team that can advance, even if they don't make it any further than this. If you advance, you're into the quarterfinal, you've already scored some circuit points for the weekend. So yeah, lots to play for here for both of these teams.
True. And just as a reminder, Kermit mentioned the prize money. So we do have a 15,000 euros on the line here. So that's a lot of money. So that's the prize pool of the event. Just as a reminder. But yeah, nothing special with the perks. They went exactly the opposite ways. So unstoppable versus the bottleneck. And then nothing really that strange on the captain's picks. Pretty much the same stuff as we have seen on the past as well. And the player picks going to follow the same patterns more or less. So Archimedes, Under Pressure, Runner. Not going to sing it this time. They're under pressure. So yeah, let's see how it goes. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe just like expect the unexpected. Maybe that's the thing.
Yeah, I think that we don't really know what to expect from these teams. So we do expect these perks, but now that the round starts, it's kind of unpredictable what they're going to go with. Farming Friends, of course, has Unstoppable in play. So just like last round when they had to think about it and their opponents picked it, now JDT needs to be conscious of Unstoppable. Unstoppable really takes away a lot of that margin of error that you normally have for messing up bales. And what a way to recover your tractor. You crash the tractor into the combine to get there and claim it, and then as he drives away, the tractor straightens up for him, so it'll be sitting there nice and ready for him when he's ready to come back and claim it later in the round.
Okay, so the first bale is going to be pressed, and I just got the information the next match is going to be Lindner versus Valtra, so that's going to be the next game. But yeah, we're going to focus on this one first, of course. There we can see this should be, okay, once again, Farming Friends going to be doing a great job with the first bale. On the previous match, they just made a mistake. They had a good first bale coming in, so they haven't really been getting that yet. And this one is not going to be 140. But we'll see. I'm not going to say anything before I see when he returns, but it's going to be like the 135-ish, maybe. It's so close. So it's 132, yeah. And the other one, it's going to be just a track. They're actually missing the reverse for whatever reason. And just to let you know, they don't have the traffic there, even though they are seem to be on the same pictures. But the other one is just like a mirrored X-ray from the opponent's field, and it's going to be getting 119. So that's 13 points less, which is, if you ask from me, of course 13 points is a lot. But in a way, how he missed the bale next to the wall, I think he actually got that in pretty easily, because sometimes people end up like back and forth, and then they get like 100 points out of it. So I think they got a pretty good recovery from that mistake.
Yeah, not too bad at all. I'm confused. We were given word that Linder versus Valtra is the next match, but didn't Linder eliminate Valtra in the last match of the broadcast yesterday?
No, they have a losers. They have a losers qualifier, losers quarterfinal. So it's gonna be.
But that was the last match of the broadcast yesterday. So why would they be playing each other?
Yeah, true.
I'm very confused. Maybe it's maybe it is the right matchup. Maybe it's not. But...
Yeah, there's like so there's okay. We'll just wait for the info. I'm not gonna start speculating. Otherwise, I'm gonna be reading the Excel sheets here for a long time. So, but that's the information. So let's wait and see. But Valtra and Lindner did play yesterday, and then they had the okay. Like I said, I'm not gonna start speculating it anymore. So
yeah, we've got to worry about.
I don't know. My brain just goes there.
One thing that One
Okay.
thing we do know and can control is figuring out who's moving on from this one right now.
Yeah.
So for farming friends, they won the first bale battle, and we're already now at the under 7 minute mark. Teams are starting to bring their grain cart in, and this one's starting to take shape.
Mm, true. Okay. So nobody has touched the multipliers. That is still the same. And let's just wait and see how this is gonna play out. All three players in the same pictures. That's lovely to see, like how they are working as a team on the field, listening to Deutsch Fahr song.
You got people going and like looking up that song yesterday. I think because there was comments in chat about it, like, oh, a time now to go listen to the Deutsch Fahr song again during this break.
I would be lying if that song wouldn't be like ringing on my head from time to time after FarmCon. I actually, when I left from FarmCon, and then I had this other event in Austria where I went from there. And when I finally got there, like I was, all the trains were late and everything. I was there something like at 11 or something like that, and then the restaurant was closed. I got some food. My friends brought me some food from the restaurant, like a takeaway, and then we went this accommodation which we had. It was like on the top floor balcony there. So we went there, and there was like a Bluetooth speaker, and then I played the Deutsch Fahr song for my friends there.
Bale multiplier has come out in the 5.5 minute mark, so this is a good opportunity for teams to score some extra points if they can. Especially for Just Attract It would be good for them if they can score with Unstoppable in play. But yeah, you're going back to the Deutsch Fahr song. It is an earworm. Like it gets stuck in your head once you hear it. That's for sure. Felden says in chat that Deutsch Fahr song is so good, perfect length for the break between series. So Felden's been jamming out to it apparently when we take breaks. I love it.
Yeah. Yeah, and while they was playing the Deutsch Fahr, because it's a Deutsch song, so there somebody was translating it to us. Was it Jenny or somebody who translated to us that it's Deutsch Fahr, you're my star, like that. So.
Yep.
Okay.
Deutsch Fahr, it'll take you far, it'll take you there, or something like that. Yeah. Bale multiplier was picked up by JDT. Meanwhile, and I don't think Farming Friends ever got to it, but. They do have the regular multiplier in their favor right now, so I think that's okay. They focus their time and efforts elsewhere to get their extra points. So getting 25 points per bale at the moment are Farming Friends, and a really good start scoring bales before the 4 minute mark.
Yeah, let's see what's gonna happen with the grain, because there's a reason why Just Icon is still at the silo. And they have about 27k, but I mean the bale multiplier is still going to be only 25 seconds on for them. But they got the bales now on the belt, and will they start unloading it at the same time as well to kind of like improve the multiplier, or maybe they just realize that okay, we don't have the time, and now they will start unloading it. So yeah, there's going to be a couple bales. Those are going to be that's going to be 40. That's going to be a lot of points, by the way. That's going to be 60 points, and they will still get maybe a 1 or 2 bales in with the multiplier, but that's maybe closing the gap a little bit. But yeah, now it's gonna wear out. So there's still like a 100-point gap, and this is actually looking very good for Farming Friends. The normal multipliers now, well, slight advantage to Just Attract It, but nothing major. But Just Attract It, they are missing the bales. Somehow, watching these games, I think that Just Attract It, we have seen Just Icon organizing that setup on the silo now twice. I mean, on this game and on the previous game as well. And every time I see that, to my eye, it has seemed that it's pretty complicated, and how the vehicles are positioned there, it doesn't seem like fast enough. I think they are losing time with a very complicated vehicle setup, but it might be part of the strategy. But that's what I have been wondering now a couple of times, and I just have to say it out loud. I might be wrong, but that's what I think.
I don't think that that's a bad assumption on your part, for sure. And for the sake of Just Attract It, they're still in this with 2 minutes to go, but they had the 2.1 to 1.9 advantage last time, and they just fell behind on the amount of bales. And so that's my concern for them again, is they're trailing in the bale count by 4, and they're trailing in the score too. So Farming Friends as well, a lot faster belt this time. JDT has to deal with the slow belt. So now it's basically flipped from last round. Just Attracta cannot afford any slip ups at the conveyor belt at the end of the round here. They need to get every single one of these bales into the top to be able to give themselves a chance.
I mean, both of them still have a chance. Just Attracted, they have a couple bales less, but we have seen, I mean, with 1 minute and 30 seconds, they can still do some and deliver more. So, let's see. Lucky Luker made a couple of mistakes earlier on the first round on the belt. So if he's gonna do something similar this time, then, you know, that might give a chance for Just Attracted. This is actually looking pretty good for Just Attracted as well. That's gonna be 63 points on that belt, and there's gonna be more of them. I think all those bales, they should have enough time to get them on the second floor of the barn. So yeah, and looking at Farming Friends, I mean, yeah, now there's gonna be more bales coming in, so yeah, they should be able to shove as much to the second floor as they have the time. So that is looking good as well. But there should be another batch coming from Just Attracted. Yeah, there's gonna be one now. The gap is about 60 points. This is not good. And
a moment ago, it was 6 points, and now it's 60.
Oh no! That's close. Like that's like an Indiana Jones movement. Like, oh, snakes! I hate snakes.
That or Scooby Doo. Like that's what I was picturing in my head. Like going around a corner with his feet, you know, not on the floor, can't get traction. Oh man, that would have been game over if it's not already. Like Just Attracted can't afford to waste any bales and not get them in, but they're now trailing by 102 Copter with 14 seconds to go, and I think again it's going to come down to bale production for Farming Friends. It's going to win the round and the match for them. They just I want to see these numbers. Great job by Farming Friends, and it's another matchup this weekend where we see a team lose the first of the best of three and then win the final two to advance. You can see how hyped up the players are. Lucky Lucker going over to his opponents with Just Attracta and good sportsmanship here between the two teams. But Farming Friends, yeah, good result for them. Moving on into the quarterfinals, and that means for them that they'll now, at a minimum, be tied in circuit points with their opponents in this match. Just Attracta, Farming Friends, as of yet, haven't scored any circuit points this season, but they've secured themselves at least 30. So this time it was only 3 extra bales, which is rather surprising to me, but they did have that moment, didn't they, where they had a 2.5 multiplier and they scored some bales with it. So I think that ended up, really helping them win this time around.
And there was a couple of undelivered bales as well. So we spoke about the bale production, but it seems that they still had a couple of bales which they were not able to deliver, even though. So yeah, I think there's something on the. I think I'm going to stick with my statement about the mid game. I think there's something that is slowing down Just Attracting on the middle. That they are not really getting those bales pressed, and then to me multiple times I saw that they don't have the bales also right next to the belt. But okay, maybe the very fast belt on the second game might have been fooling me a little bit, but somehow I just feel that it's not about the stacking. But it's something that is happening on the mid game that is just, kind of like that they have no way of coming back at the end anymore.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but I think you're right. Like, and you can't afford, even more so now than previous seasons, you can't afford wasted time. Although Lindner proved us wrong yesterday when we were saying that, didn't they, with that tractor getting stuck? But still, I think that time is crucial, especially when your teammates are maybe relying on you to, be able to get that job done and get out and do something else. So for Just Attracted, though, they had a good showing at the FarmCon. They had a good showing there, and were able to get into the quarterfinals, coming up short at the Gamescom tournament. So for them, just back to the drawing board. You're already on the board with circuit points. Now figure out for the next tournament how you can clean up some of those errors moving forward.
Well, anyways, we have the first series of the day, and of course, we still have plenty of farming simulator action coming up. And like I said, Linton versus Vulture was announced, but now we're gonna be having a break, and we'll see you guys in about 5 minutes.
All right, we're back, and I just want to clarify. I remembered earlier, I confused myself and everyone. Linder eliminated Astragon yesterday, and Voltra beat Linder, so it should be Helm and Voltra, and then Linder. Yeah, we'll figure it out as we go. But I remembered now in that crazy last game, it was Linder against Astragon when they got the tractor stuck in the tree and still were able to bounce back from it. We're back, of course. Copter is on the left of your screen, and I'm Kerminator. We're glad that you're here with us today on Twitch and YouTube. And we just saw our first matchup of the day, and Farming Friends continuing their good showing this weekend, Maddie.
Yeah, true. And you said that you confused everybody. You confused me as well. So,
Well,
but it
you're
happens.
everybody. You're
Yeah. Yeah, true. But anyway, so yeah, I mean, farming friends, they a good showing. They lost one match on the middle, but they have been winning the other matches so far. So that's a pretty good streak what they currently have, and we'll see how far it's going to take them. We should be having the replays from the previous game so we can see what actually happened there. Maybe that's going to bring some insight. Also, what was happening there on the mid game with the adjusted track, as I mentioned, that something, especially on the last two matches, there was something which was like slowing them down, I think, and then the end game was like kind of like felt that they were a bit stale there. There was nothing they were able to do anymore at that point. A couple of mistakes we can see here, which happened, nothing that major. A bit of a problem with the bridges. Jump, is that gonna work? He's gonna go to the water, so maybe that was the idea, as we have seen this jump happening multiple times. It's just to get faster back on the fields, and here we can see that they're barely missing the bridge.
Oh, that was that near disaster at the end for JDT as well. And it's a good thing that they saved that, or the deficit would have been even larger. So I think a good showing still by Just Attracted. I mean, they were able to knock off their fellow French team in New Holland yesterday. So that was a huge result for them. But unfortunately, like, not making it into the quarterfinals means that their efforts goes really unrewarded. So no circuit points, no prize money for them because of that elimination. But I think at least on a mental level, they can go out of this tournament saying that we played some good rounds. We had some good matches. So now we got to figure out how to take our game to that next level before the next tournament.
True. Yeah, I mean, it would have been lovely to at least have one French team in the end getting all the way to the semifinals. But yeah, that just wasn't meant to be this time. And now we got to be focusing on the next match. So
we still have Power Team Esport, who are also French.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Power Team Esport are French, so they're in still. So we do have one representing. Sorry to interrupt you there.
I know, that's completely fine. I mean, so that means that we actually yesterday we had like a huge bunch of French teams battling from those same spots as Power Team Esports as a French team as well. But anyways, so we got to go to Valtra versus Lindner. So with Valtra, we saw them winning Lindner on their first match of the whole tournament, and now we actually do have the bracket here, so we can have a look what happened. So Valtra won Lindner, they lost to Helm, so now Valtra is kind of like dropping down from that match versus Helm, and then Lindner, as they won the losers bracket game versus Astragon and dropped them out of the tournament, so they're going to be now facing Valtra, and the winner of this one is going to go to the semis as well.
Yeah, and a rematch of one of the matches we saw yesterday in the bottom part of the bracket, which Vulture won. That gave them the chance to play Helm, and then they lost that one, as you already said, and that's why we're seeing this rematch. So, so many matches yesterday that my brain started to scramble them all together, and I couldn't keep up. But for these two teams, again, even though Vulture won yesterday, that isn't enough for us to sit here and say Vulture are going to win again, because we've already seen this weekend Copter teams lose to a team, rematch against them, and then be able to beat them in a must-win game. So again, for these teams, a lot on the line here because it is, again, circuit points on the line, prize money on the line. You mentioned 15,000 euros as the total prize pool. But if you just make it into the final 8, you get 2,450. So I'm not sure how we're solving that this tournament, and maybe I've spoken out of turn due to the double elimination. maybe some of these teams that I said weren't getting any circuit points or prize money are going to, because we're working our way basically into the semifinals now. So these should be considered quarterfinal matches that we're seeing in the double elimination format. So, really, what's on the line is making it to the semifinal and increasing the amount of prize money that you get. And you get some extras too on top of the money. You get some vouchers from Case King, you get some Nitrado vouchers, and then if you can finish, if you can make it to the final, you also get a nice, comfy Noble chair thrown into the mix too.
Yeah, Noble chairs is comfortable. I'm sitting on one, so I'm definitely enjoying from it. But what we have on the game is Herbicide being picked by Littner as a first perk. We saw
Again.
that. I mean, yesterday it was on the last game, if I remember correctly. They decided not to go with the. I guess they didn't take the big hole at all at any point, if I remember correctly, and they just went with Herbicide instead, and that's what they're going to be picking this time as well. And I mean, Valtra,
I like it.
Yeah, I mean, Valtra, they played really well yesterday. They lost to Helm, yes, but still they played really well. And I just want to see how this is going to play out, because I would say that Herbicide is. I mean, we spoke about it yesterday, like, why teams pick the Herbicide, and we didn't really have anything else to say. We came up with the conclusion that it might throw the enemy a little bit off. Not to know what to expect, not to go with the expected gameplay, and so we'll see how that's going to work versus Valtra. But yeah, the first
Valtra did
first. Start. Yeah, we have a problem for Lindner, and that's gonna go. It's gonna go completely upside down.
Well, you know what?
See how it.
I was thinking maybe that's their strategy. They won yesterday after having the tractor flipped and stuck in the tree, so. Maybe they're just like, from now on, let's flip a tractor, and maybe we'll have a good chance of winning. Just joking, of course. That's not what you want to happen.
Yeah, but I mean,
I want to go back to what you said about Valtra and how good they played yesterday. They had the second highest score that we saw all day yesterday. Unfortunately for them, it was in a game where their opponent had the highest score that we saw. When Helm got like 720 points or so, whatever it was. So. Valtra, definitely a tough team.
Yeah. I'm just wondering, the first bells are coming in as well. It's going to be Valtra getting 125, and Lindner still getting 138, even though they flipped the tractor, which is pretty decent. And we spoke about the distractions. If you remember, you spoke about dropping the grain on the field, and meanwhile, preparing for the push at the barn, which you said that was the strategy a couple of seasons ago. Or not a strategy, but something that was clearly planned as a distraction. So I'm just wondering that could this be like a tractor flip, be some kind of like a planned disruption, or like I don't think so. But I'm just wondering, because this is the second time in a row as they do that kind of a mistake, that making the enemy or the opponent to think that that there is something not so well with them, and that they have some kind of like a ace in their sleeves.
Right, and well, the thing to think about with Lindner as well is that they have added to their team this season in picking up Hightower. So something for them that they've always been one of those teams that can surprise. Of course, they seem to really relish exciting the crowd as well. Definitely some showmanship in there from Lindner. But now they're in the top three after the FarmCon tournament, making it to the semifinals. They have a chance here to make it to another semifinal. So they're definitely a team that needs to be reckoned with now. They're starting to improve more and more, and they very well could come out victorious in this one too. Lots on the line here for sure.
Yeah. Okay. So a bit of a grain being delivered by Lindner. We can see Valtra, they have more. No bales have been pressed so far, but the time to start pressing the bales, if they're going to follow the same strategy, is going to be pretty much right now. And we can see Sören actually going there on the field. Is probably going to get that baler and start making those. And it's 1 minute for the next drops. So we'll see if there's going to be some kind of a strategical element here on the mid play. But 2.3 for Lindner, 1.7 for Valtra, and that is of course not the how they have planned this. They have to do something about the baler, or will they just like abandon it and will not try to get it straight? They have another one they're waiting, so that's gonna be in use for sure. So instead of having like two balers at the same time, they will have to settle down with one at least for the moment. And we'll see. Because Iserza was actually just tossing that on, so now it's completely in the right position.
Don't try this at home, kids.
Yeah, I don't think that's thing that happens in real life. Just gotta
Not
boost up a
manufacturer
little bit
recommended.
with all these blades in the front. Probably not gonna do any good for either of the vehicles.
Did you see that New Holland combine on the screen just now? And I'm sure you've seen it before. Yesterday you were talking about how your brain works. Well, this is how my brain works. Do you know like the campfire popcorn? That's what the New Holland combine reminds me of, like the Jiffy Pop. It's got the foil bag, and then you fill it up, and it puffs up. Look, as the camera cuts to it, look at that. That's exactly what it reminds me of. I find that combine interesting because the other ones, have the open top, and this one has the cover on it. So, just an interesting look that sets it apart from the other harvesters.
Yeah, I guess how the brain works, and it comes a lot from the memories and childhood, and what you have seen. What you actually said on the last game, you just mentioned the Scooby-Doo, and Scooby-Doo was never a thing in Finland. It was like not even like shown on television.
Oh, so man, I feel bad for you.
I have seen like half an episode, maybe sometime. So I can't really relate into it. I know it, but it's not something which comes to my mind. And then that kind of what you just said about the core and
yeah.
Yeah,
it does. It does, doesn't it? Which is lower picked up by both teams.
And that's the great thing, because that's why we have different cultures. We have North American, we have a Finnish, and then we have like a UK. So a lot of people have like different kind of memories, and that will result into different kind of conversations and comments as well. So I hope that's going to be entertaining for the viewers at least. Anyways, back to the game. 4 minutes to go. Nobody has delivered any of the bales. Kermit already I mentioned about the drops being picked, and now we're just waiting for the super drop, which should be coming in about 50 seconds. So then we'll see what's going to happen with it. High Tower, the latest addition, as Terminator said, is going to be picking up the baler because Lennox is moving on the fields. And now Valtra has delivered just a little bit more grain to have 2.1 multiplier for them, and then the bales. Linter has 9 bales and Valtra has 11, so almost even. So everything to me points out that we're gonna have a very interesting end. How this is gonna be played, because nobody has yet delivered any bales.
Yeah, it's 13 points difference. Vulture will get 2 points extra per bale, but right now they only have 2 extra bales. So, let's see how it plays out with 3 minutes to go. Super drops are now out there, and it's bottom boost. So whoever grabs this, and it looks like it's going to be Lendner. High Tower headed over now, Lendner is going to grab it. So that is advantage Lendner, and they were ready to. Sinfrey coming in and just putting a few in. And they should be getting some more shoved in. Here goes Zerzurus with some on the front of the tractor. He tried to pick up that 4th one, and I wouldn't have bothered there, really. Still plenty of time, but that one has caused some issues. Would have been better off just going with 3, I think. Not the cleanest delivery, and now it's blocked the path of his teammate, who actually comes in with the John Deere and shoves some more in. Still 15 seconds to go, so if they can get the baler in the right position, they can get 2 more in. So that is just going to allow them a lot more freedom at the end of the round, and it gives them a nice little lead here with 2 minutes to go.
I think they did very well with the bottom boost. I mean, what I was going to say, just before the bottom boost came in, they actually had somehow overtaken Valtra with the amount of bales. They were a couple bales short, and they actually had 15 bales before they got the bottom boost, and they also had them pretty close to the barn. So I think they played that very well, because quite often you see that when they get that kind of a boost, they are not really ready for it, and they kind of then they get like couple in meanwhile. But this was really well played. Now we can see Walter starting to deliver those bales as well. 1:30 to go, and there's going to be a couple more dropping on the fields here. But yeah, Vulture is definitely closing up. They have the bales. They were just not completely like organized, but it wasn't like a complete chaos around the belt either. I think they had like a nice half circle from where to pick those up. And 8 bales, which Lindner still has, they are just now, well, more or less arriving here next to the barn. So we'll see how this is going to play out. But yeah, somehow I feel that this is going to be getting very close.
I think it'll get well. It's 4 points now, right after you finish your thought there. So I was about to say, I have a feeling it is going to get close. If Lindner hold on to win this, it's good for them, of course, that bottom boost happened. But it's almost a shame for my point of view that it did, because they're using herbicide, and I think they're giving an argument for herbicide maybe actually being beneficial for the right team in the right situation. Because what they've been able to do with it, at least, is create an easy path near the barn of where they can go out and get bales now, as you see Surin for Vulture now out on the field too. But for Lindner, like they set themselves up decently with it, but now they're falling behind. Vulture has been really just pulling ahead. Vulture
they're gonna fall down. They're gonna fall down. Those 2 bales, and that is huge. And that 1 bale is gonna take them to the lead. And there's gonna be a lot of Moondu bales coming in. They're gonna win it. They're gonna win it. Herbicide will be victorious.
Yeah, and that one falling off for Vulture cost them. And I think that maybe they're just like Sinfree there was like, oh my gosh, I think his heart stopped for a moment or something. I don't know exactly what has occurred, but they're having a good time. What a finish. I mean, 13 points. Yeah, 1 falling off the top, and that would have been more than enough for Vulture to win that round instead. So I don't want to get ahead of myself, because they had a little bit of luck going their way, but they did win a round with herbicide. And it may not be the most disruptive perk. It may not be the most beneficial team perk. But now that you have to choose a different one, and we are seeing most matchups go to 3 rounds, you have to have 3 solid strategies that you're ready to go with and play. So for Lindner's sake, I think that they have decided they're more comfortable with herbicide than Big Haul. At least we didn't see them pick yesterday. I'll be interested to see if they pick that here as they celebrate a little bit. They're doing like the Iceland clap from like the Euros and football a few years ago, I think is what they're doing there. That's become so popular. But yeah, like herbicide, what they did with it, I think, was the way that you use it, because it allows them to not have any weeds on their field, and they can just put down easier to navigate paths to bail from. And so they have set it up, and you can see that they're comfortable with it. So yesterday I thought, they're just picking it to throw their opponents off. But now that I've seen them pick it again, and I've seen how they've used it, I think that it's actually a calculated move by them, because they're more comfortable using it than some other perk.
Yeah, I feel that the picking herbicide here, the reasons, whatever they are, I'm not going to go there. They played it well. But based on how happy they felt after winning that game, I think that they knew that it's going to be like a huge risk still in the end versus Vulture. I mean, Vulture is like a super good team. So winning Vulture with herbicide, I think that's an accomplishment already. And now for the remaining 2 matches, they have the 3 perks to go with. So, I don't think that Vulture has been playing with herbicide. So they only have, for the remaining matches, they only have 2 options, and they will pick something for the next one, and then we'll know what's going to be the one for the third if we go all the way there. But then this gives also at the same time Lindner a bit of like an element of surprise, because they have more leverage, they have more room to choose from with the perks now.
Yeah, you're right about that. But also, winning the first round doesn't always mean that you go on to win the match, as we've seen a lot this weekend. So for Lindner, like a little bit of luck, but also sticking to their strategy. And now probably I would say that they have at their disposal perks that are going to be more beneficial and that they're probably more comfortable with. So, but they have to be careful of Vulture, because at one point in that round, after Lindner picked up bottom boost, they had a nice lead. And I thought this is going to be tough for Vulture to get back. If it hadn't been for that bale falling off, Vulture would have won, because Vulture somehow, in the last few minutes, the last two especially, brought in a crazy amount of bales and were scoring them. And we saw them, like we mentioned earlier, the second highest score of the weekend, Vulture. So if they turn on that A game, they clean up those mistakes, they are a tough customer to come up against. So Lindner need to be aware. They need to stop flipping tractors over. That's not good business. Vulture very well could bounce back in style here.
Vulture has been banning just the other telehandler in both of the matches so far. Let's see the perks. Bottleneck versus Bottleneck. So this is going to be, well, interesting to see. Vulture we saw the strategy which they were doing yesterday with Bottleneck, exactly how, where Helm was getting those extra bales on the middle, and Vulture adapted pretty well on that one. But then in the end, Helm of course still won them. They, executed the strategy better. I haven't really, with Lindner, we had the Lindner versus Astragon game. And then we had a similar situation that Lindner and Astragon were also executing the same strategy more or less. So, and Lindner did it better than Astragon in the end. So, I don't know what to expect from this. But yeah, it's gonna be good definitely. And I think what I think is that hopefully we'll be able to read this better than the previous game. And also, okay, one thing that I have to mention about the previous match as well. Herbicide, yes, they won the game, but they did flip the tractor at the start as well. So they have won 2 matches with Herbicide and 2 matches where they have the tractor flipped at the start. But anyway, let's go for the first bale. So and the first bale is important, as we know, and I think that especially when we have this kind of a perks versus each other, just the time that's going to be lost if the first bale is going to be later. That was a crucial thing yesterday for Astragon versus Lindner, as Astragon lost the time with the first bale as well. So I want to see how it's going to play down here, because the first bale, yeah, like I said, it's going to matter a lot. And let's see, they're claiming it, and we still have 30 seconds for 140 points. It's looking good for Lindner. Seresero's very close to the barn. We can see Luca here together with Søren. They are pretty much on the same hoods, as you can see. And let's see if they're going to start disengaging exactly at the same time. We can see Lindner actually getting just slightly ahead, but it's going to be Søren who's going to disengage. But at the same time, we can see both of the teams are actually going for it. It's going to be pretty even. So let's see if there's going to be tosses incoming. In Frey. Yeah, he's not going to toss it, he's going to reverse that in. And what's going to happen with Walter? He's going to toss that in. It's going to be 141. So Walter will take the lead. And these 4 points, okay. So that's not much of a difference. But there's about the same amount of time now lost, which is not that bad. 4 seconds, 5 seconds, it's not that big of a deal. But still, we'll see if that's going to matter. Okay. So then we just go back on the field. Let's see what is the case here. What's going to happen? The drops are there: bale drop and bridges raised, and they're pretty far away from all of the players, as we can see that they're there on the fields. Maybe they will just come back at some point on that area, but I don't think that they will just go for the drops at all. As we have seen that people just don't go for it. Doesn't matter, even though. And looking at the placement, what I want to kind of understand. In a way, what I would love to see on these views a little bit more is the X-ray view from a larger area, not just from one specific. Because sometimes they are exactly on the same places doing the job, and that's when you see how close the strategies are. So I would love to see a little bit more of the X-ray from the distance.
Yeah, that's a good shout for sure. And now we're actually seeing you're pretty spot on. Look at this. They're working the same fields. They're doing the same things. Lindner's slightly ahead and being ready to deliver. So the strategies are pretty darn similar. That's for sure. Good call on that one. Yeah, it's a shame that the 8.5 minute drops aren't picked up. But it's a minute and a half into the round now when it shows up. So it almost comes too early, especially with what drops in that mark. So yeah, these teams so far, they were pretty darn even on the first bale and pretty darn even so far in the gameplay as well.
Well, we saw the X-ray as they were coming to the silo, and they were just just right next to each other as well. So same vehicles, same location, and I mean, imagine if they would add some kind of that. Yeah, well, we can see the speed of the vehicles, but if you could imagine, like you can see in the Formula One races, that okay, this gap is 2.7 seconds, and then when they go like right next to each other, the silos, we could see that okay, this is about the same amount as the time, what the gap which they got on the first bale difference as well. But okay, Linton was actually leading there, and they lost the first bale challenge, so it's not that easy. But okay, just that's how my mind works once again. That's how I calculate it. I read from the chat, and there was a lot of people saying that their brains don't work at all. So I think we are fine.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Sunday morning. Of course, it's earlier for me than most probably that are participating today. But even still, no matter what time of the morning it is, yeah, for me, Sunday mornings are the day to really just get lazy before the work week starts again. But my work weeks started midweek last week, and so PAX is right around the corner. Headed to Seattle tomorrow. Looking forward to getting that event all set up and ready for our fans that'll make it out to Seattle for the event. It should be a fun time. Okay, 5.5-minute drops are out there now. And now we're going to see, can Vultra force the third of the best of three? It's way too early to tell at this point. Even on bales, Vultra has slightly more grain, and we have grain multiplier coming up. Lindner are delivering the grain, and they've already picked up the multiplier. And so Linux is going to just wait. He's just going to wait and then grab it, and then they'll deliver their grain. So I think we're going to match like for like here, too.
Yeah, maybe a little bit eager to pick it up, but I guess they also wanted to, be the first one that's going to be delivering the grain, and then kind of like see how the cards are going to play. But now, as they need to wait for a while, they're going to unload it more. So, in the end, if all the grain is going to be delivered to the silo, then Vultra should have a slight advantage on the multiplier, unless something happens here. But I don't think that the difference is going to be that big. I mean, they had, was it like a 3,000-4,000 liters more? So it wasn't like, it wasn't the biggest difference. So that should end up like, 0 point something. Okay, now they have like 1.7 difference there, but there's still more that's going to be delivered. The bales, meanwhile, by the way, so we can see 11 bales for Lindner, and we can see that they're now trying to even out the multiplier with the remaining grain. But there is still grain left for Vultra as well. But they gotta get it like 2.9 for a while. How long it's gonna take until Vultra is gonna deliver the remainings of the grain? As now the 2.9 multiplier for Lindner, and that they are moving the bales next to the belt, and there we can see the Vultra will start unloading it. And based on my calculations, they should have like a 2.1, 2.2 after they deliver all of them, which they have. The question is that will they do it? But it seems that they are. So it's gonna stop somewhere around this mark. Yeah, 2.1. So it's not like the biggest difference, and that's where I think it should stay. Yeah, it's 0 for them. I think Lindner had like a 300 or something, which doesn't make much of a difference. So now it comes as an efficiency game.
Yeah, the efficiency becomes key. Like in these final 3 minutes, especially. Let's see what the super drop is at the 3rd minute. Lord Baylor and Surin is in the vicinity, driving through the little pond over there, and Surin's gonna grab it. And so that was, not only did he grab it, but someone from Lindner was nearby and wasted their time to come over to try to get it. So almost a double advantage there for Vultra. And that's definitely helpful for them, as they've scored now a couple of bales automatically. They're into the lead. They've got the multiplier advantage. They are behind on bale count, though, but it's a good thing that they have that lead. Can Lindner get all of their bales in? That is what they have to do to be able to advance with a straight sweep here.
Yeah, I mean, I think Lindner, they have 15 bales, so they have the advantage on the bale. So now it's just all about getting them in, and they should start working on it ASAP, I would say, if they want to win this one. But the difference is big. But okay, with the points, it's 90 points of a difference, and on Bale it's 7 Bales, so that's like more than 100 points. So in a way, if Lindner delivers all of these on the second floor, I think they're gonna be having a chance of winning this. No, it's not gonna be like a big victory, but they still have a chance of winning it because they will get those 2 points per Bale less than Valtra. So yeah, I mean just do the job, get the bales in, and then we'll see how far it's gonna take because there's no drops, no super drops, nothing that special coming in already. So now it's just all about the actual hard work around the belt.
Yeah, 102 points behind, but Vulture only had like a couple more bales at their belt, whereas Lindner have a bunch stacked up there. So even though there's only a minute and some change to go, like if there's going to be a lot happening in this final minute.
Yep.
I don't know who's going to win, to be honest, because if Vulture had the Bale advantage and the multiplier advantage, I would say that they're good for the win. But just look at this right now. There's more on the belt coming for Lindner. There's more sitting there. But can Zerzeris get all of these into the top?
Yeah, I'm just worried about the time. That's the only thing. Otherwise, I think Lindner has the right cards on their hands. So it's all about the timing. There's going to be now more bales coming from Ultra, 30 seconds to go, and that's going to be a mistake. That's not going to go in. That might be, it's going to be very close. So one bale can make the difference. 24 more bales are going in from the both sides. Luca
will good save.
Put that in. It's going to be, that's a nice trick. He actually got that in right in place. And but he needs to hunt for the next bale. Let's see what's going to happen on the Lindner side. It's going to be just 8 seconds to go. They're going to have 8 bales. They're going to be having a lot of undelivered bales. They're going to shove them in, but it's not going to be enough. Or is it? No. Unfortunately, no. I think they left 4 bales undelivered, unfortunately, on the Lindner side. So Valtra is going to take this all the way to the 3rd game of the series.
Oh, he needs a snack after that round as well, like immediately reaching for the granola bar or whatever that is there. But man, that was another good round. Vulture played a really solid round. Look at that, 1 less bale, but they were scoring the extra points per bale. So for Lindner, if they just fell short this time, 4 undelivered. If they had gotten those 2 in, I still don't think it would have been enough. So good round by Vulture, and now winner takes all in this 3rd of the best of 3. One will move on to play Helm in the semifinal, and the other will be out here.
Yeah, Lindner had an idea to put those 4 bales, which they didn't deliver on the first floor, and they just didn't have the time. But even if they would have been successful on it, they would have been still like a 7 point short or something like that. So it wouldn't have been enough. So kind of like getting the bales on the second floor, that's the key, I would say, at that point. But a good game still. You were not able to tell like 30 seconds before who's going to win it. So they both still had a chance. But then, of course, just bales being, I think the last batch of bales for Lindner, it came a little bit late. It was not right next to the belt. Earlier, they had a bunch of bales around the belt. But, during the last 20 something seconds, they just run out of them when they put all of them on the belt. And then we had this like a last minute delivery, which just was not in time, unfortunately.
I love the crowd that we're seeing at Gamescom. Like both days, we have seen an absolutely massive crowd showing out for these matches, which is really great for the Farming Simulator League and Farming Simulator. I know that at Gamescom, I've never been there in person, but I've actually met people at like PAX East, for example, earlier this year, who are like, "Do you usually work Gamescom for Giants? You guys have like one of the coolest booths always at Gamescom." And like, no, it's not one that I work because the guys in Europe do it. But you can tell that people know about Farming Simulator more and more these years, and especially at Gamescom. It's hard to miss the giant tractor and all the people in straw hats having a good time while the FSL matches are going on. So really cool to see the crowd showing out.
Yeah, it looks very nice. I haven't been on the Gamescom myself either. Of course, because they have the German commentary on the site. So that's why we are here. But maybe some year we're gonna be there. Anyways, we have the 3rd game of the series. And now I want to see the perks. I mean, Vulture, they haven't played the big hall yet, so I guess they're gonna play that. And then, but
Yeah,
they have the possibilities to choose from. Unless Vulture wants to try Herbicide, I don't know. Who knows? I mean, maybe they will. Maybe they have the ace on their sleeves. But yeah,
they need to
the
be
capture things.
careful. Lindner still have Unstoppable that they can use, right?
Hmm. Yep.
So if Vulture go with Big Haul here and Linder go with Unstoppable, it's not that you can't win against Unstoppable with Big Haul. It just messes a bit with how effective it can be. You got to be a lot more aware of utilizing your grain
There
at
we
different
go.
times, and that's exactly what we're going to see here. So I think maybe that's part. Like I do think Linder are comfortable enough to go with Herbicide instead of Big Haul. But I also think that part of that may be so that they have Unstoppable in their pocket for moments just like this. So with the winner takes all game, one team moves on, whoever wins this. Again, Vulture could still win because they are really good at scoring a lot of points at times. We've seen them be able to produce a lot of bales out of nowhere too. But an early advantage at least in the mental game for Lindner.
Yeah. About the mental game, I mean, I just noticed how we talk about this series. Like, Vulture can still win this. That is actually what we have said multiple times. And usually, Vulture would be the one we are expecting to go forward, maybe from these teams, based on the previous season and so on. So, at least on my mind, I'm sorry, but I'm kind of like cheering for Lindner.
Both of these teams are really like closely matched. I think we saw Vulture beat the Lindner yesterday in the play-in round in the first matchup that each of these teams had this weekend, and then last season I think Lindner finished 5th, Vulture were 7th. But I think both of these teams as well are improved off of last season. So they keep getting better. But they're getting like better together at the same time. I feel like so it's definitely one that's too close to call. One of these teams awaits the winner gets to face off against Helm in the semifinal. So there's a lot at stake here, of course. But yeah, it's a tough one to call. It's a tough one to call. That last round we saw them play neck and neck with the same strategies against each other. So now differing strategies. Let's see which one ends up setting themselves apart.
He's gonna toss it. He's gonna toss it. It could be like a 147 or 146. 148!
Ooh!
Let's go!
Wow. And I'm surprised that he did the toss too, because we've seen him back up in the past. So I thought maybe he wasn't confident enough to do that. But that time, maybe it was the right tractor, the right speed, the right feeling. I don't know what it was, but that time, really nice. Especially because that time he didn't really need to flick it in because Vulture are late getting to the barn. So this is going to be a nice early advantage for Lindner.
Yeah. And Sören is going to be getting a pretty low score, unfortunately, from this one. So they're going to be having a huge gap, actually, how Lindner is going to be leading this one. It's going to be 110.
Ooh.
So they're leading by 38 points. Crazy Tool, Bale Drop. These are going to be just left on the fields. And,
he's already there.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's gonna go there. Okay. So we saw it finally. We finally saw it. But yeah, I'm just wondering. There was something at the start when we saw the tractors like rolling out from the opening area. Vulture, they were not really on position. I saw that one of the players, left from the gates like 2-3 seconds later. Than what the gates are opening, so we didn't see the that they're like right next to the gates and almost like crashing into them. So there was a bit of a slow start for Vulture, and then I don't know what else happened. Of course, those couple seconds are not going to justify the difference of 38 points or delivering the bale, let's say like 30 seconds later than the other team. So that is interesting. But meanwhile, oh yeah, Optimus Prime back on the action.
Maybe
Ultra
it was a battle for
roll out.
Maybe it was a battle for the Baylor, and Lindner won out on the pod there at the beginning, and that was what slowed Vulture down in the end. It could have been that because they ended up with that Fent Baylor, and I would be shocked if that's the Baylor that they really wanted. So either way, no matter what happened, a good start for Lindner for sure.
Yeah, it is looking very good. And of course, when you think about the perks, they have the unstoppable as well. So in a way, they have a advantage on the scores, and they have a maybe a little advantage on the perks as well. So, but of course, we just have to wait and see if Ultra finds a way on the strategy to kind of like use the big haul in a way that they can beat the unstoppable. Um, but yeah, 6.5 minutes. We have some of the grain has been delivered next to the silo already. Has it been poured down? Of course, Walter, they want to fill in. We can see Lindner that they are collecting a lot of grain as well. I mean, because they want to, of course, counter what's going to be coming from the big hole. So they just need like more vehicles for it. Meanwhile, we can see that Valtra is now pressing the bale. So not the biggest difference there. Just a couple of bales. Okay, now just one actually. As Lindner needs to use the vehicles for actually, delivering them next to the silos. So that's going to be out of the time from pressing the bales, most probably. And yeah, here we can see how they are just pouring it on the big haul.
I love that.
Almost like
that
cooking.
coordination there.
How were your pancakes yesterday, by the way? I saw the picture that you had some after broadcast sweets, and then I saw your American pancakes.
Yeah, it was like breakfast, lunch, and dinner all at the same time because we finished the broadcast, and then I think by the time we got to the restaurant and ate those pancakes, it was past 1 p.m. local time. So it was like eating second breakfast, and then it was also lunch and dinner at the same time.
Yeah.
But they were absolutely delicious, and as soon as I saw them on the menu, I knew that's what I had to have because there's only one way to follow up a good solid FSL broadcast, and that's with pancakes. And this particular restaurant served them with some fresh strawberries on top and a little syrup on the side. So quite delicious.
I'm getting hungry now. Yesterday when I got home, it was like 9 p.m. when I was home, local time. And then I came home, I was like, I'm super hungry. And then I come home and we have had some, Saturday pizza is kind of thing for us. And it was all gone, and I was only able to smell it anymore. I came home, there was nothing on the table, and then you can smell this delicious pizza, but it's all eaten out already. I was like, okay.
Oh, man.
But then I
Brutal.
just went with pizzeria myself, so easy fix for that. Anyways, 4 minutes to go. And no bales have been delivered. 10, 11 bales for team, so about even. We saw a bit of a grain being delivered.
Look at that slow
and
belt.
has been delivered already, so a slight advantage for Vulture. But now we can see that Linter's actually putting it back, so they have something in store. And they are getting actually about 2.0 with that. 1.9, 2.0, let's see. Yeah, 2.0. So they will get it there. And the thing with the big haul sometimes is that you can, because kind of like organizing it all and getting it full, it takes a bit of time. So then, it's not really an option anymore to go for, a second batch. So if the other team can, like this, counter it well, it's really hard to do any small adjustments for it anymore. But anyways, 3.5 minutes to go, so I'm pretty sure that the multipliers are going to stay exactly the same. So 2.0, one of those bells is not going to go inside, and Lindner kind of has the still the not the lead anymore. But I think that when we calculate the bales, I think when you take the amount of points available from the bales and the current point situation, I think they still have a slight lead on that. But of course, they still need to deliver those bales.
Yeah, and the belt speed for Vulture with Unstoppable in play is something to keep an eye on here in the final 3 minutes, because they need to get as many of their bales that they have pressed now. They need to go ahead and get them in, because they don't want to have a bunch sitting around late in the round with under a minute to go, because then it's going to really be, a rush to get them all in, and that belt is moving super slow at the moment, as you can see. Whereas Lindner has a much faster belt with Unstoppable in play. They have 10 extra bales as well, so that's more than enough if they get them in to make up this deficit in the scoreline.
But yeah, 2 minutes, 10 seconds to go, and 18 bales to deliver. So they really need to start working with those as well. And I think that's exactly what we are seeing here. That about 2 minute mark they will start putting them in. They are fairly well organized, I would say. That getting those on the belt shouldn't be much of a problem, at least not yet. And Sinfer is doing a great job by just stacking the bales there right next to each other. So you can just take that. Oh, that one on the top. It's actually
A
yeah, it's
little shaky.
used to go in actually, but yeah, it was a bit of a hectic moment. I mean, well, not a hectic, but I mean, it could have fallen down. So and of course that is it means extra work. It means extra lost time as well. So of course you want them to go in on the first try.
Yeah, and now Luca losing one off of the front. And you can just see there's some in the X-ray. That one's not going to make it for Lindner, I would imagine. But you can see now with most of the bales being scored here late in the rounds, the difference in the speed of the belt. Like Lindner can score them a lot quicker than Valtra. Valtra just needs to be careful. Valtra are doing exactly what they need to, though, just methodically going about it. They've got 2 players coming in now, bringing bales in. So they still can win this. Lindner really needs to get more of these in.
Yeah, it looks really good, and he said that okay, one of the bales is not gonna go in, but also on the Valtros side, yeah. So we can see on the X-ray that they only have like couple bales there. They don't really have this amount
faster.
of bales which Lindner currently has, and they are just shoving it in. They are almost even.
They could get a combo
that's
here.
Be a lot of bales. What's going to happen with these? What's going to happen with
they
those
could get a
bales?
combo.
And they are very close. One more bale.
Are
One more bale. One more
there
bale. One more bale. It's bale-tastic.
Huge
and
moment.
They will do it. They will do it. That will settle down for sure. And Valtra, I mean, the slow belt kind of like opens all these options to do the combos, and there we can see a couple more points going in. And Linda, I want to see how much these guys are smiling, as we can see on the X-ray that they're just like attacking the bar more or less.
Wow,
Yeah.
I think they would have won without those 50 points for the Bale-tastic. Oh my goodness.
Take a room, boys.
I'm really glad that it wasn't Hightower trying to tackle Zerzura sitting in a chair, because I think the chair may have gone. You can see Hightower, aptly named. He is a towering figure when it comes to the FSL. But while Lindner just fired up there, even without the Bale-tastic, I think they would have won. And it came down really to the amount of bales that they had, I think. But Lindner, what a showing by them again, Maddie. I mean, they are just continuing to surprise us game after game, and they seem vastly improved off of what we've seen from them over the last couple of seasons.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the Bale-tastic was definitely nice, and of course, I mean, they made a decision that shall we try to get all of these on the second floor, or shall we try to get them, shall we try to do a combo or something like that? So if they would have put I mean, they used the bales to get the Bale-tastic, so they kind of lost like 100 points by putting them on the first floor instead of putting on the second floor. Well, not all of them, okay, not 100 points, but something anyways. So they could have gained something if they put on the second floor on the belt. But then I guess the slow belt, which Walter had, it kind of like opened the way that okay, let's just try to shove them in. So well, what this means is that Lindner and Klaas is just examining the chairs that are they still fine after the celebration. Players had like are they still operational because they were like jumping on the chairs, and there we can see Power Team Esports coming there. So I'm pretty sure that we're gonna see Power Team Esports versus Farming Friends as a next match, and that should be also a ticket to the semis. So from this game, we actually have Lindner proceeding all the way to the finals. Valtra is eliminated out of the tournament. They didn't reach the semi-final stage. And then based on what we see here, it's going to be Farming Friends versus Power Team Esports. And also from that match, the winner is going to go to the semis. And then we only have the semis remaining. So we have done all these quarterfinal and playing stages. And that will mean that we have 6 matches of semi-finals and finals. But anyways, I think we're going to be heading for a short break, if I heard correctly. Kermit, anything to add?
No, we'll see you in a moment.
Well, here we are once again, and well, as we saw it, uh, Lidner is going to go for the semis, and Valtra is out of the tournament. We're going to be having the replays in a matter of seconds, well, soonish, anyways. But the next lineup, then, of course, is going to be the Power Team Esports versus Farming Friends, which we already announced earlier, and the winner from that one is going to go for the semis as well. So and that's going to be, of course, and we'll see if there's going to be any of the French teams going for the semis. So we already had the New Holland and Just the Track to be eliminated earlier, and now Power Team Esports kind of holds the last hope for the French teams if they will get a team on the semis. And Farming Friends, which we saw already playing once today. I mean, they played really well yesterday. They lost one match. Now they won the last match they played. So this will be an interesting one because Power Team Esports was playing very well yesterday as well. So we'll see that how it's going to go. But now we're going to have the replays from the previous game, and hopefully that's going to shed some light what actually happened there. We did have a bit of a mistakes here happening. I think that the yesterday at the start we didn't see that many mistakes being done, but now lately I guess the pressures are just building up, and we'll see more more of the um, more of the mistakes coming in. And oh, that's a very brave jump, but he's gonna make it though, so it's not really a mistake. And here we can see a bit of a last-minute deliveries. This is already from the last game, I think. No, it's not from the last game. But anyways, a lot of action here. This is actually where one of the victories came in for Lindner. And then we had the first bales. Kind of like the first bales were a bit of like a mixed up, as we saw that the first two matches, the first bale deliveries were not completely successful. But on the third game for Lindner, they got a very good first bale delivery. So I think that the first bale which they delivered on the last game was the best first bale of the day. I mean, 148. So yeah, I think it's actually is it like the third highest first bale we have seen so far, because we had 150 and 151 yesterday happening. But now when we have the Power Team Esports versus the Farming Friends, so they are battling from the semis, and of course the loser of from this tournament is going to be eliminated as well, because both of them already have one loss under their belt, if I'm not completely mistaken. So yeah, that should be the case here. And now we can see what's happening on the stage as well. We can see the lovely costume, which was also mentioned on the chat as well. Uh, I guess they're gonna be just giving some more hats, which of course we would like to have as well. And I really like the shirt which the host on the stage is wearing. I have one of those myself as well, and I think you can actually find those from the FSL merchandise shop as well, at least on the events, maybe online as well. And I bought mine last year, and it's starting to wear out a little bit, so it's not so fresh because I have been using it that much. So maybe I'll need to get another one. We can see the hats being taken off and everything. Terminator was mentioning that the booth and the whole stand for Giant software at the Gamescom is always very nice, and it actually looks really nice. And they have that real John Deere tractor. That is definitely something which you don't always expect to find from Gamescom or other. Well, you find it from Gamescom, but it's not a usual prop for a game event. Anyways, Power Team Esports versus Farming Friends. Let's see how this is gonna go. So we have the bans and Farming Friends, like I said multiple times on the past. They have been very good when they have been delivering the first bales. So I want to see how they will do it this time. We have the bands coming in, Massey Ferguson, John Deere 8R, which has been very popular tractor to be banned, and Case 400. And let's see, Telehandler seems to be still in play. At least one of them will be, unless this is going to be a ban for the other one. Yeah, they have two of them now. So these are pretty standard bans. And now I want to see the picks. We haven't seen anybody else than Lindner to play herbicide so far. So I guess when Lindner is not in the play, I'm expecting to have these more normal ones. And now we have Big Hole versus Bottleneck. So interesting. I mean, Big Hole versus Unstoppable, we have seen that multiple times. So maybe with the Bottleneck, you have a better chance of kind of like countering the Big Hole. Or maybe it's the other way around. however you want to think it. And of course, on the power team spots, we have Obelix, Valo, and El Papito. And on the farming friends side, we still have Lucky Luker, M-Tron, and Krieger. So the lineup hasn't changed at all on either of the sides. So they're playing exactly with the same rosters. There's not that many teams who actually play with 4 players. We know that Helm, for example, JK wasn't playing yesterday. He was just wearing his hat and enjoying the atmosphere at the Gamescom. And now we do have the picks and bans done, and nothing that's so surprising. So pretty standard. Nothing that strange with the team perks or anything like that. So everything looks pretty good. Of course, the big haul on Farming Friends side is an interesting to start with because we haven't seen teams starting that oftenly with the big haul. Usually they start with a bottleneck or unstoppable, and then the big haul kind of comes as the last option on the third game or maybe a little bit earlier. But let's see here how this goes. So the first bale, the challenge is there. We can see Krieger heading up for the platforms. It's a bit of a challenge though. Who's gonna get that one? It seems to be Farming Friends actually who's gonna steal that down. Yeah, they're gonna steal it down. So Krieger's gonna take that baler, and they have a slight advantage there. And that might be slowing down the first bale for Power Team esports. And let's see how the Farming Friends will get the first bale done. And if you're wondering where's Terminator, we are doing this just like we did yesterday. We're gonna have a couple of breaks here. So Terminator's gonna be having a break now, and then I'll be having a break after this game on the next series. So Terminator, of course, is coming back before that because, long days, so we need our at least I need some lunch because I spoke about the pizza, we spoke about the pancakes on the last game, and suddenly I just came hungry. So I just said to Terminator, maybe I'll do the next one, and then I can go and get something to eat. Anyways, let's see the first bale. So M-Tron, this is not going to be 140, it's going to be less than 140. I think Power Team is a little bit behind with the first bale as they lost the battle on the pads. Well, let's see how the toss is going to go. Krieger is coming in. And there we can see that Power Team Esports actually makes a small mistake. So Farming Friends like 126, yeah. And Power Team Esports, they're like circling. They missed it badly, and the bale is quite far away from the barn doors actually. So this is gonna be a quite comfortable lead for Farming Friends. This should be like 115. Okay, it's like 11 points, so it's not like the biggest deal of all, but it's still a difference. Crazy Tool and Bridge is raised on the drops. No players nearby, as what I can see for the moment. No, there is Obelix, but he's not gonna take. He's gonna drive past. I'm not gonna need it. So, I mean, maybe picking Crazy Tool, I mean, it wasn't that far away. Maybe it could have done something, but maybe it just doesn't fit on their strategy, more or less. So, 8 minutes to go, and now it's back to the grind. Just starting to produce the bales, collecting the grain, and then we'll see how the balances are gonna shift. But I'm expecting that because Farming Friends, I mean, you can almost count the points in seconds, so 11 points, 11 seconds, the difference on the first bale. So that, in a way, should mean that Farming Friends, they should be pressing the bales earlier, but as they do have the big haul, it might mean that, the strategy might be a little bit different than what the Power Team Esports is playing, as it should be. So usually at this point of the game, the team with the big haul is, trying to fill that up. And then the other team is, of course, like collecting the grain as well, and then moving these smaller vehicles. So you have to be ready for that large amount of grain at some point. So you need to have the similar amount in the smaller vehicles, and then you need to make the setup, which might cost a little bit of time. So big haul, it's not really about the how much you can bring the grain, but it's more about that you can do it faster. Of course, yeah. Deliver more grain with the smaller vehicles, then you need more vehicles, and that's gonna cost some time. That's where I'm going with it. But there is a way. So it doesn't mean if somebody's thinking that the big haul means that they're gonna deliver more grain. That is not the case. We have seen multiple times already today once and yesterday multiple times that the team who doesn't have the big haul actually will end up with a better multiplier. So it's all about the timing and maybe a bit of luck with the drops as well. Something might happen with them as well. And but yeah, as we can see, Power Team Esports actually has more grain than Farming Friends currently. So that's the case. But meanwhile, let's see. We have about 35 seconds for the next drops, and those are the ones which the teams are really waiting for, because they want to make sure that whatever grain they have collected, if there's a multiplier then they want to utilize that. And if there's a silo close, then they will try to find some kind of a strategical gap in time. And now the drops are spawning pretty soonish, and then we'll see what's gonna come out of it. The big hole is pretty much full almost, so they're just moving the final pieces of grain from the other vehicle so that they don't have to drive all the way to the silo and make the setup there. And now we have the drop. So silo close is speed limit. So silo close is definitely something that the teams want to use here. I just want to see how they want to use it, because timing is very important. We can see that they will not go immediately for it. They want to wait for it. They want to see if they can, do a little bit of unloading before that to get that advantage on the multiplier. Maybe deliver some bales. Farming threads, by the way, they do have 8 bales, and now Mtro's gonna go for it. Silo close is gonna be picked, and now they should be in place. And let's see if Obelix has the time to go and pick up the silo close before they will start unloading it. Because if they will not, he's not gonna go for it yet. So this will allow a slight gap for farming friends to maybe. No, they're pretty far away. El Papito. Oh, he has a problem. They have stuck it. The combine has been stuck on a building. And I don't know who is building, by the way, these apartment buildings right next to the fields. But they have done it, and I can see I'm almost like Obelix, like dancing there. Now he's got to go and pick that up, so nothing's going to happen with the multipliers at all. And still, they will just abandon the vehicle. No, Papito is still inside. Oh, you see? No, he's going to start running away. So, yeah. But, it's stuck on the flowers. Maybe the concrete is the real thing, not the flowers. They are just the visible part of it. But and just like on the chat, somebody says that you can't park there, sir. I can imagine that there's the valet parking person. Oh, you can't leave it there. You have to find me. You have to pay me like $15 that I will move it on the parking area. But that is pretty hard. And then farming friends, despite that, nothing really happened with the multipliers. They will just go and start putting the bales on the belt. Also, there's a pretty big difference when they pick the silo close. So we can see that farming friends, they have a couple of seconds anymore, and it's gonna be like 50 seconds. But Power Team Esports can start pouring it. But then I want to see how much that small mistake with the vehicle, the parking accident, as we can call it, how much that actually affects. Because now what I'm really wondering, that Power Team Esports, yes, they can unload it, but do they have the capability currently to put the bales on the belt? They have 12 bales, but they still might be on the fields because they lost a bit of time. But we're gonna figure that out in a matter of seconds, so we don't really have to worry about it. But anyways, farming friends will deliver some bales. The super drop is spawning. It's gonna be bottom boost, and that's gonna be super good for either of the teams. And we can see that Obelix is gonna go there. Farming friends nearby, but not nearby enough, and they are just about ready to start pouring the grain to the silo. So they want to even out the multiplier, and look how fast it's going in. So they should be ending up currently, at least, as the advantage for them. As Power Team Esports, they still have the grain for sure, but somebody needs to go for the vehicle, because I think they have already moved away from the silo location. So 2.7 for farming friends. The belt is pretty slow, so let's see if Power Team Esports finds the time to go back on the silo and maybe change the multiplier before the bales go in, because that's definitely what they want to do. But we haven't seen any indication of that, at least not yet. And at least some of those bales are gonna go with a better multiplier for sure. And yeah, nothing is happening with it. So 2.7, they're gonna get 3 bales in. That's gonna be almost 100 points, which they're going to score from those bales. Obelix moving the bales around the belt. Now we can see Power Team Esports kind of like trying to get them on the belt as well. Papito a bit of struggling. And we can see Valo, I think he's right next to the silo currently. Yeah, he's going to start now unloading it. So they will get a better multiplier, and they have the bottom boost. So no, they don't have it anymore. They kind of like lost the ability with it, so they didn't really do much with it. So they got the bottom boost. Farming friends managed to find a way around it, because they were just delivering the grain to the silo. So in a way, they kind of like made the bottom boost not so effective. And what's going on with Papito? Does he have a problem? I mean, they had a problem with the vehicle on the next to the silo, and now Papito is just like hanging there. just waiting there. And meanwhile, the gap is already 200 points, and that's a lot of points. And now it's even more than that. So Farming Friends is just delivering. And even while they are delivering, you can look at the bale counts. They are only 4 bales less than Power Team Esports. And it's 45 seconds. And we have seen just like a couple bales. Now the multipliers are exactly 2.0. Obelix is coming and Papito is still there. So that's got to be some kind of a technical problem or a glitch. I don't know. Maybe we'll get some more information about that later, what is actually happening there, because El Papito is just leaning on the belt. The vehicle is stuck, or maybe the client is, I don't know. If the client would be disconnected, then we should have a technical break, if that's the case. So that is a bit of a mystery to me, what is actually going on there. Yeah, we do have a technical break of 5 minutes. Okay. Or maybe it might be earlier if they get that sorted out, because if I remember correctly, on the FSL rules, at least on the online tournament rules, I guess the same rules are going to apply on the LAN events as well. There was this 5 minutes, and of course if they can fix that earlier, then we'll continue earlier. But then if it's a connection issue, as we online tournaments, you have players disconnected and so on, then I think there's this maximum time how long the players are allowed to try to reconnect, and then if they cannot connect inside of that time period, then the game will continue. So now we'll just now we'll just wait for it. I can see that on the chat. Maybe somebody from the venue, T Calamaras. Yeah, he was playing yesterday, so he saw some technical problem with the mouse. So maybe, well, I mean, if the mouse is not working, that's not really an optimal situation. And okay, so I'm here. We don't have the technical break window anymore, so we're just gonna wait for it. I can see that the admins are trying to, we are trying to fix the problem. Maybe restarting the game, so we might have a restart for the whole game. I don't yet know, but there's a question on the chat. Has anybody rage quit on the tournament? No, that is not that's not very polite. So that is not really happening here. But anyway, so technical problem, maybe with a mouse, and maybe we'll restart the whole game. So the information is currently unavailable for me, but we'll get that info. And now we get some pictures. So they are, let's see, there's a game controller, and we'll see if we get more information. We can find some familiar faces here, trying to fix it. That is Jan. Jan, who has been involved with the not the player Jan, but the giant software Jan, who has been involved with the FSL all the way from the start. Met him a couple of times in a different events, and a very very nice person. Got the information that they are testing the hardware currently, so they are testing it. Like what's going on? We can still see the technical break countdown there, but they are testing it, so they're trying to figure out what is the problem. Is it something with the mouse? Is it something else? Is it maybe something that I don't actually know, because everybody's more or less playing with the mouse and keyboard. So I guess those they are supplied by the event. So in this kind of a situation, if there's a problem with the hardware, I guess it's falling down as the responsibility of the organizer. So then kind of like restart would make sense. Um, but okay, we're just waiting for that information. As soon as we have something, I'm gonna tell you about it. For the time being, because I'm doing a solo cast and we are waiting for the information, I'm just gonna shut up for the moment. So I'll be back. I'll be back as soon as we have information. It's not gonna be a long break, but I'll just take something to drink, and I'll join you as soon as we have something. And meanwhile, you can have a look at these beautiful pictures from the Gamescom event and the FSL and the Giant Software stand. Okay, just get some more information. So they are testing all the computers now, just in case. They are checking all of them, and then they're gonna restart the game. So I guess what you saw so far on the first game, that's gonna be just discarded, and we're gonna do a complete restart for the game. So nothing has really happened. The whole series is going to be restarted, and then we'll just go from there. So as soon as we have everything tested, we're going to go to the game. That's the thing. And just as a reminder, so the winner from this series is going to go to the semis. So it's an important match. So they want to make sure that everything works out. So yeah, the winner's going to go for the semis, and the losing team is going to be dropping out of the tournament. And then we should have all our semi-final teams already in place. So we know that let's see, Helm has made it. Now we have Lindner who has made it as well. Those are from the kind of like the lower bracket, or the bracket which we started to play later. And now we have Farming Friends coming from here, and sorry, not gonna have Farming Friends coming from here. We still have the game, of course, that we have to do. So I'm just wondering that the fourth team that's gonna go for it. I mean, Trelleborg Tires didn't show up. New Holland is dropped. My Insanity was dropped. So do we still have one game remaining on this bracket to figure out the second team who's gonna come and go all the way to the semis to face these teams? Because we need two from the upper bracket that I'm just watching here. So okay, so we'll see how that's gonna go. Um, maybe I'm forgetting something. So many matches so far, so sorry about it. But anyways, the winner from this should be going for it, and yeah, I'm just trying to read the. You can find it from the social media, the bracket, which kind of like explains the whole format of this. So, but yeah, we'll have a team definitely going for the semis, and we'll figure out the list of the teams a little bit later. But yeah, now we're just waiting for this match to start, and then we'll see how this is gonna go all the way in the end. So, Power Team Esports versus Farming Friends, and I'm just wondering that is it actually so that the dropping team still has some kind of a chance from here? I don't really see it. So this should be yeah, just a winner going on. And yeah, I'm not gonna go too much with the brackets because there's so many teams and so many matches that this is, sometimes being able to stay on track with this current format for the Gamescom event, it is a bit heavy. Let's see what's happening at the chat meanwhile. So nothing that special, no questions. While we are waiting, if you have any questions, just feel free to ask. I can try to answer the best I can. But for the moment, it seems that they're still trying to figure out a technical issue. So yeah, I'm just gonna go silent for a while, and let's watch these pictures, and I'll try to figure out the bracket situation meanwhile. Okay, I'm gonna leave the bracket for the professionals. But well, I mean, I said that ask some questions, and of course that's gonna mean that there's gonna be questions. So, and I'm not really surprised that the questions are related to pancakes, to be honest. So we had a question: is peanut butter acceptable on pancakes? I think it's acceptable. Definitely, it's not something that I use. It's not a that big of a thing in Finland, but in general, I see no problem with it. I can see that these guys are. This seems like an argument, more or less, because now we have both of the teams, and we have Klaas there, we have Jan there. So let's see what's gonna happen. But we see Lindner coming on the stage as well. They want to have their opinion raised as well. So this is an interesting. As we can see, all these three chairs are completely empty. Um, Did we have anything else? We had something about tables. I saw. How many desks in your home is too many? Um, I I don't know. Maybe the count of how many in the whole house is that's a hard to answer because it depends so much about the it depends on how much how big is your house, how many rooms do you have there. I would say that have one desk for one job. That's what I would go. So in the studio where I'm casting currently, I have one big table where I have five screens, cameras, lights, everything. In the past, I had like a smaller table there, and I didn't like that. So I just said that like one desk for the job. That's what I would say. That is so just the size of the desk, of course, depends from the job. That's what I would say. And then of course we have this other questions: how many homes is enough? Okay, and now I can't really watch the chat anymore. But yeah, we should be having a restart pretty soon. That's what I'm expecting, at least. I saw that the other players from the farming friends, they started to move towards their own desk as well. So a lot of circling and mingling around the power team esports table at the event. But now I saw that they started to move that way. So maybe they are preparing it. Maybe the PCs have been restarted. Maybe they haven't. We'll figure that out when the time comes. But yeah, we should start the game as soon as the the time is right for it and everything is working like they should. But like the last information was about 7 minutes ago that they're gonna test all the computers, and I guess maybe they're still testing it or maybe they haven't. Who is the final say on FSL disputes? I would. I don't have the de facto answer. We of course have rules for it, and then I think on the rules, of course there are in events like this, for example, I guess like the from the Giant Software staff, there is maybe Klaas has something to say about it. Who knows? I mean, Terminator will just say his opinion, and that might be a thing as well. So. But I'm expecting that is somebody from the admin team who's like the administrating the tournament, and maybe they have like a head admin. Maybe it's Klaas, maybe it's somebody else, but Klaus is definitely one of the persons who, of course, you know, refines the shape of the FSL esports together, of course, with the everybody else. Like Terminator is doing a lot for the American community, and of course has been doing a lot for the European community as well. And then we have Niels and the others who are doing a lot. Lars. So maybe that's a question that needs to be asked from the Giant software in the end, but that's like my best guess on the matter. FSL team was answered there. There was somebody asking like, "Where's the pancakes are?" I don't have any pancakes here. How long is the desk? My desk is about, I think it's like a 2 meter, maybe 180, like on centimeters. That's what I think it's the width of my desk at the studio that I can fit all the monitors. And then actually, if you ever have been wondering when we are talking here, I'm like looking a little bit like this. So I have like a 65-inch television on the wall where the broadcast actually is. So when I look at the scores or something like that, I watch it from the big screen, which is on the side of the camera. But okay, now we are going completely outside of the topic. Suddenly, this technical break kind of like formed as a ask me anything kind of a session or Q&A in general, and they are still having an argument about something. Clearly, we can see that that's an Xbox controller, right? So they are playing with a controller. So maybe that has something to do with it. I, okay, and that is class. So somebody asked that who has the final saying, and I said that class might be one of those guys. So that is class. With the farming simulator shirt, not the player. So clearly he is trying to figure out how whatever is going on can be resolved, and the other team has been sent to their own places as well. So something is going on here, definitely. Paulo Count is asking when the pancake cook-off stream. I don't know. We'll do that at some point. It might take a while. I was prepared to do one in FarmCon. Maybe stream that as well. Um, for the moment, like what's going on currently, I'm actually just like trying to move to a different place. So there's a lot of preparations going on at home. Packing stuff, and then of course we still have to do the move as well. So I would say that probably the next cooking stream might be in the new kitchen, and I'm not completely sure how long it's gonna take before I settle in. So that might be the answer, but it might be earlier as well. I haven't really decided, but I think that's definitely something which will kind of like have effect on when I'll be doing the cooking stream. Um, let's see if we can find anything else from the chat. Meanwhile, we're going to be just seeing this argument or whatever is going on. I don't see anybody trying to find out the technical problem currently. So I guess the issue has been solved, but I think they have some kind of disagreements about the outcome of it. Like, will there be? I don't know. I don't know. So maybe I just don't say anything because this is just like assumption. But it seems to me that maybe they are not agreeing on something. Maybe from the hardware, maybe from restarting the round or something. I don't know. But for Power Team Esports, I mean, I guess I already got the information that they will get probably a restart. So I guess the restart is definitely in favor of Power Team Esports because they were going to lose that round. They clearly had some issues though. I mean, they crashed the vehicle to the wall. I mean, on the apartment buildings next to the silos, and then they also had a problem with the tractor on the belt as well. And El Papito was just completely disconnected, or nothing was really happening. I don't know what's the case. He was still inside the vehicle as well, so he didn't try to change the vehicle. So something was going on. So we'll figure that out. What's gonna happen? But yeah, and I have no information about the schedule. So if there's gonna be a restart, when there's gonna be a restart, they have been trying to fix the issue for 20 something minutes. So maybe maybe I'll just go silent for a while, and maybe we'll see what's happening on the venue, and I'll preserve my energies for the time when we actually have something else going on. So I'll see you guys in as soon as the game is going to start, or maybe earlier if something is happening. So just wait there. I'll be right back. Okay, we are back on the pictures. So my idea of having a small break to wait out what's going to happen was, well, I'm back. But yeah, they're trying to figure out. I just got information from the admins a little bit that they are probably going to be restarting, and I think they are kind of discussing what's going to happen with the points and how something like a score related details of the restart. I think that's what they're discussing. So I don't know, but as soon as we have the information, I'll be telling you what was the case. But what I'm expecting myself that if they're going to restart it. Okay, so they are restarting, and okay, so they are restarting, and they said something about second and third game. So the first game, this then I guess was played. No, we don't see any of the. So it's the first game, I guess, because there's no markings on the spots. So okay, so these are second and third game of the series, and the first game is unplayed. Okay, so they want to. Okay, so what's going on here? The first game was there was some kind of a problem with the game, as we saw. We don't know what that was, and now we are playing the second match of the series and the third one. And then, if it's needed, then they'll decide what they will do with the first game. So something hasn't been decided about the points, or I don't know. But anyways, kind of like the results of the first game are not approved, or they are not there. So what this means is that we are now playing the second and the third, and if Power Team Esports or Farming Friends will both of these, they will go for the semis, and then Um, if both teams will one of these matches, then I guess they will come back to the debate what they will do with the first game. Like, are the scores somehow like refunded or something? Sorry, I don't know. And yeah, it's all good. But yeah, just I don't know. So sorry, I would love to tell you, but I just don't possess that information. So we'll see. Okay, so we have the bans and picks, and we have Big Hall versus the bottlenecks. And this time it's gonna be Power Team Esports playing the Big Hall. It was Farming Friends. They picked the Big Hall already on the first game, so they can't use it. But yeah, let's figure out what's gonna happen here, how this is gonna play out now. But remember, this is the kind of like the second game of the series, or in a way, it's the first one. So kind of like imagine that no matches have been played. But if this goes all the way to the third game, then it means that something's gonna be probably discussed about the results of the first game. And of course, I mean, the the the, the picks, the perks which the teams chosen on the first game, they still seem to be valid. So this is not like a replay of the previous game, but this is the second game, and I think that the perk selections on the first match are, in a way, effective, or they have been counted for, so they cannot choose the same ones which they had already earlier. I hope that explains. I'm sorry that I wasn't able to explain it anymore, but yeah, of course I'm trying to find all the information that I have, but of course not being at the venue, it's getting the information is not always that easy. Anyways, the first bale is here, and Krieger actually is looking to have a great one. 141, I guess. 142, so that's like again 1 point off. And I said this yesterday that Farming Friends with the first bale, they are still pretty damn good of delivering those, even when they are reversing it in. And Power Team Esports gotta be later. It's like a 126, so there's a gap of 16 points. And yeah, that's I mean, it's doable. We'll see how it's gonna go. Bridges race, Crazy Tool, pretty far away, so nobody will probably be coming to pick these up. There's no reason for it. I mean, to be able to use those, like Crazy Tool, for example, it's you would need the right position for it, and as this needs like teamwork, it doesn't really help if there's like one going on with the Crazy Tool, and then the others are just slowing him down. And the Big Hall, let's see what's going to happen with Power Team Esports. So they are just moving the Big Hall. But yeah, so I guess we should see the strategy which goes like a vice versa from the... well, it's not that easy. You can't say that it just goes vice versa. But I mean that, some similarities, but then like reversed. Maybe that's the right way of doing it. I haven't seen the Fend combine in a long time. I mean, everybody has been playing the class combine, more or less, and now it's there. The all black combine. So that it's been a while since I have seen it, because the M-Tron, and it's good to remember that Power Team Esports, who actually have the Big Hall, they are now delivering the grain with the normal trailer instead. So they're not really currently, I don't know what's going to happen with it, but usually, the strategy is that you have the Big Hall here, you have Valo, pouring grain on it, you maybe have the other combine on the other side, and that's gonna also put some of the grain on it. And I think that we are seeing something different with the strategy, because it's definitely looking different. I mean, we can see Obelix coming from very early grain delivery, so they want to play this completely differently than what the other team so far has been playing. So it's going to be an early delivery without any kind of an idea what's going to be happening. And it's good to remember the Farming Friends, they don't have the Unstoppable currently, so they are not playing with the Unstoppable, they are playing with the Bottleneck instead. So the belt has been stopped, so this is something else what we are now seeing from Farming Friends. And yeah, I want to see how this plays out, because this is at least to me, this is pretty interesting. I can tell you a bit of a secret here. I just spoke. I had a chat with Terminator. He's all like, "Can I can already come back? Can I already come back? So he has done his break and he wants to join in the cast. Terminator, of course, if you want to come, you can come. I'm not going to say it like that, that you cannot come, but I still want to have my break at some point. But that's a different thing. But I just love how, I mean, every time we work with Kermit or Alex, it's just always so. I mean, everything is just going exactly, well, and the communication we have. They say that great minds think alike, so it's just lovely always. I just love working with the farming simulator and with the giant software because the community and the whole the talent crew, if we can call it like that, it's amazing. It's always so great to work with you guys. Anyways, direct delivery and bale multiplier now on the drops, and farming friends are just pouring some of the they are pouring already more in, so farming friends are trying to even out the multiplier. They're actually getting a slight advantage, and I'm pretty sure that there's still something left for Power Team Esports on that big hall, which should be, I guess, parked next to the silo, unless they have decided from whatever reason to move that in. And the drops are here, but the bale multiplier direct delivery maybe makes bale multiplier is going to be picked by farming friends. Bale multiplier definitely, actually. What was I thinking? As now they have 2.2 multiplier in general, so those should be like 33 points each, and that's going to be 66 points on the belt. So that should be a lot of points coming in for them. 35, because they're just increasing the multiplier. Oh, that's a lot of points. So farming friends are kind of like establishing an early lead. We can see that there's something pouring down on the silo. It was like a very slowly going there. Okay, let's not worry about it. And the bale multiplier for Power Team Esports is more than that. It's 1.7. And one of those bales for sure is not going to go in. For farming friends, they still have 45 seconds time to deliver those bales, so the multipliers are actually sticking pretty long. And farming friends, they actually also at the same time leading with the bales, so they have more bales, they have double amount of points. And let's see what's going to happen with Papito. That's a bit of an unusual load. I mean, the middle bale on that fog, and that's probably going to be affecting the visibility a little bit as well. So let's just wait and see how he's going to be able to deliver those. But he seems to be performing well. So Papito, and this time he's not going to be stuck on the belt. And with that multiplier 2.2 for them, those are actually pretty expensive bales. And maybe all of those three are going to go in. So they should be getting something like 250 points with those bales. 22, it's like a 35-ish, I would say, about per bale. So they should be getting close, but they will only get to 200. Oh, the 222. But those are, the two last bales didn't go in with the multiplier. They just got 22 points, which is based on the base multiplier. So 44 points, 244. So there's still the gap of 100 points. And at the same time, there's bale withering on the super drop, which is going to be picked by Power Team Esports. And that's not going to change the situation that much. So farming friends, they are still having a quite decent lead, I would say. And that bale, it's going to drop off. Unfortunate for Power Team Esports, because it didn't seem that it's so much off from the middle of the belt. And okay, so 2 minutes to go. Farming friends already over 400 points. See, Power Team Esports now. Obelix bringing more. There's going to be 3 bales. There's one more right in front of the bottom floor. So there's 4 bales right there on the belt, so they can get to about 350 points with those bales. With the multiplier, Papito delivering more. There's a bit of an oops on the corner, but that's probably a calculated, as we have seen this jump being done multiple times on the past, that they just want to get faster on the field, so they will just jump to the water, and the game client kind of like says that it's some kind of a trouble. But farming friends, they're looking very nice here. So they still have 6 bales, which they haven't delivered, so let's imagine that they will deliver all of those. They will go somewhere around 600 points, maybe just a little bit below. And if Power Team Esports manages to deliver all of those bales, I think they can goes somewhere on 500. So they are just way too far away. 200 points and 10 bales, 11 bales remaining. So I don't think that if they shove all of those on the second floor during the last minute, I don't think it's gonna be enough because Farming Friends, just these bales alone, will put them to 500, 5,500 points. And then I think they're gonna be out of reach for Power Team Esports. So I would say that Farming Friends, they have already secured the victory from this round. The gap is just so big currently that I don't see that the any kind of a bale drop from the Power Team Esports gonna be able to catch that gap. And doing a combo is also next to impossible in this situation as Farming Friends is delivering the final bale. So I think this is done, and we can see Lucky Looker already just spinning. They're doing some kind of a formation driving, 20 seconds to go. They have couple bales. Lucky Looker still wants to get that on the inside as well. And now we can see the last seconds for Power Team Esports. They're trying to do something about it, but they can get to 5,500 if they would be like very successful. But yeah, 500 points to me, and they're gonna be missing one of those bales, and that's the end of it. So Farming Friends will claim this second round of the series, and just remember that the first match from this series is still like under dispute, or I don't know what's the right term for it. Dispute maybe, because I mean I just don't know. So the scores anyways haven't been decided. So Farming Friends will take this one, and then we still have the third game, which they might win directly. And if they doesn't, then maybe the first round is gonna be replayed. I think this is like a time saving um, way of handling it, that they don't do kind of like the restart of the round if it's completely necessary, if we can still decide it the other way around, because then in a worst case situation we would restart the first one and then we would end up playing like 4 games, and then of course the schedule would be having a bit of a problem. So I guess this they're doing it because of that, they want to save time if possible, but of course if it's needed then we'll do the first one as well. Anyone know the high score with the new time limit? We saw 700, was it 26 maybe for Helm yesterday? I think that's the highest I have seen, at least on FSL. So that is the highest score what I have seen so far. And now there's some kind of a discussion going on again. So we'll figure that out. But at least Farming Friends, they have secured one round, and I guess we'll see what's going to happen with the third one. So is it going to be played? What's going to happen with the first one? So we are just waiting for it. But yeah, the audience is happy to be on the camera. We can see V for victory. We can see a Case King, a crown on the head of these kids. And then I guess Farming Friends, they are just refreshing a little bit for the next game. They are walking over. So I guess the next game of the series is not going to start like right away, as they are still wondering. And I don't know, for the Power Team Esports, I mean, they're not completely happy with what happened on the first game. I can understand it, because I mean, if you have technical problems, which is not your fault, then I mean, for sure, it's not fair. But because I don't know what's the exact situation on the venue, I really can't comment more than that. But we'll provide that information a little bit later. And as I was just watching the clock, so I think I have been talking solo for an hour. So I'll just try to summon if I can find Terminator, if he's still like around. So we'll see. But anyways, the players seem to be at least somehow prepared But yeah, I just got a hold of Terminator, so he's gonna be just arriving shortly. So you'll get to hear something else than just my Scandinavian accent.
Hello. Can you
Hello.
hear me?
Yes, we.
What a time you've had, and since I decided to go on break with all of these stoppages in the play, we had been moving along nice and smoothly throughout the weekend, and these things happen. So I'm here now, and I can relieve Copter if he needs to step away. It's been it's been a long weekend for sure, and we still have a lot of important matches to go. So, Power Team Esport and Farming Friends. I've been watching the stream while I was on break and seeing some controversy going on in that first one with the technical issues. So we're going on into what is now the third round. And the way it was explained is that it will be decided after the result of this one, what will happen with that first round result. So here we go. Farming Friends won the second round. Only one win showing for Farming Friends because of that issue in the first one. So let's see how this all plays out. And we're going to have Unstoppable against Unstoppable. Of course, same combine, same baler, and looking pretty similar as far as player perks. Slight differences in the machines so far. But it'll be interesting to see how this one goes. Both of these teams have had a really good weekend and has some really strong games. We've seen Farming Friends, I think, in more matches overall on the broadcast this weekend compared to Power Team Esport, but still, both of them having a good weekend so far. One will move on to the semifinal, and the other will have their journey at the Gamescom tournament end right here. So neither of these teams, well, actually, Power Team Esport are joint sixth in the standings. As they finished in the quarterfinal stages at the FarmCon tournament. And now we're underway here. So 10 minutes to go in this round. Let's see how the battles go around the pods. Not as many battles as there used to be, I feel like, at the pods, just due to both teams now and having to switch up their strategies each round are most always. I don't think I've not seen a team claim and reserve the Kloss Combine and the Massey Baler all weekend. That has been the usual reservation setup. And then occasionally teams will battle it out for the second Kloss Lexion 8900 on the pods and maybe a Baler, but it's just not quite as competitive at the pods as it used to be, it seems like. Pretty darn even here on the first Bale setup, and now we see Obelix going across the bridge. And with the X-ray view now, you can see Krieger slightly ahead, slowing down a little bit. Obelix going for the toss and getting a 144, though. Great move by him. Krieger was slightly in the lead. Still only 5 points behind, so not too bad. So, from what I understand, in that first match, of course, Farming Friends was in a huge lead, but Power Team Esports seemed to have some really weird stuff going on with their vehicles crashing. So because Copter and I aren't on site, we are trying to learn as much as we can. We'll get that information to you all when we can after we see the result of this one. I think that maybe the thought here is that if Farming Friends goes on to win, then there won't need to be a decision made on what happened in the first match. But if Power Team Esports wins, it has to be decided if there'll be a restart or if things will carry on from where we left off in the last match. So for now, we have to finish up what we're seeing in this contest in this round, and too early to tell, of course, at this stage, as we see Obelix collecting grain from both of his teammates, 2 combines running for both teams right now. And of course, both teams have a Kloss Combine. Each of them have a different combine for their second setup, and it looks like Silo Close has showed up here in the 8.5 minute mark, but it's way too early. Silo Closed, you want to see it at 5.5 minutes, not at 8.5. So the 8.5 minute drops go ignored yet again. We did see it claimed in that Vultra and Lindner match because it spawned near the barn, and someone for Vultra was already at the barn area and picked it up. Yeah, it's Hawkland. Like we've been talking about the difference in the time limit. The scores aren't as high, of course, but also it's interesting because there's less time. But I honestly feel like it's kind of slowed the gameplay down in some ways. It's made teams, I think, a little bit more cautious and a little less reckless with how they drive around the map, because any mistake now, you have less time to correct it. So you've got to be careful with that. And we see these matches now playing out in stages, right? It starts with 10 minutes on the clock. The first drop comes at 8.5 minutes now. So that's why the 8.5 minute drops are going largely, ignored, because teams are too busy doing other things. They have to be harvesting. They, of course, deliver the first bale, and then they're focusing on delivering grain. So usually it's 2 combines running with someone delivering the grain from the combines, and then there'll be someone on one of those combines switching at some point to getting into a tractor and baling up some bales. And then, of course, most of the bales now are being delivered under the 3-minute mark, sometimes with around 4 minutes on the clock. So not really as many opportunities to deliver grain as well with less time on the clock. So it's interesting that there's less time, but it almost seems like it's kind of streamlined the gameplay. I do quite like that teams have to pick a different team perk every round. That's added a lot more variety into what we see as far as the team perks. Teams aren't just going with the same one over and over and over, which I think is good. So it's been an interesting start to Season 5 for sure. Yeah, so Feldon in chat, you says it definitely has shaken things up a bit. Obviously, with the shorter time, the power-ups appear at different times now, and even that can mess with tactics and whatnot. And speaking of the drops, we see Bale drop and Bridges raised there. And Mtron is coming into the barn area for Farming Friends, so I would imagine he's going to pick one of these up. Probably interesting that he's just gone with Bridges raised. So he's going to mess with his opponents there, and it's actually paid off because Obelix looked like he may have been heading for that bridge and then changed his mind. Yeah, more strategy versus just bail and bail the last 5 minutes. The different team perk keeps it interesting, that's for sure, Brian. I think Pops, I would rather see, instead of getting rid of the 8.5 minute drops, I would like to see new drops added in that would actually be worth getting early in a round. I don't know what type of drops that would be, but maybe even something that helps you bounce back from a bad first bail, or maybe gives you more bales. Something to give you incentive. I don't know exactly what it would be, but at the 8.5 minute mark, most of these drops just are useless, and usually they're spawning in places that are, either near the silo where no teams are going at that time of the round, or they're like spawning near the barn and teams have already delivered their first bale and left the barn. The only 8.5 minute drop we've seen picked so far this weekend was by Vultra, and it was because they were late delivering their first bale. And then the 8.5 minute, it popped up, and he had just delivered the first bale and was driving by anyways. So he grabbed bale drop for the other bale that they had pressed, and it went ahead and moved it to the barn. So I like the drops, but I understand why teams aren't bothering to get them, because it's pointless. So I would rather, instead of seeing them removed, I'd rather see something new added in that would make it worth it. So random drops every 2 minutes, that would be interesting. Yeah, so the super drop is Bale Withering. It looks like Obelix is going to claim it for Power Team Esports. So right now, after the grain delivery, Power Team Esports has a 2.1 to 1.9 advantage in their favor. I would like to see how many bales Power Team Esports has. So it's 12-9 right now. So the amount of bales is not a good sign for Power Team Esport, as they are trailing here at the moment. I like the 5.5 minute drop. If you time it right and you pick it up later in the window, as you can see, the super drop already came and went, and it was just a one-time use with bale withering. And so Power Team Esports still has their 5.5 minute drop active, which is Bridges Raised. So they've slowed down Farming Friends a little bit on how they can approach to the barn. So that has helped them get back into the lead now, actually in the lead by 10 points with Bridges Raised active for that period. So under 2 minutes to go, still anyone's game, 10 points in it. I think Farming Friends have the bales if they can get them all delivered. Thanks for the raid coming in. Dabbin Skin, much appreciated. Welcome to the Farming Simulator League Season 5 Tournament number 2. It's happening live at Gamescom. Myself and Cast by Copter are joining in virtually from Finland and the US, respectively, for the English language cast. Copter having himself a break now after I got to have a break for about the last hour or so. We had been moving smoothly through these matches, and then these two, we've had some technical difficulties that have slowed things down. So this one taking well over an hour to finish here today. 396 now to 397. Farming Friends into the lead by a point as I was starting that thought. Under a minute to go. This is going to be a wild finish. 416 now to 396. And too close to call. Now another 1 point lead for Power Team Esport. Now they're ahead by even a bigger margin, 22 points. And they are getting 2 extra points per bale. They have 3 more bales of their 7 sitting there at the barn. And Farming Friends has 8 bales, but only 3 near the belt. So both of these teams are going to have to start putting bales into the bottom. And indeed, right on cue, that is what Mtron has done for Farming Friends, who are now into the lead. 483, now trailing 483 to 490. And another one on the belt. Now 532, 551 to 490. That one is going to fall off for Power Team Esport, and that may do it. I think Farming Friends are well enough in a position now that they're going to take this. Maybe got 1 or 2 more bales in there at the end. And because of the 2 victories in a row, we can forget the controversy of that first match. And we can rightfully say that Farming Friends has earned this victory to move on to the semifinal. And I believe they'll be taking on Helm, the winners of the first tournament and our 3-time in a row season champions. 571 to 510, 6 extra bales delivered. I mean, 6 extra bales delivered over your opponents is almost always going to give you a good result. So you can see Klaus, our event manager and head of FSL, having a conversation with the guys from Power Team Esport now after what occurred, and Farming Friends coming over and giving them a handshake and good sportsmanship between both teams. And Power Team Esport, they have to be pretty proud of their performance this weekend. All credit to them for the weekend that they had, and they can bounce back from that. They are now on 60 circuit points. So I think because of some of the other teams that have gone out that they were tied with on circuit points, they are going to be moving up into the standings and won't be sharing that bottom spot in the circuit points any longer. So only, we've got 8 teams, of course, just from one tournament. The 8 quarterfinalists and beyond from the FarmCon tournament are currently in the circuit point leaderboard. So we'll be seeing some shifts after this weekend is completed with the overall standings. So, all right. Thank you for dealing with all of the technical difficulties, both on the broadcast side and on the gameplay side as well. Of course, I think our cameras have been a little bit laggy today, but that's probably going to happen when you've got people on site in Germany connecting to someone from Finland, someone from the US. So we're going to have a short break here in just a moment. We'll be back with the replays of Farming Friends against Power Team Esport, and then we'll be moving on into the semifinal stages. So we are looking forward to that. It should be a good time. Don't go anywhere, and see you in a moment.
Ja. Und wenn wir jetzt mal den Schwenk ins Publikum machen, da haben sich schon wieder einige gesammelt, die ganz gerne einen mit nach Hause nehmen wollen. Ist so, oder? So. Jetzt können wir gerne alle die Hände hochnehmen, die gerne einen Hut haben wollen. Und dann brauchen wir natürlich auch noch Assistenten. Wer möchte uns denn auf der Bühne hier mal helfen? Vielleicht mal eine Kinderrunde. Ich glaube, die Kleinen sind die ganz Großen. Dann darfst du nach oben kommen, du auch. Ihr seid große Kinder. Könnt euch schon mal hier Hüte nehmen an der Stelle. Wie gefällt es euch denn hier überhaupt bei uns?
Cool.
Cool. Wie findet ihr die Leute im Publikum?
Bisschen zu leise.
Bisschen zu leise.
Bisschen zu leise.
Ja. Also, rechter Arm, linker Arm. Text lautet Hut. Ich habe gerade gemerkt, nicht alle haben den schon so aufgenommen. Aber ich glaube, jetzt beim zweiten Mal sitzt es. Also, ihr habt es gerade gehört, der Nachwuchs sagt, ihr seid zu leise. Das kann natürlich nicht sein, könnt ihr nicht auf euch sitzen lassen. Rechter Arm, linker Arm. Jetzt zufrieden?
Ja.
Sehr gut.
Gut, okay. So, dann nehmen wir mal alle die Hände hoch. Lars, du kannst vielleicht mal kurz so in die Runde fragen, wer einen Hut haben möchte. Ich beteilige mich mal beim Werfen. Wir haben nämlich nur noch 2 Minuten.
Ja, ich werfe schnell ein. Kinder brauchen sich nicht um Hüte zu streiten, so bis 10, 11 Jahre. Ihr bekommt die natürlich. Kommt nachher an die Seite. Tobi kümmert sich drum oder ich. Das kriegen wir hin. Und wir schauen einfach mal. Komm du mit mir hier rüber. Er will nicht hier rüber. Will keiner von euch hier, dann Tobi, dann kommt das große Kind.
Dann
Tobi, bitte zu mir. Richtig.
Wie heißt
So
du?
geht's doch.
Wie heißt du?
Niklas.
Naja, frag mich dann. Ja, okay, wir lösen es mal auf. Wer heute Morgen da war, das sind meine Söhne. Ja, die sind das erste Mal auf der Gamescom und die wollten unbedingt das Ganze auch mal auf der Bühne erleben. Wir sind ja nicht nur ein familiärer Stand, familiäres Spiel. Jetzt hört auf, da kommen mir gleich die Tränen hier. Na, also für mich auch ein ganz toller Tag, hier mit dem Nachwuchs auf der Bühne zu sein. Also, wir haben nicht mehr so viel Zeit. Nehmt mal alle die Hände hoch und zeigt dem, das ist ein Erlebnis, das nehmt ihr hoffentlich alle mit nach Hause. Also, Hände hoch, Hände hoch. Wir klatschen zusammen, Hände hoch. So. Oh. Ja, gerade war ich fast ein bisschen drüber. 50 Sekunden haben wir noch, Niklas. Komm, dann kannst du dem Noah noch hier ein paar Hüte geben. Die möchtest du behalten?
Er will nicht. Das sind alle seine.
Ja, da sieht man mal, das ist auch gar nicht so einfach. Dieses Jahr kleben die so ein bisschen zusammen. Also wie gesagt, die Kinder treffen sich gleich nebenan. Ich verspreche euch, ich komme gleich nochmal außerplanmäßig einfach auf die Bühne und hau nochmal ein paar raus. Und Lars, ja, in 20 Sekunden geht es weiter und so langsam nähern wir uns ja auch wirklich so den wichtigsten Partien und ja, dem Gewinn dieses Turniers an diesem Wochenende.
Ja, absolut. Und jetzt kommen auch die Favoriten für den Gewinn wieder auf die Bühne. Das ist Helm. Wir geben zurück quasi ins Funkhaus an unsere Kollegen und sind selber wieder weg. Bis gleich.
We're back despite all the loathe in chat. Man, I'm really feeling it today. Thanks for being here, guys. We've got people on YouTube. We've got people on Twitch today. We're having a good time. And we're into the semifinal stage now. We're going to have Helm facing off against Lindner, I believe, is our next match coming up. We should have the replays for the previous matchup between Power Team Esport and Farming Friends before that. Copter still enjoying his break, so you're stuck with just me for now, and we're carrying on into now the semifinal stage. I'm excited we've gotten to this point, so lots still to play for. And yes, Tony Miff, you were asking yesterday, don't worry, I got the notes. I even got a few extra on the back, and included on the back is the list of the prizes for the tournament. So for a circuit tournament, these teams have made the semifinal stage, so they've already secured themselves 2,500 euros in prize money, 2 50 euro Nitrado vouchers, and 6 100 euro Case King vouchers. That's if they don't advance beyond this. The team that wins the tournament this weekend will walk away with 4,250 euros, 3 150 Case King vouchers, 1 100 euro Nitrado vouchers, 1 Noble Chair Hero TX, and then the runners up will also get the Noble Chair Hero TX. They get 3 100 euro Case King vouchers. They also get the 1 100 euro Nitrado voucher, and then 1,000 less in prize money, 3,250 euros. So, Helm against Lindner is coming up. We may be, I'm not sure, are we going to see replays or not? I haven't had word in my ear. We might just be skipping them because of the delay getting through that round. We're trying, of course, it's a Sunday, and in Europe, it's a lot later than 6:30-ish a.m., which it is for me here local time. The sun's out now, finally, at least outside. So it feels normal to be awake for me. But yeah, these guys, a lot of the FSL players, this isn't a full-time job for them, right? So they've got to get back as well. So hopefully the rest of the tournament will go smooth. I know Cast by Copter has another esport cast to take care of outside of the FSL later today. So we're hoping to keep things on track. We are getting the replays now, as you see on the screen. So Farming Friends, I mean, seriously, for them, it has been an absolutely fantastic weekend. We've seen them 4 or 5 times at least on the broadcast going on. So for them, it's been a great weekend. They weren't in the circuit point standings. I think they fell to Valtra at the FarmCon tournament and the play-ins. But now they've advanced all the way to the semifinal, and we'll be seeing them, of course, a little bit later. And seeing the crowd now getting pumped up, more hats being thrown out. Man, we are... good thing these players are bailing up all of these straw bales because we need the straw for these hats. We are handing out so many straw hats, as you see Zerzurus wearing one sideways on his head now. Lindner, maybe not the number one team in the standings, but almost always the number one team in showmanship. Always having a good time. We've seen them a couple of times already this weekend celebrating huge wins, almost tackling Hightower and taking him out in that last victory that they had. And now all of the fans at Gamescom crowding in the stage and checking out the action. So Helm, the winners of the FarmCon tournament, 3-time in a row champions under a different team name over the last 3 seasons. And it does look like JK is still continuing to sit out. So it's the same 3 that we saw yesterday for Helm. Beatmaster, Martin, and Wooler are taking part here today. Zerzurus, Sinfree, and Hightower for Lindner. And straight away, Lindner look like they're going to ban the telehandlers. So there will be no triple Helm hurl here in this contest. Yesterday, Helm having the highlight of the weekend probably, with the telehandler tossing 3 bales in, and on top of that, they had a multiplier drop in their favor, so they got 33 points for each one of those bales, so nearly scoring 100 points with 1 toss. Not too shabby when you consider that the high scores now in the FSL cap out, around 720 to 750 or so, I would guess. Teams probably will get higher. We might eventually see some 800s, but I think the days of 1200s and 1500s are likely far behind us with the new time limit dropping from 15 to 10 minutes. Okay, bottleneck against bottleneck. Of course, the usual Combine and Baylor picked by both teams. Similar perks, slightly different equipment for the captains. Zerzurus going with the New Holland T6. Wooler going with the John Deere 6120M. Fent 942 for both of the players in the middle, and then slight differences in tractors for the team on the end. Same for the perks, though, and these are the perks that we've come to expect. The runner perk is really useful. Some players use it at the very beginning of a round because you can get out to the pods quite easily with it, and also you usually see that player who's going to be kind of the floater for the team using the runner perk as well, so that they can leave stuff at the silo and be able to quickly run back to a tractor left elsewhere on the map. All right, here we go. We're underway. And a lot of times this season, we're seeing teams forego the weight on their tractors, just dropping it almost instantly here near the pods where they can leave it and it not become a problem. Martin winning the battle at the pod for that baler. Hightower going for the New Holland baler. And now we're on to see what we're going to get for our first bale points. The sun just came out here in Ireland too. Yeah, has it been raining for you a lot? I think I saw you say that earlier, Brian. My straw hat says modded on Yosma on the front and Farming Simulator on the back. The pressure of playing is enough weight for them. This is going to be potentially a really good score. 151 again. I think that's what Martin did yesterday. I thought he was going to clip that for just a moment, but getting in and staying consistent, picking up where he left off. And the final match that we saw Helm playing in yesterday. And Lindner, unfortunately, is rather far behind here. So this is going to be a significant early advantage for Helm. Shout out to Chalky, who I see in chat, for all of the work on social media this weekend for the FSL. Chalky was on site at Gamescom earlier in the week, and then because he was doing FSL social media, headed home so that he would be free of the distractions on site, so he could focus on all of those posts. And it's been great to see the FSL social media just really blasting out all of the highlights, all the information. We haven't had that, a whole lot in the past because we've had people doing multiple jobs at once. So it's nice to see the focus for Chalky, just taking care of that social media, doing a fantastic job, Chalky. And hopefully at some point today you can get some rest and I would assume play some Baldur's Gate 3 after the tournament's done if you get a chance to. All right, so 115 is what Lindner ended up getting to as far as the first bale points. So that's tough. I mean, that's more than a couple of bales. And against a team like Helm, who are known for pressing a high number of bales and scoring a lot of points, that's going to be a tough deficit to overcome throughout the rest of the round. Hendrik over on YouTube, I've been waiting for you to say something. Of course, you didn't get a chance to join us live yesterday. I saw where you were watching back the broadcast when you were able to. But I thought of you yesterday when I was seeing the Massey Baylor picked every time. Like, Hendrik would be a huge fan of this. And so you've made the comment that the Massey powered bales should count as extra points. I'm not surprised by that comment. All right, Helm already delivering grain. Senfrey now for Lindner approaching to deliver their grain. And it just seems so far in this round that Helm is one step ahead of what Lindner are doing. And this is typical, I think, as well from Helm, where they didn't deliver all the grain. Just enough to get that 2.5 to 1.5 and then back out on the field right away. And Martin will fill that up all the way now and come back in and deliver more. Be watching out on the Farming Simulator social media pages next weekend too, because our events don't stop there. Gamescom has been going on and we'll be wrapping up later today, and then Klaus, who you've seen on camera quite a bit, will be flying to Seattle. I'll meet up with him there tomorrow. I'm flying out in the afternoon. Just a slightly shorter flight for me than him by several hours. So we'll be at PAX West, the two of us representing Giants. We're going to have a presence there. We'll have a demo of the premium edition available on the gaming machines like they've had at Gamescom. And I think DJ Goham and Farmer Comp and maybe, hopefully, Clutch Simulations, if he can get a last-minute flight deal, will make it. Trucker Matsy as well will be there. And probably, hopefully, some others that I'm not aware of that'll be in attendance too. Looking forward to that event. PAX is always a great time for gaming events in North America. and I'm sure we will have a lot of fun. All right, Lindner now delivering grain, and it's probably a good thing that they're evening it up now. They've also picked up bale drop at the 5.5 minute mark. So have Helm. So just a bale or two probably dropped nearby the barn for each team. You can see it there where it spawned for Lindner, right near that blue sign near the bridge. .6 to 1.4 is the advantage for Helm. Are you sure you can handle Madsy? I'm sure I'll be fine. It's my job, after all, to deal with all of the community. And you guys have already been giving me a hard time today. So if I can handle you guys, I think I can handle Madsy. Under 4 minutes to go now. This is when you want to start bringing your bales in, as we see both teams doing. Martin, 3 on the front, 3 in the back, coming in at the moment with that case baler. Beatmaster out there as well. That's the Massey baler, pardon me, but they do have the case baler as well. So at this point, you want to be running 2 balers, especially when you're playing against Helm, because you know they're going to be doing it. And just look at that bale count difference, 17 to 10 at the moment. And this is what we're used to seeing with Helm. They just find the time, they find a way to get more bales pressed than their opponent, and it's hard to counter that. Nearly 100 points. It's a 99-point lead for Helm. And the super drops are out. Linder could really use this. It's Lord Baylor. They would get 3 bales scored automatically. The problem is that's 3 bales that they've already pressed. They really could have used something like bale points, which would just, basically create bales for them. Hightower moving rather slow up that hill to get to that. Lindner do secure it, but I don't think that's going to be enough really to get them back into it. They really could have done with bale withering to delete some of Helm's bales, or bale points to give them just free points. Lord Baylor doesn't help them because it just scores a couple of the bales that they've already pressed, and they need more. Lindner do have quite a bit of bales sitting at their barn now as Zerzeris brings that one in. But that just seems like, maybe that was the one bale that the bale drop brought in. I'm not sure why he came in with only 1 bale on the front there. They're going to run out of time, and they're just not going to have the bales for this round. So I'd be really surprised. It would take a huge mistake, maybe losing a baler into the water or something like that, for Helm to lose this one at this point. Someone made the comment yesterday that someone accused us of playing favorites for Helm in a match, and I want to broach this topic now and say it's not that we're playing favorites. It's that Helm have earned the right to be favorites in each match for the win. I mean, they're 3-time in a row season champions. They won the FarmCon tournament. They have the highest score. They pretty much have all the records in the FSL over the years. And they do things that you don't see other teams doing, like the triple toss yesterday for nearly 100 points. So, of course, we don't play favorites for the teams. We want to see good matches. And to be honest, I think that it's exciting when we see, like last year, New Holland now, as they're known, upsetting Helm and winning a tournament last season. Like, those things are exciting for us as casters too. But for Helm, they have proven themselves time and time again. And they look good with 15 seconds to go with over a 100-point lead to take this first of the best of 3. And indeed, it's going to be, it's a 100-point lead, and it ends 100 points. Both teams putting Bales in at the end. So claps and fist bumps all around for Helm. Wooler, Martin, and Beatmaster performing rather well there for Helm, doing a solid job. And now Lindner will be up against it. Lindner are going to have to find... Lindner are a team that knows how to surprise people. Lindner have already surprised by being the only team this weekend to pick Herbicide as a perk. So they've been largely ignoring Big Haul. And to be fair to them, Big Haul is the most expensive team perk to pick. So maybe picking Herbicide instead, that gives them one extra point to spend somewhere else on their equipment or player perks. Zerzurus there, looking into the camera. They know that they've got to go out and give this one their best to stay alive here. Conversations going on between the members of Helm here, probably figuring out their strategies for this second round. The teams having to switch up perks this season is, I think, a really good rule change. We've talked about it already, but I think that it's forcing teams to have these types of conversations mid-match. Like, they have to now think, what are we doing this time? Because we can't just stick with the same strategy over and over. We've got to be able to switch it up. We have to be adaptable. And I think that is providing for a higher quality of competition so far in the league. I'm not sure I would say I'm forklift certified, but I have been known a time or 2 or 12 to accidentally not remember to confirm my tractor choice and end up with the forklifts in the game. We have a new forklift actually in the Farming Simulator League this season. The Young Heinrich EFG S50. And we also have the Schaefer 23E as well. I don't think we'll be seeing those in this contest, though. I'm not sure we'll ever see them in an official FSL tournament. 200 horsepower for each of them, 40 kilometers per hour for the top speed. That puts them at the slowest machine, actually tied with one of the heavy tractors, the Steyr 8150, which is, and all three don't require any points to pick. So, really doubt we'll see those. Yeah, maybe when we should just have like community versus giant staff and only do the Young Heinrich forklifts as the machines. The slowest match in FSL history. Top score of 175. FSL forklift racing, the esport we all know we need. All right, so Lindner again gonna ban both telehandlers. It's interesting, that some teams do ban the telehandlers against Helm. Some teams don't. I feel like it's a damned you do, damned you don't type of situation. Helm are perfectly fine not having them, Like, okay, you banned both of them, fine. We won't toss them in. The switch there at the last second. Helm have done that before. Looked like they were going to do Big Haul against Unstoppable, but instead they've switched it to the last second to Unstoppable against Unstoppable. So probably trying to throw Lindner off there and making them think they were using Big Haul. So exactly the same setup so far for both teams, and still exactly the same. Sinfree actually changing tractors now, and nope, he's just faking us out. So still exactly the same. Let's see if Hightower and Beatmaster makes it a clean sweep for the same machine, same perks. Beatmaster are going to go with the Fent 724 Vario, and I think that is something that we see usually from Helm, and I'm surprised more teams don't do it. They've gone with 2 tractors with a front loader on the front, whereas Lindner have opted to go with 2 large tractors. So you usually see 1 or 2 of those strategies, but with the amount of bales that Helm press, they need extra help to get them all in. First bale 5, and yeah, if we were using just the forklifts, maybe. I think actually the lowest first bale points you can get is something like 40. So it wouldn't be that bad, I don't think. Luckily, they put a cap on lowest first bale score. It's all based off of this really crazy math equation that makes my brain hurt. Match time factor multiplied by points plus bales available multiplied by the multiplier plus the grain difference divided by 3,500 multiplied by 0.1. What? And Copter, I think, has had his food and is lurking around somewhere with a full stomach and a full mind, and he's ready to rejoin me for the broadcast.
Yeah, I'm so happy. But okay, the bale is coming in, so let's focus on that. 144 immediately. So Lindner definitely starting it better than the previous game. So that was Helm getting 151 and Lindner got something like a 115 if I saw correctly. So this is definitely a better start because they are now actually leading after the first bale.
Yeah, a much better start. I'm not sure what's put off Martin here. Maybe it was a battle for a baler and also messing up the approach there. And it looks, I thought he was going to leave it for a second. Instead, he's just taking the wide approach, going to swing back in. And this time, it's them getting 115. So a lot better start for Lindner, nearly swapping what we had in that first round.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I was watching it meanwhile as I was having my Chinese. And I know that the chat is not going to like that I had Chinese food. I should have pancakes, but I just didn't have them available. There's a very nice burger place nearby, but that was closed on Sunday, so I needed to go to Chinese. But okay, that's all about the food for now, because otherwise it's gonna be just a food discussion.
No. I have to know now. What's your go-to Chinese food dish? Is that what you got today? I want to know.
This was Sichuan pork.
Okay, sounds pretty good. Not bad.
Yeah, it's pretty spicy, and I mean, I did message you that okay, I'm ready, I have done, but I kind of like wrote that maybe like a 3 minutes after I was done with the food because, you know, my face was like a bit sweaty and red because it was pretty spicy. I was afraid that if I didn't join the camera,
cut to the camera.
It's going to be a pretty sight.
Yeah. Oh, man. It's like, since you're finished, I'd be like, did you go to the sauna? No, just some spicy food.
No, I don't. I mean, you can't do it that quick. You need to have time for sauna. But that's a different story. But yeah, we'll get there someday. But I do have a sauna at my home, so actually 2.
Of course
saunas,
you do.
So.
It's required, right? So
yeah. It's
all right.
I mean,
7 minutes to go.
Yeah, it's a pretty mandatory thing to have a sauna in home, so it's definitely one of those things. But okay, let's go back to the game instead of the shoe food, the sauna, and so on.
Oh, look at that! So Helm lost a tractor. See that tractor flipped over on the road? That may have been what slowed them down on the first bale. They're gonna have to recover that. It shouldn't be too hard to flip over. But I was wondering why Martin went from a 151 to a 115, and that flipped over tractor could be a sign of what happened.
Yeah, I mean on the previous matches, if they haven't had a great first bale, then it has been just Marty crashing on the wall of the barn. It hasn't been anything before that. So yeah, I can completely understand why it's maybe a little bit misleading. But anyways, we can see the grain has been delivered already, so 2.5 multiplier for Helm. And we'll see how Lindner wants to play this down. They are arranging the setup here. So probably we'll start pouring it in. Helm, just 1 bale, and actually Lindner leading on the bales, and that is the tractor you mentioned. So something, definitely happened at some point. There was a 1 tractor on the pads as well that was left like sideways, but I don't think it's the same one, or it could be, not sure. But yeah, it's not the normal parking you do like that.
No, not at all. I think Martin has now went back and claimed a tractor from the starting area as we see Sinfrey coming in with the baler. And Lindner are actually ahead in the first bale, and they're ahead on the amount of bales. Lindner not making the same mistakes here in this one as Zerzeris. Now, this is the one you mentioned, the New Holland. That both of, I think, these New Hollands for each team are the ones that are flipped. So rescuing that one. But Lindner making sure that they're getting some bales pressed early. With their backs against the wall here after losing the first round. They have to win to keep their hopes alive this weekend. Under 5 to go now, and we're going to see more grain delivered here in a moment from Helm.
Yeah, that definitely seems to be the case. Well, the drops are, well, we can see that Lindner did pick something up, but Helm hasn't made anything. Hasn't chosen yet anything, but yeah, maybe they will go for the bridges lowered as well. Yeah, Monty's gonna go and grab that one. They do have about 7 seconds almost more time, because of course they picked that later. So it's gonna be affecting kind of like the bale delivery to the barns. So that that's gonna take more time. Let's see, or less time actually, as they took the lower. So yeah, so sorry, not causing the troubles for the opponent, but just like easing their own job on that one. Both of the sides actually are, as we speak, delivering the grain, and the 2.2 multiplier for Helm, but Lindner still have some remaining. So 1.9 to 2.1, it's decent. And then now I think we are just, unless of course something. Okay, Martin is just hanging there. What's going on with Martin?
I think that's just a glitch.
Okay.
He actually is inside a vehicle somewhere, and it's duplicated his avatar to make it look like he's running in place. But I know this because it's happened to me before as well while playing a game of Farming Simulator. You can somehow duplicate a version of yourself that does the running man the entire round. So.
I thought that Martin wants to have a break and start practicing like Michael Jackson's moonwalk. So, I mean, that could be a thing as well. But yeah, I mean, we are coming to 3 minutes, so we have the super drop coming in. And unless there is something special, then this is going to be like a delivery game, more or less. 15 bales for Helm. I think Lindner had 11, and look at these faces. Yeah, it's not easy. It's just...
Yeah, the concentration from Zerzeris there. And unfortunately for Lindner, but it may be because they've already scored them, they're behind in the bale count now. They have picked up bale points, though. Meanwhile, it's 28, so 28 free points for Lindner as well. And they are positioning themselves rather well in this second round. Ahead 305 to 136. 18 bales to 7 now, though, for Helm. So they are going to close this gap at least a little bit. Will it be enough, though? We're about to find out.
I don't know. I mean, this is actually, they have the bales, but, the gap is almost 200 points, which Lindner has been able to make here. So I'm wondering that, do they have the time, to be honest, to get all of those
and a
bales
couple
in,
falling off,
at
too.
least on the second floor. So to me, honestly, I think that the gap is just a little bit too big to be closed up even by Helm. But, these guys, they do miracles, so every time I say something like that...
Yeah, if it was anyone else, I would agree.
Yeah. So, but I want to see how this goes, because I think that Lindner definitely, they have a legit chance here. 220 points now. And, both sides are just delivering 1 minute and 45 seconds. Not all of the bales are going to go on the belt. They're definitely going to... Some of them are going to go on the bottom floor. So, this is interesting to see. If Helm finds a way of coming back from this, then I think we really need to closely examine like what they will do when we have
They do have
1
two
minute and 30 seconds to
stackers,
go.
which will help here at the end of a round. I think that's, like I mentioned it at the beginning, they go with 2 stackers where most teams go with 2 big tractors, because they just produce so many bales that they need an extra stacker to be able to get them all in. As you can see, Martin now out with the Fent and picking a few more up. So he's going to bring in 6 of them. But there's only a minute to go as we see Zerzeris. And it's not like Lindner aren't continuing to score points either. So 552 to 367, Helmer running out of time here.
Yeah, 4 bales remaining for Lindner, which means that they can get somewhere like 620 points, maybe 610 points. Pending, of course, how they will use those bales. And then 13 bales remaining for Helm. And if they put all of those in, that's going to be okay, it's got to be enough. But the just 20 seconds on the clock, so I just don't see it happening. It's got to be getting close.
Some going into
for
the
last
bottom
minute.
now.
Maybe there's
They
can't
have
make
enough to get a combo,
anymore.
though.
Yeah, but 15 seconds, I don't think that they're gonna get all of them in on that time. So let's wait for it. 100 points, 130 points of a difference. And it's just 5 seconds to go, and they're gonna reverse some of that in. But the combos, are they gonna get it? Are they gonna run out of time? They're gonna
Not
run out of
enough,
time,
no.
and it's gonna be Lindner who's gonna win it. So this is great actually from Lindner. I mean, not bad from Helm, but it's lovely to see that the kind of team which we spoke earlier, that they have found a way, and all the enjoyment from the players and the facial expressions and everything we have seen already on the previous matches. I mean, they're just like legit. They are real. They are having a great time, and they are very happy to see that the hard work they have been putting on the table probably during the break is now finally
that.
paying off.
They matched the bail output of Helm exactly. They had 5 more into the top. They got the advantage on the first bail. They picked up the bail points via the super drop. So everything went right for Lindner in that moment. I still am wondering what happened on the first bail for Helm. As we saw Martin go from a 151 to a 115, must have been something that slowed him down that time around, as JK has some words with his fellow teammates. JK, one of the team members of Helm, playing the role of coach here today. And for Lindner now, I mean, they are on the cusp of beating Helm and moving on here.
JK is not anymore the happy summer man with a hat. We can actually see that he's. I mean, you can see it from his face that okay, this didn't go as planned. So we'll see. I mean, of course, it's Helm, so maybe they'll just spin back and so on. But they played perk against the perk. There was like nothing that special that you can't really explain that okay, they had this perk and you can't win it with that one, or whatever kind of reasons you can find. So it was the same perk versus the other one, and it's a pretty fair battle.
I'm curious to see now if Lindner sticks with what they've been doing and goes with Herbicide here, because it should be Big Hull for Helm, I would imagine. And then Lindner will have a chance to match them with Big Hull against Big Hull, or choose to stick with their own strategy that we've seen of deploying Herbicide. And I realized when I was saying it before you came back from your break that picking Herbicide gives you an extra point over picking Big Hull to spend elsewhere for your team. So maybe that, very much is a part of the strategy of Lindner. There was some talk yesterday. I said maybe they're just doing it to throw off their opponents, but I think it really is something that they've, practiced and decided to do. So I would expect this to be Big Hull against Herbicide here.
Okay, well, we'll figure it out. The next game of the series is just about to start, so it's 1-1.
I know one thing. If Lindner wins this one, Copter, the roof is going to come off of the arena at Gamescom, how they've been celebrating their victory so far. If they beat Helm and move on to the final here, there's going to be some sort of sound wave, shock wave coming from Cologne with their celebration if they do pull it off.
Yeah, but on the semifinals where we are currently, there's also a losers bracket here. As far as I can see on the bracket. So whoever's gonna win this one, they kind of approach the next stage of the semifinals, and then the loser's gonna go on the loser bracket on the semifinals. So whoever's
I wonder if that's only... Is it only for a team that hasn't already lost this weekend, though? Like, if Lindner were to win, then Helm haven't lost yet. So would Helm... Because it would be Lindner's second loss, and the double elimination to me means if you lose twice, you're out. So Lindner, if they were to lose this round, I think should be eliminated. But who knows? Maybe it's reset. You are right. There are bottom parts of the bracket, but whether that will be the case or not, we'll find out, I guess.
Yeah, we should have this semifinal, and then we should have the other semifinal, and then the winner of these go to a next semifinal, and the losers will go to a one from where the winner goes. Maybe this is just going over my head as well a little bit, but I think there is still a chance for the loser to come back. But okay, anyways, so there is herbicide. Let's go back to that one. So the Lindner did pick up the herbicide, and we have Big Hole versus herbicide. So this is exactly what you were expecting.
Yeah, no surprise. No surprise at all, really. 2 stackers for Helm, 2 big tractors for Lindner. It's business as usual. Let's see how Helm bounce back and if they can get a better first bale here.
Yeah, the first bale was. I mean, the first bale just didn't decide the match because the gap was more than definite than the first bale. But it was a good first bale for Lindner, and in a way, I like to think that maybe Martin wants to prove that okay, I can still do it like 152 instead. So maybe he has the final say. Who knows? Who knows? Whatever is going to happen. But I mean, Lindner, they have been pretty. I mean, they haven't like impressed us with the first bales on the past. They have been doing okay, but nothing that special. But I would say that getting a first bale, which is better than Helm, is always kind of like an impression, at least towards me. So I want to see how this plays out. Sinfrey has a good position. He can just continue from there and just put full throttle on and start moving towards the barn. And when you look at the clock, this is 140 something if he's going to swing that in for sure, as we just cannot see it right now. But it's maybe 145, 144. No, he... Ooh, don't do those mistakes. He wants to now reverse that in, so it's going to be 130 something. But we haven't seen Helm to score either yet, so this is going to be still better. 136. And Helm, Martin is here. He's pretty far away. Maybe something happened again at the start. We don't know. But yeah, that's going to be another 20 points at least less than Lindner, which is, well, the gap is going to be more than 1 bale, I would say.
So we just got confirmation from Klaus in our chat, and you are correct with your assumption. So it looks like the double elimination has reset. So earlier we said Power Team Esports were out. That's not true. They're actually still alive as well. So the loser of this matchup will play Power Team Esports, and then our next match on the broadcast will be Farming Friends against the winner of this matchup. So double elimination has reset once we got to the quarterfinal stages, and so now all teams basically that we've seen at this stage and beyond today are still alive. So yeah,
and I want to correct immediately. I said that Power Team Esports is out, but they are not.
Yeah, so because,
did I. I thought that they lost it to Farming Friends, and then I was like wondering from the bracket a little bit earlier, maybe you were having your break at the time, like wondering who's the 4th team who's actually going to join the semifinals. But I guess then Power Team Esports actually found a way on the semis, even though they lost the match to Farming Friends. Okay, that is the 4th team. Okay, let's worry about that later. We'll have a look on the bracket a little bit later, because this match is just so...
Yeah, it's a different format than we're used to, so it's definitely thrown us for a loop this weekend, but now it's starting to all take shape. We know the 4 teams remaining, and yeah, we'll kind of see how it continues to play out. So for now, Lindner in the lead again. They have the multiplier advantage, Maddie, and... can they hold on for the final 7 minutes? I think Lindner obviously would rather win this one because then they would be up against it against Power Team Esport. You always want to win, of course, but knocking off Helm would be a huge feather in the cap for Lindner as well.
Yeah, and I mean, whoever's going to win this one, then they still have 1 match before the final. So this match and then the next one. If you're going to win both of those, then you're going to be on the final. And to win the whole event, of course, you still need to play 3 matches. But okay, 6.5 minutes. We can see Big Hole here, a little bit abandoned for the moment. So Helm is just, has left it there. Martin is coming down with the with something else. So probably gonna get the baler and start baling. Meanwhile, so they are not gonna go for delivery of the grain at this point, as they will just leave it there. And Wooler is moving here on the fields as well. Let's see I want to see how is Lindner been able? No, they haven't yet been able to press any bales. I mean, the previous herbicide rounds they have played, and I have made the same kind of like I have noticed the same thing, that they are not really or yet pressing the bales, but still they have managed to then find a way of getting the bales faster. So they haven't been like on time with, for example, with the unstoppable strategy. to produce the bales in a very early stage. But then, later, suddenly we have found that they are actually not that far away with the bales. So even though now Helm is doing the bales, okay, now Lindner is like a couple bales behind, but they have been still able to find the
Crazy
the
tool,
right amount of
silo
bales.
closed.
Yeah.
Two good drops. I think teams would probably go with silo closed over crazy tool. But Lindner need to be careful. What they did really well last match was press bales early, and they want to make sure they're not at like a huge deficit in bale count here. Helm have picked up silo closed. Lindner choosing to delay their pickup for now. Hopefully they get back in time, because it would be a huge mistake to not shut down Helm's silo.
I guess they see that the big hall is still pretty far away, because they notice it. So
True,
they
that's
know
a
that
good
they don't
point.
have
Why
to.
do it now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Great point, Matty.
Yeah, it's
There
still
it is
there.
now,
So,
picking it up.
yeah, and now I think they have enough time. So at least now they could maybe they wanted to just wait for it, that they can utilize the 2.3 multiplier better if they have something available. Cooler having a bit of an issue here, so I'm not sure if this
Oh,
is like
no.
how more machines are made, but the
Phew. The thing is because Lindner
there's a
claimed
baby
that
tractor.
second Colossus combine, they couldn't get into the combine and move it out of the way, so he had to get it unstuck that way. So again, just some mistakes by Helm. They're already trailing, and just some lost time. They do have now 10 bales pressed. I want to see how many Lindner have. Lindner need to be really careful that they're not falling behind. So 11-7, that's not too bad of a deficit. That's something they can make up. You just want to make sure you don't let Helm get into a double-digit bale lead like we've seen from them a few times this weekend.
And now if these bales go, yeah, exactly. At the same time, they will start pouring it in. And now the silo is still closed for Helm. So this is actually pretty huge for Lindner. They're getting the bales on the belt. They did manage to put them with a little bit faster belt. And they're getting the 3-point multiplier, and they actually have bales going in. That's going to be 60 points
nice.
right there. That's going to go in. And that's still 15 seconds. I'm not sure do they have the time to get this all the way up before Helm is going to start pouring it from the big hall. But
That's
it's going to
gonna
be
be
still a
close.
decent amount of points. I really like this, what I'm seeing. Okay, Helm is doing a bit of a mistake. I don't know what happened on that pad. We don't know what happened with that New Holland on the road on the previous game. So some small mistakes here and there. And also the first bell delivery for the second time in a row wasn't the greatest. So Lindner is definitely doing a great job. There's also one thing that I'm wondering, which Super Drop
And
failed
Bale Withering
for Lindner. Yeah. One thing that I just started to wonder. Now, as the semifinals, as the kind of like the double elimination has been reset, so maybe Helm thinks that if they will let Lindner to win and proceed further, they are the easier opponent to beat on the final than some of the others. Because they still have a way. They can lose and they can still come back the other way. And in a way, they can make the other path easier for Lindner and then maybe have somebody else as an opponent on the finals. I mean, maybe I'm just over-speculating, but these guys, they are masterminds sometimes. So I wouldn't be surprised if they would be thinking like that.
Yeah, I really doubt that has anything to do with it, though, because I feel like if you look at the teams remaining, Lindner are the top of the remaining teams as far as like the standings from last season. Lindner are a more familiar opponent, I think, for Helm. And I think for Helm, it's just the series of mistakes that have cost them. And also Lindner are just vastly improved. They've had a good weekend. And I think Lindner are proving to the rest of the teams that, hey guys, you might want to consider using herbicide because it's working out really well for them. Again, having said that, it's only a 1-point lead. But Lindner did have a great moment in that round where they scored 3 bales with extra points, and they had the first bale points as well. So 1-point lead again for Lindner, back and forth. This is the crunch time, the hammer time. The bale advantage is in Helm's favor still, so they very well could walk away with the win. Now Lindner into the lead by a point.
This is so close, and the multiplier is exactly the same. So, I mean, yeah, I mean, there's 1 point of difference. So even if now,
no.
yeah, 337.
That's not good.
Hightower getting somehow stuck with the Baylor, needs to do something with it. This could be the, one of those very important moments. We only have 45 seconds to go.
No.
So now they just need to get all the bales right there. We can see that the Lindner is getting some. There's more bales remaining for Helm. They have about 3 bales more. So that could be a thing, but they are just stacking it. 30 seconds to go. Those two are gonna go inside. That's gonna be getting just 1 point shy. They're gonna drop one at least. There's gonna be at the same time also Lindner trying to put some bales. They have a bit of an issue also placing them. They will get one there, but look at the amount of bales which are coming on the Helm belt. That could be the deciding factor. Beatmaster is going to be joining that party as well. Martin already puts on the first 4. Lindner goes 428.
1 point
5
lead.
seconds to
21
go.
points.
And I think that Lindner they have 4 bales. They need to get them inside. They're trying to unload them from the Baylor, but they're just not coming out. And in the end, it's going to be Helm who's going to win it.
Wow. I think that Helm shows why you go with 2 stackers there. But you could see that was way more nervous of an ending than they, I think, expected. And they're able to pull it off. But that is the toughest set of matches we've seen them play so far this weekend. The previous matchups they've had have been clean sweeps. This one, their backs were against the wall. And they were close to going out there. But just having the extra stacker paid off at the end to be able to deliver the bales, and Lindner should go home happy too, knowing that they put up a really good showing. And of course, they're not done. They're going to be dropping down, and the double elimination is reset, so they'll be taking on Power Team Esport, and we'll see Farming Friends, who have had a fantastic weekend, Copter, now get a chance to see how they stack up against Helm.
I'm already calculating their next matches. So we know now it's going to be Lindner versus Power Team Esports. And then the other match is going to be, the next one after that one is going to be Helm versus Farming Friends. So interesting matches ahead. And I mean, we spoke about JK before the game, that he was looking a little bit worried, but I mean, now I can see how he looks when he's like relieved as well. I mean, you can see from his face that he's like super happy about the result, and just, you know, looking that, oh my God, we made it.
Lindner only delivered 16 bales in that round and still came close to winning. I think, you know, it was a combination of those 3 extra bales that they scored with extra points when the silo was closed, plus the bale point super drop that they picked up. I believe maybe it was bale withering. But Lindner are really tough. And Brian, here's the break. We'll be back.
Ja, eigentlich rechnet man jetzt mit Tobi, aber ich weiß nicht, wo der ist, ehrlich gesagt. Ihr habt ihn vorhin gesehen, er war mit seinen Kindern auf der Bühne. Jetzt ist er mit seinen Kindern, wenn ich es richtig verstanden habe, am Pommesstand. Sollte man ihm auch gönnen nach den 5 Tagen. Aber ich weiß natürlich, dass ihr Hüte wollt. Und ein paar Spieler wissen auch, dass sie spielen wollen. Das ist auch schön. Und ich habe einfach mal, also ich finde, wir haben Tobi sehr, sehr gut ausgetauscht, oder? Mal einen großen Applaus für einen unserer beiden fleißigen Helferlein, die hier seit Tagen quasi dafür sorgen, dass ihr hier seid. Du bist auch wieder da, das ist schön. So, wir haben 4 Minuten 20. Du hast gesagt, du kriegst alle Hüte raus. Aber du hast auch gesagt, dass du später den Kindern am Rand auch noch Hüte geben wirst. Ist richtig so, oder?
Richtig, also die Kinder hinterher gerne an den Rand, dann kriegt ihr einen Hut, gar kein Problem. Lasst euch jetzt nicht zerquetschen.
Gar kein Problem, sagt sie. Aber, und ich kann das nicht, ich bin nicht Tobi. Aber ihr habt das ja mit Tobi geübt. Also möchte ich einmal sehen, ob ich es auch hinkriege, okay? Wir probieren das. Rechte Hand, linke Hand. Ich weiß gar nicht, wofür wir Tobi bezahlen. Ich kann das auch. Das ist ja voll prima. Vielen Dank. Genau, du kümmerst dich drum. Und wir hören es mal ein bisschen lauter. Kommt schon, ich will, dass die von Astragon uns wieder hassen da hinten. Wunderbar. Ihr müsst euch keine Sorgen machen. Ihr kommt gleich links an den Rand und dann kriegt ihr da auch eure Hüte. Was ist denn da drüben los? Warum sind die so laut und warum sind wir so leise? Ich sehe schon, ihr seid gerade im Internet, Freunde. Also nochmal, kommt schon. Rechte Hand, linke Hand. Das ist toll. Ich weiß, warum Tobi das seit 10 Jahren bei uns macht. Das macht Spaß. Sie gibt sich Mühe, aber es könnte ein bisschen dauern. Ah, und du möchtest auch mal schmeißen? Kommen wir nochmal nach links ein bisschen rüber. Jawohl. Hey, der kann das, der Kleine. Wir haben noch 2 Minuten Zeit. Soll sie noch ein paar Hüte holen? Ich kann euch nicht hören. Soll sie noch ein paar Hüte holen? Dann bring uns doch noch mal ein paar Hüte hoch. Ah! Come on! Rechte Hand! Linke Hand! Schön weitermachen, wir wollen euch hören. Kommt schon! Tobi, wenn du mich hören kannst, ich kann dich ersetzen, ich kann das auch. Noch 1 Minute, dann müssen wir hier runter. Die Caster, naja, zu 50% wieder da, die anderen 50% gerade in einem privaten Meeting, nehme ich an. Ah ne, der Mampf Pommes. 1 Minute 20, schaffen wir noch eine Runde? Wollt ihr noch eine Runde? Eine Runde machen wir noch, komm schon. Mehr Hüte auf die Bühne. Und wir hören uns hier. Hüte, Hüte. Wunderbar. Das waren viel zu wenig. Wir haben immer noch 50 Sekunden. Was ist da los? Hopp, 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 hopp. Und ihr macht weiter. Anfeuern die Frau. Ja, das sieht doch schon besser aus. Ich will auch mal werfen. Auch das klappt langsam besser. Wir brauchen Tobi. Komm doch mal her. Nochmal einen ganz großen Applaus für unsere Hutfrau. Vielen, vielen Dank. Und wir gehen langsam wieder zurück. Und ihr da draußen, ich hoffe, ihr freut euch auf ein spannendes Match. Die Farming Friends treten jetzt gegen Hellmann, wenn ich das richtig sehe. Es wird ganz, ganz spannend. Ich gehe zurück zu Humor und Steve. Macht's gut, meine Lieben. Bis später. Die Kinder an die Seite. Wir bringen euch eure Hüte. Bis dann.
Hello, we're back again. Copter and Carminator with you all. And, well, we're getting to the semifinal stages. The double elimination has reset. As far as I understand it, we'll be seeing Farming Friends against Helm in the next match, according to Kloss. And we'll see some replays from Lindner versus Helm. But Copter, Lindner, despite losing to Helm there, really impressive performances.
Yeah, they did very well. I mean, they lost the series, but they won one of the matches, and the others were close as well, at least the last one. So I think that they definitely are doing very well. And I mean, it's not going to be an easy opponent for the whoever's going to be facing them next. So if Lindner's going to play
Power Team
Esports, then yeah, I think that Lindner has a pretty good streak going on, even though they lost that series. Let's have a look on the first bale. So we had that 151, and which Terminator said that it's the same which he did yesterday, and it is the same. 151 is still the highest first bale this season, and it has been done twice by Martin. Look at that flip. That is that is some nice handling. That's almost like me flipping the pancakes.
Yeah, it did almost look like a pancake flip, didn't it? I think Lindner, there were tractors flying all around and crazy things happening, as we see now what happened with Helm's tractor Wooler getting clipped there by the front of the John Deere. So I think what Lindner did really well is they didn't let Helm get a Bale advantage, but they also like really put Helm off their game. And like for the first time this weekend, Helm looked uneasy and shaky at times, especially in the second and third rounds. They were able to kind of calm the nerves a bit and pull it off in the end. But Lindner, kind of matching them for the game to game and also disrupting them, I think, a bit. And we haven't really seen other teams do that. So kind of giving other teams, Farming Friends will come up against Helm pretty shortly. And maybe Lindner kind of giving them the recipe of how you can kind of get into the minds of Helm a bit. You got to disrupt them. You got to also make sure you're getting Bales pressed early so you're not falling behind in the Bale count.
I think the series we just saw, it kind of like showed that, despite all the Borg action last year, I think it's showing that they're actually human in the end. They're not just robots that are coming to the tournaments and winning them all the time. So I think that's, and I really love to see the reactions as well, kind of like the impressions on the face that, because before the last game, I saw the JK was a little bit worried. The players were also quite serious, to be honest. So I think it's a good sign. And here we have the bracket. So we have, I think the next match is Farming Fresh versus Helm. And then we're going to have a look on the Power Team Esports versus Lindner, if that's the case. That's what I understood. So,
right.
We'll
that is correct. And like, so Farming Friends and Helm, like there's, the loser of that game will still have a chance to make it into the final. So we're basically going to have back-to-back semifinals with the winners of the last quarterfinals playing against each other. The losers now will play for a chance to make it in later to figure out the other semifinal. And then we'll kind of see how it takes shape. So definitely an interesting format. It's provided us with a lot more games this weekend, which has been good, I think, for the people, especially the people on site and the activity at the booth. I think it's also giving teams a chance to learn more about this season of the Farming Simulator League. It's giving them chances to try new things. It's giving them a lot of opportunities to learn about each other and what certain teams want to do with their strategies as we're just about to get underway here. With the winners bracket matchup here, one of these teams will move directly onto the final, and the other team will have to go and win one more match to make it to the final. So, Farming Friends, before that last one from Lindner against Helm, I think that Farming Friends would have been my overwhelming favorite for most surprising team for the weekend. Lindner, after that performance in that last matchup, have kind of creeped into that conversation. But we've seen Farming Friends, this is, I think, the sixth time on the broadcast we've seen them now. And they have had some really good results. They knocked off New Holland, who were the second place team last season. And they're showing that they can, kind of go toe-to-toe with anybody. So let's see how they stack up now against Helm.
Yeah, Farming Friends, they have definitely taken the longer route to this stage. Played a lot of matches. It's not the safer route, but the longer one, definitely. Going through the lower brackets. And you said something about not just something. You mentioned that the format and how people have been adjusting into it. I had a brief discussion with Klaus actually yesterday, and he said that he has been talking with the teams, and I heard the teams are really happy from this format, that there's more to play, and that is, it's a 2-day event. If it would be a single elimination, then the half of the teams won't show up on the second day, and so on, and maybe you only get to play like 1 or 2 matches or something like that. So the teams, I can understand that they are liking this format, because then kind of like the whole trip going there is not just about one single game. You have multiple tries. So I think it's definitely good for the teams. Anyways, back to Farming Friends versus Helm.
I agree.
So we can see that the big hall is going to be chosen by Farming Friends, and then Helm is going to play the bottleneck against it. And that is actually a good choice. From Farming Friends, as quite often we have seen the big hall versus the unstoppable, which kind of like usually has been kind of like going on the favor of the side playing in the end the unstoppable. So I think this is an interesting selection for these teams. We know how well Helm can play, whatever strategy, and Farming Friends actually have now opened, I think, 2 matches in a row before this already with the big haul, and they have made it all the way here. So I think it's a good choice.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it works for them against Bottleneck for Helm. And I'm interested to see it. I think I wanted to just go back and touch a bit on what you said about the extra games. I think it also gives teams a lot more confidence to know that like their skill will shine a bit more, and like if they have one bad game or two bad games, or maybe like a big mistake happens on a first bail and that ends up costing them, or whatever it may be, it gives them a chance to be able to bounce back from that instead of going out right away. So definitely has been a positive for this weekend as we still kind of feel things out in Season 5. As now we see Krieger and Martin fighting over the Clubs Baylor, the Quadrant 5300 FC, and it's Martin that wins out in the end. So this should be good news for the first bail for Helm, and it spells bad news for Farming Friends' first bail.
We'll see. I mean, I just hope that Martin doesn't get too excited and crash on the side of the barn. So
We've
that's
seen
going to
that
happen as well. And now Martin's going to be leaving, and when we are watching at the clock, it is looking pretty good. So this is going to be a good one. So let's see how fast. I mean, this could be like 150, 151, 150, 150. Yeah, 149 maybe, 150. Yeah,
150.
So
Okay.
it's close. It's close, but still the second highest first bail this season, and this has been now done twice as well. Martin has done the 151 twice, and then 150, and then somebody else made the 150 as well earlier. So it's not just Martin holding the kind of like the second place. There has been somebody else, but I just can't remember who it was, to be honest. But anyways, a good first bail.
I think the bigger story than the 150 here is how much is Farming Friends going to end up with. This is going to be quite a significant gap. 113. That is not a good start. We saw Lindner with a similar score line in the first round of the last matchup against Helm, and Helm took that first game as speed limit and bridges lowered have popped up as the 8.5 minute drop. So yeah, not a great start for Farming Friends. Both teams fighting for the Colossus Baylor. Helm winning out and getting that nice little advantage early on.
Yeah, and the Farming Friends is once again the team that I have said that they have been very good on the first bails, even without tossing them in.
Another 8.5 minute drop picked up. Nice. Why not slow Helm down a little bit if you can? Yeah. I would expect Helm to answer back now and grab that as well here in a moment. They're heading that direction, so you would imagine that they would. This is actually a decent spawn point for the 8.5 minute drop to make it worth grabbing it.
Maybe we should have this. If you watch motorsports, in some of the series, you know, the winner gets like extra weight on the car. So maybe we could add like some kind of like a slowdown factor permanently on the winner of the tournament on the next one, and then it just adds up as more you win. So that will slow down Helm a little bit, if nothing else. But yeah, maybe that is not the case. It probably wouldn't be that fair.
Helm would basically like have an elephant on top of their tractor at this point, like a tractor on top of a tractor.
Yeah, or maybe they will just have to drag all the noble chairs with them, which they have.
Yeah, there you go.
Last season we had this discussion already that if somebody needs to organize a LAN party, Helm can probably like provide the chairs for it. So because they have so many.
They have so many of them from all of their tournament wins. That's for sure.
It's like, you know, some people at homes when they are storing stuff and they have too much of something. I have seen a couple of movies where, you know, from whatever, maybe not so legal activities, people have a lot of money, and then just showing it all the cabinets and behind the kitchen doors and every place. So I can imagine that Helm is like, oh, there's another noble chair here. I completely forgot it that I still have this here. And then he opens the clothing closet, and like 3 noble chairs gonna fall down, and he's gonna be stuck under them, and so on. So maybe that will give you the right impression. But yeah, it's a good share.
Maybe so. Helm just working away as we see now. We're looking at Mtron from Farming Friends. So far, like the teams are just now starting to bail, and it's good news. It's a good sign that Farming Friends is starting bailing at the same time as Helm. They want to make sure they don't fall behind in bail count as well, already trailing after the first bail. So Let's see. Boulder's probably delivering grain now, I'd imagine, and maybe at the 5.5-minute mark, if Silo Close pops up. Looks like the drop spawned closer to the barn. They're actually right in the barn area, and it's Grain Multiplier and Crazy Tool. So Helm aren't really anywhere close to that at the moment. It looks like Krieger is like heading that direction with the baler, so maybe he'll decide to keep baling and then take some bales in and grab it while he's there at the barn. Be interested to see if Helm even bothered trying to go for this. Now Martin's headed that direction, so it looks like he'll probably do the same thing I was just talking about. Let's keep an eye on the drops. They've got 20 seconds to go claim it. Martin now with on foot is going to leave the tractor where it was. He's going to go with Grain Multiplier, which isn't surprising because they're about to deliver. They start delivering the grain now. Grain Multiplier has also been picked up by Farming Friends as they come in with their big haul trailer to deliver. And they actually ended up with a slightly higher Grain Multiplier, 1.7 to 1.5 that Helm picked up. So this could potentially give Farming Friends a multiplier advantage. Look how fast that is.
It is fast. But then also on the other side, I mean, Helm, they still have grain as well, so they can deliver more. But definitely they will have the advantage because the Helm's starting to unload at the same time. But it's going to be 2.9 for Farming Friends, and then just 1.
They need a score now.
Helm. Yeah, they need to.
They need a score. They need to take advantage of this.
Yeah, but
they have to
how
take
long
advantage.
It's going to take when they react? It's not going to take long. And Woolers
now Helm
ready to toss. He's not going to care about it. He's going to wait the multiplier. He's not going to toss it. He's going to wait for the multiplier. I think he had a plan of going there and like hoping that they will pour down the grain a little bit faster to get the multiplier on a decent amount, but just wasn't able to do so. What I would really love to see, I mean, this is we spoke about the drops and we spoke about the early drops and we spoke about the Crazy Tool, how it's not really currently usable as it is. So what I would like to see is it's not that I would like to really change the super drop, but when we have this like a last minute craziness sometimes going on. So maybe if we would have some kind of the Crazy Tool is not the right one because that's for just pressing the bales, but something like a crazy speed up on the end, and then when we see that they don't have the time to put all the bales in, there would be a chance of getting something like that, and then we would see like something super fast action happening around the belt.
Yeah, that would be really interesting. That's a decent idea. It looks like the teams are even on bales. Helm in the lead though, so that's not good news for Farming Friends. And the super drops out there, it's bale withering, but I think it's only one bale for each team. So I think the time that you would waste to go get that, you could just go ahead and bale 2 bales for yourself, which would basically be the same result. It actually, though, looks like Farming Friends has decided to go for it. So they're going to pick it up. So there's 1 bale deleted for Helm. But will that be enough to flip it into the favor of Farming Friends? I don't think it will. I would like to see that bale withering be increased by the amount of bales it deletes, because 1 or 2 bales doesn't really do a whole lot, all said and done. I would like to see that slightly increase. I think it would be more effective. I know like it's weighted, so sometimes you see 1, sometimes you see 2, but I've never seen it higher than 2. So maybe like adding a 3 in if things are going against your team at the moment, or even 4 would be more reasonable and would actually make more of a difference.
Steal all the bales. That would be maybe a little bit too much. Like, I had 14, I don't see them anymore, where are they? And then, I'm gone, just missing the bridge here. But yeah, it's actually Farming Friends have taken the lead, meanwhile, as you watch it. And we have Helm having a bit of
Martin!
They're going to get it
and that's a traffic jam.
This is hammer time for Farming Friends, but they will still get it kind of like, they can exit from the bridge. 3 bales are there, but this is definitely interesting to see how much these teams can now do during the last minute, because Helm, I think they had a decent lead at some point, and now they slowed down a little bit. I think they're still leading on the bales, but they always have some extra bales, as we know. So let's see how well Farming Friends are going to be executing this. The telehandlers, they can get them closer so they can hopefully maybe get them faster. That one's going to drop off, by the way, and also from farming friends, I don't know what's going to happen with those bales. So we probably see at least one bale dropping soon, which is right there for Wooler. But I don't know what's going to happen with the farming friends. One of those went in, one came down, as we can see. So it's a close battle right now.
Wow, this is a lot closer than I thought it'd be.
Time to go in. We can see Helm having one on the belt. They're gonna try to shove rest of them. No, Wooler tries to reach. It's gonna be 8 seconds to go. Some of them are gonna go on the first floor. We have no more bales remaining for farming friends, and Helm has won it already.
They've done it.
It's not gonna be by far, but they will still win it.
Oh, I thought for a second that farming friends may do it. It's a good thing that Martin was able to recover when he went over the safer route and ended up clipping the advertisement board and getting the baler stuck. That could have been a lot worse. Able to recover. 2 extra bales scored for them, as you see. They still had 3 undelivered, but that didn't matter in the end with the 37-point victory. So, yeah, I think farming friends played a pretty solid round, and they'll be wondering, what can we do differently, basically, to be able to win. We haven't yet seen Helm clip over 700 points like we saw yesterday. So if they pull that off in the second round, it's going to be, really tough for their opponents, farming friends, to come out victorious. But they need to now, farming friends, figure out how to bounce back because they've got to force the third game. And I want to go back to what you were saying real quick about we were talking about bale withering. And I would like to see maybe just bale withering and Lord Baylor, I think, alone as perks aren't that effective. But maybe combining them would make them, more effective. Like delete 1 or 2 of your opponent's bales, but also score 1 or 2 of your bales at the same time. Because alone, they don't seem that effective. Maybe combining it or just increasing what you get from each one would make them a little bit more effective. But for me, the super drop is, those 2 super drops aren't really that beneficial. But you also have to consider, you don't want super drops to, be able to completely flip around, right? You do want skill to outweigh the luck that these types of drops bring into the game. So, someone probably knows better than me. You've got to always think about the balancing of these things, don't you, when it comes to esports? So.
Yeah, maybe it could be like you said it, combining the Lord Baylor and bale withering, that you can steal 2 bales from the opponent, which goes directly in your barn.
Yeah, because that would mean that would be a lot bigger of a point swing than just deleting 1, right? Because deleting 1 means that you've taken 20 points away from your opponents, but you've had to spend the time to go get the drop, and you're not scoring anything for yourself. You're just taking those 20 points away. So if instead it was you took away 20 points your opponent could have scored and you yourself have scored 40, that's all of a sudden a 60-point swing. That seems a lot more significant than just, deleting 1 bale, for example. All right, here we go now, Copter. Second round. I'm not sure. So we had Big Haul for farming friends. We had Bottleneck for Helm. So I think Helm probably goes unstoppable or Big Haul here. I'm expecting them. I'm feeling they're going to do a little one of their fake outs. They're going to pretend to pick 1 team perk and see if they can throw farming friends off. That's my guess.
Every other team who has been playing against Helm, they always ban the telehandlers. But farming friends is not doing it. They had the telehandlers on the previous game. They will have the telehandlers in this game as well. There was a game yesterday. Was it? Yeah, it was versus Valtra. So Valtra didn't ban them on the first round, and they immediately played with them, and then they banned them on the remaining rounds. So I'm just wondering that farming friends, they are not doing it either, currently banning it. So that's I would say a little bit surprising. But let's just wait and see. But I have seen that Helm, they just want to use them every time they have a chance.
Yeah, I think you're right. But also, it's I think I said it maybe when you were on your break. Like it's kind of a damn you do, damn you don't situation. Because if you ban the telehandlers, they're probably going to pick one of them. But if you don't ban them, they're perfectly fine without them. And in fact, they're not even going to pick them here with them available. And Farming Friends, though, are going to match them with 2 stackers. So I think that's what teams are going to have to consider doing a little bit more against Helm, because most teams are opting against them to go with 2 big tractors. But if you watch Helm, not only do they press a lot of bales, but they bring a lot of them in really late. And having a second stacker late in a round makes a huge difference for them, because they can get extra bales onto the belt. They can bring extra bales in crunch time. So 2 stackers, I think, can be super important. And if your opponents pick 2 stacking tractors, you probably should have 2 stackers as well.
Okay, so the first bale, let's see. We haven't seen that kind of a challenges going on, so let's see if Farming Friends going to be any more successful with the first bale. And of course I want to see if Martin can make a new record. That's always a thing as well. So there's 2 things that we can be excited about. But yeah, Martin has a good start with the New Holland. Let's see how when they're going to be getting closer. Mtron, I don't know what's going on there. He's
not going to be a record with that. He's waiting on the combine, isn't he? Yeah.
Yeah. He was like slowing down a little bit earlier as well. I was like wondering that is there some kind of a game controller issue or something like that. Okay, the gas is not working or something like that. But that is not the case. But Martin, it's not going to be a new record, because this is going to be less than 140 still. So that's not going to be like top of the line. But it's still going to be decent. 133 maybe. Let's see when the toss comes in. But 132 maybe. And 131. So not even that.
It was actually really cool to talk to them last year. During the season, I had a chance to talk to the guys from Hell about the first bale record, because at the time I think no one had yet done over like a 149. No one had done a 150. And JK was telling me, he's like, Martin is going to do it at some point. Like, we're in practice, he's beating the record. He's getting 150. Which, what was the record to reach at that time. But it has to be like a perfect combination. How they explained it to me, it has to be a perfect combination of where the machines spawn on the pods. They, of course, have to claim both of those machines. And it also has to be the right machines, because other balers are going to allow you to have a faster work speed. So picking up that New Holland, for example, is 3 kilometers slower in work speed compared to a Massey baler or the Kloss baler. So you have to either get the Massey or the Kloss baler, and you have to have them spawn on the right pod, and you have to also be able to get a combine down into that smaller field area closer to the barn to be able to get like into the 150 range. So there's got to be like a perfect storm of situations, I think.
Okay, makes sense, definitely. That is good to know. So then I just can't be always expecting that 151, sorry. No.
Well, it's fun to expect that from everyone, but yeah, of course, that's why we don't really see teams both getting, into the high 140s at the same time, because they're often fighting for that baler or that combine that's in the right location, and both teams can't claim them, right? So that's why if you see someone get a 151, for example, and they've beaten their opponents to it, then the other team oftentimes is quite a bit behind, because they've wasted the time and now have to go to a different pod to find a different bit of machinery. So it's a kind of high risk, high reward type of scenario where if you lose out on the battle to claim it, you're going to put yourself at an early disadvantage.
Well, the time flies fast. 6.5 minutes, so just 1 minute for the next drops. Nothing has really happened with the grain. Big hole in the play for Helm. They did park it next to the apartment buildings, just like they did, by the way, the last time as well when they were playing on the previous game. So this is nothing new. So versus Lindner, they did park it exactly on the same place. So they're just gonna leave it there for a while, and that's kind of like allows the Farming Friends, for example, to see it pretty well. Like if they really need to go and close the silo, for example, if that comes from the drop, so they can pretty well see when they are gonna go. I mean, with these smaller utilities, you might lose the track a little bit like which one is having the grain and how they're gonna do it, how many they have moved like behind the buildings. But if you leave the big hall like that, completely open, so they can just easily say, okay, it's there. They're not gonna deliver anything for a moment as they are playing with a big hall. But we also had a game last season, by the way, with big hall when somebody played the big hall and didn't touch the whole thing during the whole series. So they just play with the normal utilities. So you can basically bait with it as well. That if you kind of like want to leave it there and then just move it. Bale multiplier and crazy tool. So nothing regarding the silos, but the bale multiplier is interesting if you have bales pressed. Like for example, farming friends do have 7 of them.
Yeah, and if they can take advantage of this, as it looks like Mtron's going to head in, he's got 2 on the front and few on the back. That looks like he'll have, he's going to press another one, so he'll have, well, he's let that one drop, but he can bring 3 in the back with that Massey. 5 out of the 7 balers in the Farming Simulator League can hold 3 bales on the back now. I think that's significantly more than last season, but I think we had to find a way to compensate for less time. Less time would mean lower scores, so you had to figure out a way how to compensate for that and allow teams to get more bales in. So both teams have picked up bale multiplier, and Farming Friends, I believe that was, we're looking at, that was Mtron, literally like the last second grabbing that. That was a bit risky.
Okay, 4 minutes and 10 seconds. So that is not bad, and the winner of this, as far as I can understand, goes to the final. So if Helm is gonna win this
correct.
one, they should be heading to the finals. And of course, the same applies for the Farming Friends as well. But there's still the semi-final, like losers bracket as well. So as far as I understand, Farming Friends, even if they're gonna lose this one, they are gonna still drop down, and they have a second.
Yeah, it's
try.
interesting because of the new format. We're watching like what basically is a semifinal here, where we'll have another match in the bottom part of the bracket in the double elimination, the losers bracket, and it'll be a quarterfinal match. So we're kind of like going to be backtracking and going back to the quarterfinal stage. So what will be at stake for the next 2 teams, Lindner and Power Team Esport, will be a spot in the semifinal against the loser of this contest. Right now, Farming Friends with a 2-point lead with just over 3 minutes to go.
Yeah. Anyways, the score situation has changed quite a bit during this time. So Helm is now in 400 points and Farming Friends with 330. Both of them, and we do have a technical break, it seems. I don't know what happened there.
We've lost a player from Farming Friends.
Yeah.
We've lost one of their players. Mtron has looked like he's lost connection to the server. So he's got 5 minutes to get back in. Bottom boost had just popped up, and who was that we were spectating there about to pick it up? Or no, we were just spectating the drop itself. I don't know if there's anyone nearby. Bottom boost could be something to swing it in the favor of either team here if they have the bales at the barn to take advantage of it. That would be a nice little boost in points with 3 minutes left, and then you can worry about the rest of your bales and bringing them in.
Yeah, well, I mean, bottom boost is there, so at least now teams, they have time to think about how they will play this whole situation. And meanwhile, there's got to be some hats given away once again. I mean,
technical break means hats.
Yeah, we need like a virtual hat or something like that. So maybe, we just need a photo of the hat, and we can probably Photoshop it on the camera or something like that, and just put an overlay where we have the hat overlay. But
I'll see Clausen I'll see Clausen, like what, 36 to 48 hours or something like that. So wonder what if I'm nice to him post game, I wonder if I can talk him into bringing me one of these straw hats.
Okay, I think we're gonna resume now. Yeah, there we go. So the technical breakdown is over. The bottom boost is there. And maybe if you can talk him to bring you a hat, maybe you can send me one from there as well. Just ask for it too.
Oh no, he's dropping
maybe
in.
I'll just ask. I mean, because Klaus is so busy with everything that I don't know when he's gonna be having next time the ability to send me one. But maybe maybe like instantly bringing is easier. But okay, we do have another technical break, so he disconnected for the second time. That I can see from the small picture in picture. So they are still trying to get the player inside, and that means just more hats are gonna be given away. And look at the amount of people; they all want to have hats. I mean, people love swag, but the farming simulator swag is like I think it's like a next level stuff. I mean, all these T-shirts with the kind of like association with Star Wars because everybody loves Star Wars, and yeah. And we spoke about the Force a little bit yesterday as well, so it kind of like fits the team very well. I think we need to have some kind of FSL related T-shirt with and pancakes as well. So we need an FSL shirt that somehow includes pancakes. I think it would sell pretty well.
Yeah, I agree. Pancakes for the English broadcast and the community at large has become, just a normal thing now. If we didn't talk about it during one of the streams, I think people would be starting to worry about us that we've been replaced by AI versions of ourselves or something. So it's yeah, it's deep fake Copter and Kermit. uh, Luckily, that's not the case. As we're still we came back from the technical break and then we had Mtron disconnect again, so we're into another one. But that doesn't upset the crowd on site as they're getting more hats thrown out now to the people in person. Yeah, if anyone's doing the Gamescom and PAX West double and they're going to travel to Seattle next week and ask me for a hat, they're going to be really disappointed. We don't have those yet in the North American office. I've had people ask me that actually at PAX East. Like, do you guys have the straw hats here? Like you had at Gamescom? I'm like, no, sadly, we do not. But we're back underway now. Mtron has connected. Let's hope that he can stay in for the remainder of this one. Helm, meanwhile, has gone into the lead 417 to 331. And now we've had someone from Helm drop out. So must be having it's Beatmaster. It must just be some internet issues at the venue in Cologne. These, on-site events. This is always the risk you take, isn't it? It's unfamiliar connections that you have. It's not your own setup like we have at the studio in Germany. So it's surprising, really, that it's taken us until the semifinal stage to see these kind of connection issues setting in.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't have any technical problems yesterday.
No,
I don't
it went
think
smoothly,
so.
didn't it?
And today, this is the second game where we now have them. But okay, it happens. Probably, something they have to figure out. Hopefully, nothing larger.
More hats.
Yeah.
We keep having these
Got a
technical
word
breaks. We
from the
might finally
admins
run out of hats.
Yeah, the admins are saying we don't know what is the problem. Problem on both sides. I don't know what, maybe both like tables where the teams are playing or something like that. So they're trying to figure out what has happened. Maybe they just too many hats on that venue and that is causing problems. Like
maybe they forgot to feed the hamsters more pancakes. So.
No, I think that the farming simulator, those hats, maybe they have like this, like a very thin, like a thin layer. So all the 5G emissions and everything is gonna be blocked by the hat, and that's causing that.
Too many hats.
Yeah.
Too many hats slowing down the broadband.
Yeah. We have seen. I mean, these hats where you can put like 2 mugs that you can actually like, and then just like a drink with a straw. So maybe we need to have like a hat like this where we can actually place like pancakes. So when you're feeling hungry, you just take a pancake from your hat.
There you go. All right, we're about to get back underway. We just got word. Here we go. JK had just hopped up on the stage to say something to his team, and probably instantly had to jump back off as they are focused. But now it looks like we are frozen completely. So yet another. Oh, they're going to restart the game from the word we just got. So there's something going on, and they're just going to restart it all together. So Probably a decent enough idea. You were casting earlier when Power Team Esport and Farming Friends had some technical difficulties. It was a different issue then.
Mm-hmm.
But Farming Friends was in quite a significant lead, but there was some thought that maybe the reason they were in such a big lead was because there were some weird vehicle issues, some controls like dying or something for Power Team Esport. They didn't restart that first match, and instead they decided to move on to the second and third rounds to see how it played out. Farming Friends won those two anyways, so it didn't really matter. But I think a restart here is the fairest decision because with the amount of time remaining, you couldn't have predicted who was going to win. So let's just start fresh. Hopefully that'll solve all of the issues that we're having here.
Yeah, let's hope that everything goes according to the plan. Yeah, the issue earlier was definitely something else because it wasn't a connection issue. There was some kind of a controller issue or something. I don't know. It was a bit strange, but luckily they got that figured out, and now we can see on the screen already that there is a new pick and ban phase coming, and we're gonna figure that out at some point. So, but yeah, they are just waiting for the players to join in, as we can see on the picture-in-picture. So as soon as the players are there, we're gonna restart this game of the series again. So Helm won the first one, and this is the second game of the series. Of course, yes. I think they're finally running out of hats. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah.
Well, you need a good pair of sunglasses to go with a nice straw sun hat, don't you? So. The people that already have gotten a hat, they got to be going for the combo now with the sunglasses. He's going to try to make that into the hat. There you go.
Yeah. Maybe the basketball carrier is waiting there, right there. But yeah, I mean, on all these events, people of course love swag, and they like to be throwing it to the audience. I have been doing it a couple of events myself, where I have been working for the. Not for these guys. I mean, I'm pretty sure that these guys, they are not selling DLCs. They are selling something else.
Meanwhile, I'm distracted over here. I have my own difficulties where a giant bug looked like a cricket or something just crawled up on my desk and then quickly ran away behind the desk.
Okay. Pop sockets are being given away.
I'm getting swarmed over here. We're having technical difficulties, all kinds of crazy stuff going on.
Yeah, okay. Well, you're a grown-up man, so I think you can deal with the bug issue. But they are
not midstream though. Like he might just, in the middle of a round, end up like landing on my face, and then I'll be screaming. I don't know where it's gone.
Do you scream like a man, or do you scream like a girl? I guess everybody.
I scream like me.
Yeah.
I think he's gone inside my PC now. I don't know where it's gone.
So if you're gone suddenly, and then there's probably like if you can smell smoke or something, maybe it found your GPU or something like that. But yeah, let's hope that you'll get that figured out. But it's not easy. Luckily, the crickets are a pretty rare thing in Finland, at least on the city area, so I don't have to worry about that. And yeah, the windows are closed, the AC is on, so yeah, nothing should be breaching this place, more or less.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
My windows are closed and everything, so I don't know how this guy got in. I don't even know what it was. He came like in a flash and then disappeared. I think he's he was here he wants a straw hat too, I think is.
Yeah, me too. I heard that there's something free that's going to be given away. The perks are the same, so they're going to go with the same perks because it's kind of like the restart of the second game. So in a way, like the previous perk selections do not count on the second game of the series, so that's fine. So they're going to go with the same. But yeah, my studio is completely, I would say, isolated because it's actually like an audio treated room, so it's like a floating floor and everything. That there's no echoes and stuff like that. So, and I'm sometimes like wondering myself, how do I get in on this room? So I don't know how the crickets would find a way. But I know exactly what you mean. I have had that situation. I mean, I think I actually told you this story last summer when I was doing the. I was doing one of the broadcasts remotely from my friend's cabin.
Yes.
Maybe the viewers heard that as well.
There was
So
a spider,
I was
right, or
actually,
something?
I had the studio inside of my car, and then my friends were actually on a hot tub next to the car, and I was doing the commentary there. And then, every time when we had a break, and now we have the first bail, by the way, coming in. So every time we had a break, I went out of the car, came back in after the break, closed the doors, couldn't keep the AC on, of course, for multiple hours in the car. So it was getting pretty hot. And we have a Wooler actually having a bit of no, not really a problem. Just, his previous vehicle is just resting. But okay, so yeah, I had that during every break of the game, I just opened the door from the car, just took a bit of air inside of it, and during one break there was actually a bee coming inside of it, and then I was commentating and I was inside a car, small cabin, and then the bee was flying there all over the place, and then I just every time I wasn't talking, I muted the microphone, and then I was like trying to hunt the bee, slamming it and trying to get it out of the car. And that went for like a 5 minutes or something like that until I got it done.
Well, it's kind of funny to me that we had like a bug in the system for our match in this matchup, and we've had to restart. And I literally have a bug in my computer now because I think he went and crawled back into my computer desk. I think he came out of one of the air vents and quickly went back in when he crawled up on the desk and saw me, and he ran away. I don't know who's more scared of who at this point. I'm a lot larger than him, but I have no idea what he was. Bugs all around in the Farming Simulator League finals here. Let's hope that the games continue smoothly from here on out, so that we can get this thing wrapped up and we don't have any more issues for any of the teams. So 139 to 130, pretty good, and Farming Friends winning the first bail battle, so in a pretty good situation here.
Yeah, and they also reversed that in. So it was the traditional Farming Friends first bail that they will just go there and then they will reverse it in, and we'll take it 139. And Helm was actually swinging it, so they had a bit of an early issue there and didn't kind of have the greatest timing. So they just, Martin came like very fast and just slammed it inside of the first floor. But that is done. So it's a good start for Farming Friends, and then we'll see how this is going to develop from here.
Over on YouTube, Hendrik, one of our moderators, said exclamation bug report, Kermit. That's what he would do when people come in to report bugs in Farming Simulator in the Discord. So nicely done, Hendrik. But I don't think our QA team can solve my problem of a bug inside my computer desk, especially from Germany.
Yeah,
I don't think fly swatting or bug swatting is part of their job duties in that way anyways, not the physical bugs.
Yeah, to me it sounds like a Jira ticket. That's usually one of those methods of reporting problems. But okay, back to the game. So 7 minutes, and nothing has been really done with the grain. Of course, that's being collected, but nobody has been pouring it down. I'm pretty sure that Helm still has the big haul exactly on the same place as we have seen on the past as well. And then Farming Friends, they have a decent amount of grain as well. Some bales actually for Farming Friends as well. They have 3 bales when Helm have none for the moment. So that's a good start. And yeah, just like a little bit less than 1 minute, and then we'll once again see what's on the drops. And then we'll hopefully have some kind of an idea how the teams might want to play this down. Well, okay. Oh yeah, just 30 seconds. Uller just leaving it. We can see the big hole exactly on the same place, so it's right there. And now they're just gonna go
Just
and actually Wooler going straight to the silo. So they're not gonna unload it on the big hole for now. So he wants to go and deliver some like smaller amount directly, because the Beatmaster going to unload the silo. So they have something else on their mind. They maybe want to bait a little bit, maybe get like a fast delivery for the grain just to get like an early advantage for the multiplier. We have drops are spawning in as well, and there is bale multiplier and crazy tool. So no silo closed or no grain multiplier, so that's not going to be affecting the grain game at the silos at all. And I think with these drops, if you would have wanted to do an early delivery, it wouldn't have made a much difference, and that's probably why Wooler wasn't making an early delivery, because he's having his combine right next to the silo, and they had the big hole there as well. So and they are unloading it. So that's the big hole unloaded. Most probably they have a slight advantage, and then they have about 10k on that combine most probably. So after farming friends have unloaded some, they will still unload a little bit more. I guess that's the plan. But anyways, Bale multiplier has been picked by Helm, so this is the time when they try to score some points.
Yeah, and they usually take advantage of it as well. And Farming Friends missing out, so not a good moment for them. They've got to make sure that they don't let them get even more points. Like right now, it's like 1.5 on the multiplier plus for the Bale multiplier drop, plus they have a 2.2 regular multiplier. So we're going to get pretty good bit of extra points here.
Yeah, that's got to be a good amount of points.
Several are going to go in.
Yeah, I mean, they still have 28 seconds.
33 for each one.
Bale, and that's a good amount. So they should be getting a couple hundred points away from these bales, because the ones on the fork should still go inside on the second floor as well. And I mean, to be honest, I think that Farming Friends are a little bit late with this current move. I mean, they don't have the Bale multiplier picked, and they are not really ready to do anything. I mean, there's even a combo chance, because just 2 Bales shy of a combo, but it's going to be countered.
Oh,
That's
counter.
going to be some point Farming Friends instead. So that's going to work.
Good awareness there, at least, to counter it. That would have really put them out of this one, but being able to counter it kind of gives them a little bit of a breath of life here. Still almost trailing by 200 points, though. They really need the super drop to go their way. There you go. They need these Bale points in a bad way. It would be 53 for Farming Friends because of the disadvantage they have right now. They don't seem to have really anyone in the area, though. And Helm will want to go for this, as Wooler is now using the runner perk, and it looks like it's going to be Helm that claims it. So that is further bad news now for Farming Friends.
Yeah, true. The gap is just increasing all the time. But okay, Farming Friends is making some scores as well. So 140 points about between the teams. 10 bales for Farming Friends, and Helm probably has about the same amount, maybe a little bit more, yeah, 15. So when you take all these, like every fact on the paper, the multiplier, the bale count, and the points, they are all currently in favor of Helm. So very hard situation for Farming Friends to come back. You can't really do anything about the multiplier anymore at this point, and of course for the points you have to have the other indicators and the other measurements put out right. There's a one bale which is not going to go in, so the other one probably will be, but the other one definitely fell down from that belt, and that's going to make things more complicated, because I mean every dropped bale is going to cost you some time, and you just need to then again do something about them, and that's going to be costing time from the other places. So it's like a chain reaction.
Yeah, they've closed it a little bit, down like 100-ish points now, but it's not where you want to be late in the round against Helm, because you know Helm are going to score a lot of their bales late on. So, unfortunately for Farming Friends, it's going to be now back to the drawing board. And, you know, interestingly enough, I'm trying to remember, was that last one where we had the issues, was that the second round? Because I forgot that it shows that Helm has won a round.
No, it was 1-0 for Helm. So this is the second game. So this should be right. So if Helm
the second game is the one that was reset. Okay.
Yeah. So this is the second game. So if Helm is gonna win this one, then they should take the series as well. That's at least what's calculated on my mind. But yeah, because I mean Helm and Farming Friends, they had that pretty close one on the first one, which played till the end, and now Helm is leading more comfortably. By the way, 700 points already for Helm. Farming Friends 5,500, so it's not a bad game. But you know, Helm, I think they're actually making a new record when you see those 3-4 bells. That one might even go in, even though it might drop as well. It's gonna drop. So, but that's gonna be 800 points, by the way, coming for them. More than 800.
Oh,
They're gonna make a new
820,
record at the
wow.
same time. So that is more than 800 points for Helm, and they should be claiming a spot on the final with this game. If
They just wanted to prove me
caster
wrong,
math is not
Maddie.
completely wrong.
Just earlier, earlier, I said that, you know, we're probably going to see teams usually in the 700 range, and we might eventually see a team get close to 800. Well, they just wanted to prove me wrong and make it happen now. 820 points, quite impressive. 28 bales. The bales delivered were pretty similar, but it was down to those extra points with the bale multiplier and the multiplier in their favor that they scored that helped get them over that 800 mark. So definitely not an overall FSL record over the multiple seasons, but definitely for the new 10-minute format, that is a very good score and a record for this season and for 10-minute rounds. So good showing by Helm. They're into the final, and Farming Friends will now have to wait and see who wins between Power Team Esports and Lindner. And that team will then move on to play Farming Friends in the semifinal for a right to face off against Helm in the final.
And then we should know the teams for the final. So now we have Helm has guaranteed their place on the final. So they will be one of the teams that's going to be getting on the final, and now the remaining teams, Lindner, Power Team Esports, and the Farming Friends are the ones that are going to try to solve it out. Who's going to be taking the other spot on the final? But no matter what's going to happen, I mean, okay, Helm is on the final. But I don't really mind like having any of these teams from this stream. Lindner, Power Team Esports, or whoever's going to go on the final. It's going to be still an interesting one because it's once again a final which we haven't seen before because it's not New Holland, it's not My Insanity. But anyway, so we're going to go for a short break. Congratulations to Helm, and we'll see Farming Friends still on the upcoming series as well. So will be an interesting remaining amount of matches, and the next one will be an interesting one as well.
...820 Punkte. Das ist natürlich etwas, worüber wir mal gerade sprechen müssen. Erzielt vom Team Helm, und neben mir habe ich den JK. Und ganz ehrlich, ich glaube, also meines Wissens nach, alle zu Hause können mich gerne Lügen strafen und auch im Publikum, aber 820 Punkte im laufenden Turnier oder in den letzten 5 Jahren im Turnierverlauf gab es, glaube ich, noch nicht.
Also 800 Punkte in den letzten Jahren haben wir ja schon mal gesehen, aber jetzt durch die kürzere Spielzeit wird es ja deutlich weniger. Also meiner Meinung nach in dieser Saison 800 Punkte haben wir noch nicht gehabt.
Also kann man sicherlich mit zufrieden sein, 820 Punkte, ein relativ souveräner Sieg. Gestern wurde Team Helm, ist der amtierende Weltmeister, das muss man an der Stelle hier auch auf der Gamescom mal kurz erwähnen. Ja, erstes Turnier gewonnen, und gestern hatten wir schon gehört, ihr seid der Favorit auch an diesem Wochenende. Glaubt ihr, dass ihr auch bis zum Ende dieser Favoritenrolle gerecht werden könnt?
Ich hoffe es doch stark.
Wie bereitet ihr euch denn selber darauf vor? Was macht ihr vielleicht anders als andere Teams? Zumindest das, worüber du jetzt so offen sprechen kannst.
Also ich kann auf jeden Fall sagen, dass wir wahnsinnig in die Breite trainieren. Wir trainieren mit allen Fahrzeugen, mit allen Eventualitäten gegen Bottleneck. Wir trainieren mit Silo Closed, mit Grain Multiplier, mit allem, was kommen kann. Wie es halt im Spiel kommt, nehmen wir es und sind im Endeffekt dann dadurch auf alles vorbereitet.
Jetzt haben wir hier auf der Gamescom Publikum. Es sind viele Familien vor Ort mit Kindern, die euch vielleicht auch mal nacheifern wollen. Die Frage an der Stelle, ist das tatsächlich auch etwas, wovon man leben kann, also der Bereich E-Sports?
Also wirklich davon leben, würde ich sagen, im Landwirtschaftssimulator wird schwierig. Aber es ist auf jeden Fall schon so, dass gerade wir schon viel Geld damit verdient haben, ja.
Okay, also ich merke aber schon an der Art und Weise, wie du mir diese Frage beantwortest, dass wir hier jetzt gar keine Summen in Erfahrung bringen können. Aber vielen Dank fürs kurze Interview. Das Publikum, wie immer, steht schon in den Startlöchern noch für den einen oder anderen. Rechter Arm, linker Arm, Hut, ja. Da müssen wir noch ein bisschen dran arbeiten. Wir haben hier Durchlaufpublikum auf der Gamescom. Aber nochmal Applaus für Team Helm. Ich denke, haben wir tolles Ergebnis gesehen, eine tolle Punktzahl, 820. Das ist schon einmal eine Ansage. Die anderen Teams machen sich also startklar. Wir haben jetzt noch 2 Minuten 30. Wir können auch gemeinsam gerne noch ein paar Hüte raushauen. Das machen wir wirklich in der Kürze der Zeit. Für Stefan und Steve geht es dann gleich wieder weiter. Unsere Caster. Übertragen wird das Ganze übrigens bei Twitch, Facebook und YouTube und selbstverständlich auch aufgezeichnet. Also auch im Nachgang könnt ihr euch gerne entweder dieses Turnier hier in Köln oder auch die anderen Turniere dann noch anschauen. Gut, nehmen wir mal die Hände nach oben. Macht auf jeden Fall Sinn, wenn es ums Fangen geht. Und wir wollen natürlich auch ein bisschen was hören. Ja, wollen wir die Choreo à la Choreos nochmal schnell einstudieren? Rechter Arm, linker Arm, Text lautet Hut beim Klatschen. Also rechter Arm, linker Arm. Alles Naturtalente, okay. Rechter Arm, aber ey, bitte alle. Ja? Auch hier die Kanapee-essenden Personen hier auf den VIP-Plätzen. Ja? Auch die Haupttribüne. Das ist wie im Fußballstadion. Oder, JK? Da muss auf allen Rängen, das muss hier laufen. Also, rechter Arm, linker Arm. Übrigens, was wir in den letzten Tagen auch auf der Gamescom immer wieder gespielt haben, war die Bale Stacking Challenge. Es geht um Strohballen. Ja, und eine Challenge, die mittlerweile auch in der Vollversion des Landwirtschaftssimulators 22 enthalten ist. Da könnt ihr auch gegeneinander antreten, wenn ihr Lust und Laune habt. Wo sind die Hände? Ich habe nur noch einen Hut.
Oh, hello everybody. We're back. I just got timed out of our own YouTube chat for saying "What up, dude?" to DJ Go. Yeah, excited for PAX later this week, but also excited to see how the last few matches now of this tournament plays out. So we are going to have it's 3 more matchups, right? We're going to have the quarterfinal now. We're kind of backtracking, then a semifinal between Farming Friends and the winner of this next one, and then we'll have Helm awaiting in the final. So we'll have the replays here in a moment to see the last matchup. Farming Friends, I think, played like overall pretty decent rounds. Helm, though, after the struggles against Linder, bounced back really well. As we now see I don't remember seeing that happen live. That triple toss there. Did you see that live? Was I sleeping?
No, I don't
that
think
when
it
the
was
plug
there.
jumped on my desk? Yeah.
Yeah.
So another triple toss for Helm. That's a good way to score some points quickly and easily. And Helm taking it in 2 straight games in this semifinal matchup. So as we see Martin getting a little bit iffy there.
Yeah, is that another catch from the air? It is. We have seen those happening a couple of times, and then we had a very short glimpse on the bracket as well. But anyway, so Helm is going to proceed all the way to the finals, and then Farming Friends, they still have a chance because the kind of like the double elimination has reset, so you have a second chance here in the semifinals as well. So Farming Friends are going to be then trying their last draw on their next match, but that's we'll see when the time comes for that.
Yeah, and so Power Team Esport now will be taking on Lindner, and both of these two teams have had really good weekends so far. Another one that is really going to be tough to call, I think, for us as casters. I really just hope that we see some really cool things from both of these teams. We know Lindner are a team that like to shock and surprise. Power Team Esport has been solid all weekend as well. So for these two teams, we're back to the quarterfinals now. So what's at stake is a chance to move on into the semifinal and a chance to play Farming Friends for the right to make it into the final. So Power Team Esport made it to the quarterfinals at FarmCon. They have 30 circuit points, and Lindner made it to the semifinals. They're currently sitting on 50 circuit points. So if Power Team Esport can advance here, that would basically, at a minimum, help them match what Lindner has for the season circuit points. So prize money, of course, some other prizes at stake, and moving on. And we'll see which team comes out on top. I think that it's going to be an interesting matchup here.
It will. The last game which Power Team Esports played, it was the game which had the technical issue on the first round, which was never then replayed, and then they lost it basically at 2-0 after that. So I'm just a little bit curious. I mean, yeah, Power Team Esports has been playing well, but on my books, I have to say that Lindner has been, on my books at least, playing better. But I might be wrong about that one. And then I think it's more about how well Power Team Esports has been able to reset that previous game which they played versus the Farming Friends. So I think that's one of the keys. But okay, the bans are there, and Lindner is banning the telehandlers. I mean, we see this from time to time, but usually we don't see them being banned against nobody else than Helm. So I don't know if they have some kind of an idea that Power Team Esports might be utilizing those, even though we haven't seen it yet happening. And it's going to be Herbicide, by the way, for Lindner. So they want to start again with Herbicide.
I really like how Lindner are using Herbicide as well, because they really focus on that smaller field close to the barn area. They put down a nice zigzag type pattern of straw on that field. They don't have to worry about going around the weeds. So that allows them to get a lot of bales in pretty easily late in the round. They tend to leave all of that straw for later in the round. And it makes sense to me. There's something weird going on at the top of the screen. If you see, it says that Wooler for Helm is the team captain for Lindner, and we know that's not the case. So something a bit strange going on in the system today.
Yeah, they forgot to change the player name. The one thing that I also want to see here is that now as Lindner is, 2 times in a row when they have started with Herbicide, they have also flipped the tractor. So will they do it for the third time as well? Will they flip the tractor in the start of this round? Because that's what has happened every time when they take Herbicide. Of course, just a complete coincidence. We can see a battle. Obelix maybe a little bit faster with it, so Power Team Esports going to be snatching that. So they have a great start. It's going to be a New Holland Baylor. We can see Hightower going for the different one. So can't really, of course, use the same one, which has been already snatched. So this means that maybe a Lindner doesn't have the greatest start for the first bale. But on the other side, I mean, on the previous game, yes, they had one really great first bale, but they really haven't been the team that has been swinging them in all the time. Let's see how well Obelix wants to do, how well he can do it, because he's going to be the one who's going to try the first bale for our team esports. And looking at the clock, this could be close to 140 if he's going to swing that in. The New Holland one is not the easiest to swing, but he seems to try that out, and it's going to be 145. Nice. It's actually a very good first bale for Obelix.
Very good indeed, and Sinfra is quite a bit behind. So, it's shaky. Good adjustment on the approach there. That would have been really bad news. Sinfra going to go for the flick as well. So 127, not the worst deficit. It could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, Yeah, I mean it's 18 points, so it's still doable. And now we'll just have to wait and see. It's how this gonna play down in the end. Unstoppable on the other side versus Herbicide. So silo close,
Silo
speed limit.
closed. Too early for
Yeah.
it.
Yeah,
It's a
and you
bummer
don't
when you
want to do
see
it.
Silo close at 8.5 because it means it won't show up at 5.5, and it's one of I think the best ones at the 5.5 minute mark to disrupt your opponent, be able to score some extra points. So we won't see it now at 5.5. It'll be interesting to see what we do get. Maybe a crazy tool drop would be, maybe that would be the type of scenario where you would want to pick it up. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but there was actually a speed limit was picked up by I guess it was Power Team Esports, so they have picked up the speed limit. Yeah, both sides actually have
Both
the
have,
speed
yeah.
limit. So maybe one of the first times when we actually see that some both teams will pick something at the 8.5 minute mark because
We saw it with Helm
Yeah.
and Farming Friends, didn't we? I think it's like the location of where it drops too. Like if it drops in between the fields, then teams are going to pick it up because they're already out there. So that's a good way to force teams to use it, because if it's near the silo or near the barn, they're not going to bother.
Okay, 7 minutes, so that's about 1.5 for the next amount of drops. Usually at this point, yeah, as we have seen Frey going for the silos, or they're gonna get the grain there, and they know that the silo close is not gonna be available, but the grain multiplier is still a chance. And when you play, let's say, a normal game without, normal grain game without the big haul, then I would imagine that the grain multiplier is maybe something you want to wait for. But then also on the other hand, you just might want to make your early move. That if the strategy involves putting the bales in somewhere here on the mid game, that's another thing then. But okay, just 1 minute until we see the drops, or maybe the teams have the patience to wait for the drops.
Yeah, hopefully it's something that will kind of make it more exciting. Speed limit and silo close won't show up. Direct delivery at the 5.5 minute mark, I don't think is very beneficial. Herbicide would do nothing for Lindner, and probably wouldn't really do much for Power Team Esport either. So let's see what we get. We're going to find out here soon, just about 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, it's not gonna be that far. Just 15 seconds away. Yeah, I'm still wondering about the 18-point difference, how much it's gonna in the end. I mean, when we see the multipliers, then we'll maybe know how much it actually will affect. But of course, it's 18 points still. But then on the other hand, like depending how the grand games go, bale drop and bridges race. So this is not gonna do much of a difference, to be honest, on the grain game at all. And then maybe if you want to do some like a mid game deliveries, you want to pick something out, maybe get the bale drop, for example. The bridges race is, it's still pretty long. It's like 151 seconds, so that's like more than 2 minutes. Hightower having a bit of a problem by navigating through the buildings. I'm pretty sure that the whole neighborhood wasn't originally designed to be driven with the combine when all the blades are open as well. So maybe that is not the idea. But you can try. But at least I would have some kind of a cover on all the poles and everything on the buildings that they could get quite easily be destroyed by these vehicles. And now the unloading starts at the same time. So Bridges Race is going to be picked by the Power Team Esports. The same has been, by the way, picked by Lindner earlier as well. So nothing that disruptive, but of course it makes the teams think a little bit differently, the whole delivery of the bales. Maybe it's one of those drops that is like the best when it's picked like very late, and Power Team Esports did pick that later because there's only 60 seconds remaining for Lindner on that. But so okay, the multipliers, it will end up with 2.1 for Lindner. El Papito, and it's good to remember Papito had some problems with the controls on the game that was having a technical issues as well. So I'm not sure. Is that something related to that? We can see Hightower, there was a flickering icon actually on the top of the scoreboard as well. So I don't know if there's something going on with it. And we can see Obelix is jumping on the river. He wants to get on the fields using this way. And I'm still waiting when the first deliveries are going to happen. And it's exactly right now. Our team Esports at the same time did do a slight adjustment on the multiplier. So it's 2.1 now versus 1.9 on Lindner's side. So so they did manage to switch that out, and still 70 seconds remaining on the drop, the bridges race, which Power Team Esports did collect earlier.
Here comes the super drop in just a few seconds. Let's see what this is going to be. Bale withering as Lindner scores some points meanwhile, so not super exciting, but Obelix is going to grab it. That'll delete one Bale for Lindner, so that actually gives them a Bale advantage, but they are trailing by 30 points.
Yeah, and I mean 10 bales, 11 bales, so that one bale difference is going to come down when 10 bales are delivered. That's what the points are doing. So let's wait and see. 2.5, 12 bales for Lindner. So yeah, I mean the multipliers are not going to change anymore because El Pepito just going for the barn. So a lot of deliveries are coming to the barn, and kind of like having the bridges race still for about 10 seconds for Lindner is gonna, of course, mean that they haven't been able to. Well, I don't think that they have been delivering as many bales next to the belt. Now we can actually see the first-hand picture. There's a couple of bales on the belt. There's gonna be 2 more going on the fork of Zerxus, and then 6 more bales there. So it's about the same. Couple bales more around the belt for Power Team Esports, but nothing that huge. By the way, Power Team has taken the lead, at least temporarily, as Lindner will be also getting some more points in soonish. But yeah, for the moment, Power Team Esports has claimed the lead. So we'll see how far that's going to take them. And I mean, it's looking good for Lindner, but then 1 minute and 30 seconds. So of course, I'm always at this point starting to worry that will they have the time to do all the bales. So, usually pays all these calculations on the bales which are going on the second floor. So of course they still need to go there, and that's what the clock is of course telling me that I'm a little bit worried, but let's see how it goes.
Yeah, and I think this is where having a second stacking capable tractor is pretty crucial. But it's surprisingly, like, both of these teams waited until under 3 minutes to score points. That does not look like it was an intentional jump into the water, but maybe it still was to go the other direction. I'm not sure. 30-point lead for Power Team Esports, 50 seconds to go. And I just don't see how Lindner are going to have enough time to score all 9 of these, especially into the top. Maybe they can get them all in and put them into the bottom. But with only one stacking tractor, they're going to struggle to get all of these in, as you see Zerxus as well, putting them on one at a time. And that's the last bale sitting there. Hightower has gotten the baler stuck, meanwhile, on the bridge on the left side, and it is still stuck. And so those may be the bales that Lindner needed. Can he still get in and get them into the bottom?
I don't know. It's got to be getting
Papito
close.
Going to drive up.
It's completely tied with a point, by the way. We can see Papito climbing it all in. Scoring
Nice.
50 more points, and now Lindner, they just don't
done.
have the time to anymore do anything about it. So Power Team Esports will win at least the one. So this is the first round for Lindner, which they don't win with Herbicide.
Yeah, I think that those mistakes cost them. I don't know if it would have been enough. I think there was only 2 bales on there, but getting stuck in that moment still hurts no matter what. So a good round by Power Team Esports. Same amount of bales delivered, just scoring some extra points on them. So good job, Power Team Esports. They're 1 win away now from going into the semifinal stage. And for Lindner, they've got to bounce back.
Well, let's see how this goes. But yeah, definitely a refreshing start. It was a pretty close battle all the way until the end. But then I think Power Team Esports, they had a pretty good finish. I mean, they were climbing up on the belt. They were claiming about 60 points from the final bales, which they were doing. So that's a pretty good job. Before that, it was tied. So just like a 10, 15 seconds before the end, it was like 460. And then just Power Team Esports found a way to increase that score enough. And then Lindner on the other side had the baler stuck on the bridge, which meant that they were not able to deliver the last bales. And even if they would have put those 3 bales on the bottom door, I don't think it would have been enough, and it wouldn't have been enough. So in a way, it wasn't really a significant mistake, but it was still a mistake.
Yeah, you're right about that. And you got to clean those up a little bit, especially now with your place in the semifinal on the line. So we've seen it a lot, though, this weekend, Copter, the team winning the first round. I think more often than not ends up not winning the match. Of course, there are some exceptions, but we have seen the team lose the first round and bounce back and win 2 in a row to win it. And I think that we're going to see a lot more matchups go to the third of the best of 3 when we do this format, because of the rule change of having to switch your team perk every time. You can only use a team perk once now in this season of the FSL. So that it mixes things up a little bit. And if I'm a team, like I said it yesterday, I'm almost thinking that I would throw depending on what your opponent does, of course, but I would try to throw what my team considered our weakest team perk strategy in the first game, because maybe you come out with a win anyways, and then all of a sudden you've got the 2 that you're more comfortable with available to use, and you can win 1 out of the last 2 to advance. So I don't know if that's what teams are doing, but that's just a thought that I've had looking at the changes in this season. So we've had a question in chat about what the prize pool is. It's a total of 15,000 euros in both prize money and the other incentives. Like the first and second place teams get a Noble Chair Hero TX. There's also vouchers for Case King and Nitrato products going around for each of the quarterfinalists and beyond of different values. So a total of 200,000 euros in prize money across the entire Season 5 tournament of the Farming Simulator League, which is double the amount that we had in Seasons 4 and 3. And I don't know what it was before that because I didn't take part in those tournaments, but in those seasons, rather. Here we go. All right, Copter. I don't know what to expect here as far as the team perks. Well, there you have it. They're answering the question for me. Big Haul and Unstoppable. And this is a good combo to Big Haul for Lindner. So maybe this will give them, a little bit of a lifeline here.
We'll see that. But yeah, I mean, of course, Unstoppable is pretty good versus Big Haul, as we have said multiple times. So eagerly waiting to see how they will play this down. I mean, Lindner didn't really do much of any mistakes there. Yes, they had a bit slower first bale. But other than that, I mean, yeah, small mistake on the bridge. It was a pretty close series. So this can still turn any way, what I can see from here. And they still have the option for the last game that they still have if they're going to force it to the third one. So then, they still have more perks available. So that's maybe the thing. But always like when winning with Herbicide, we have seen it on the previous that there has been a bit of luck involved with those victories as well. But they have been able to pull that off. And now I think the luck wasn't really on their side. Nothing that major, but still the opponent was pretty flawless. They had some small mistakes themselves. So then it just wasn't enough with Herbicide. So now we'll see if they're going to be more powerful with the Unstoppable. And I'm pretty sure that this is going to be one of those similar strategies which they played yesterday.
We're seeing something a bit different from Obelix. He picked Head Start as his player perk, which gives him the ability to drive off immediately when he hops in a tractor or harvester. Without it, it takes a little bit of time basically to simulate the starting up of the machine to be able to get it shifted into gear and rolling. So with Head Start, you can just jump in it and set off right away. We haven't seen teams using that at all this weekend that I can remember, and if they have, it hasn't been often. So we've had another question in chat about the Unstoppable team perk. It makes your belt 50% faster, and you can't have it shut down, and it makes your opposing team's belt 50% lower. If you have any questions about the Farming Simulator League, you can also go to the FSL website and go to the media tab at the top and then find the stat sheet there. That's literally what I just looked at. I have it in front of me all cut up onto this big sheet of paper so that I can reference it easily. But you can access the same information no matter where you are by going to the website and finding it. You can also find the rule book. So if you're curious about the rules, or maybe you want to join the league yourself, have a look at the rule book.
Well, meanwhile, the first bales are in, and Power Team Esports will get another good first bale, 145. And Linger, once again, they had a bit of a struggle. Sinfrey, I think he was planning to go from the different bridge, but then I think he was too late, so he needed to go around from the safer route. And that's going to be 124 bale drop, and bridge is lowered as the first drop. So these, might be the ones which they're not going to pick at this point because it doesn't make much of a sense. But yeah, let's just wait for it. But yeah, definitely a better start for Power Team Esports. And it's good to remember that Power Team Esports, they do have the early lead. So if they will take the second, if they will win this second game of the series, it's going to mean that they will also win the whole series and proceed to the next stage. So so that is good to remember. Cesarus just dropping a bit of a grain there and waiting for maybe Sinfrey to come there as well and join him, and being able to unload a little bit. But that's going to be a little bit on the side, so not so exact, not going to be losing much of a grain, but some grain is going to be lost there. And we can see bale drop being picked by Power Team Esports at the same time. Drops.
Thanks for the help in chat from Chalky and Hendrick, respectively, on Twitch and YouTube, getting the website link in there. And the good news is, if this is your first time watching the FSL, or maybe you've watched it a bunch and you're not aware, this arena mode that the Farming Simulator League runs is now available for anyone that owns Farming Simulator 22. And you can actually go, no matter where you are in the world, form a team, practice, and then if you feel like you want to compete in online tournaments, even there will be some online tournaments this season that anyone can join in and compete in. So if you want to register a team, you need to go to the website. You need to sign up on there, register your team, make sure you read the rule book because there are a few different rules that you'll need to follow. And then, with these online tournaments, the idea is that it'll open it up to more teams because, of course, for the offline events like this one at Gamescom, it's not easy for everyone to be able to get there unless they're in Europe, and it is a shorter journey. So if you're interested in participating in an official tournament, keep an eye on the online tournaments. I think next month will be an online tournament if I remember correctly. But anytime you see an online one, feel free to register for it. Just keep in mind that you need to register for each tournament. Registering once doesn't mean that you're automatically registered for the rest of them.
Yeah, that is something we gotta try at some point. I mean, we spoke about this, that we make the caster team at some point. So me, Kermit, and Alex. And, I mean, we can definitely. I think we can beat Helm. It's not a problem. We have been watching them so much that we know.
If they have their hands tied behind their back, maybe we can beat them.
Well, maybe we need some help from the giant staff. Somebody.
I think better
change the server's
would
settings
be,
a little bit.
I think what would be better is for us to play and then let some of these teams criticize us while we're playing.
Yeah.
What is Martin doing? And I can't believe he crashed his tractor. Where he's one of the best players in the league, and so give him a chance to hop on the microphone and be like, "What in the world is Kermit doing? He's selected the forklift and he's making an absolute fool of himself."
Yeah, that is one possibility as well. The grain multiplier definitely is the most interesting one from these, and we can see that the players are circling around it a little bit, just waiting for the right timing. And there we go. Both of the teams are going to be picking that up exactly at the same time and going to start unloading. So we can see Linner currently trying to even out the multiplier, but there's still going to be, of course, grain remaining for Power Team Esports. I don't know if they have the capability. They have 8 bales on Linner's side, but do they have the capability of doing some middle deliveries? We can see that also El Papito and the second player from the Power Team is supposed to be heading that way. So they definitely have the idea that they want to do something about this whole situation as we speak. So Papito's gonna put something on the belt, and they are changing the multiplier as their advantage. So 25, but the belt's gonna be stopped from the Power Team Esports at the same time as well. So. That bell didn't go in. It's floating somewhere there on the middle of the belt.
Yeah, it's getting to be crunch time now. Oh, well, who needs a belt?
Ooh.
Like, belts, where we're going, we don't need belts. El Papito just gonna climb up it without the belt on. Still goes a lot slower even in the tractor, but able to score them anyways and get those extra points. So a nice crucial move there with Unstoppable in play to still be able to score. Now it's going to be extra points for Lindner as Zerzurus rolls in and puts a couple on the belt. And with no grain for Power Team Esport, they're going to be getting 18 points per bale into the top, and Lindner are going to be getting 22 points per bale into the top. So let's keep an eye on this with 3 minutes to go. It's going to come down now to bale production and maximizing scoring them through the top of the barn.
But yeah, 3 minutes, so they're having the multiplier switch. That's going to be picked by Power Team Esports, I guess. They want to take that. They want to wait for the last minute. And of course, they are watching very carefully when they're just going to make that move. So that's going to be working out nicely for them. But it's going to be just 12. So that's just one bale, which they can actually get in because the belt is just so slow. So that is, they gain 4 points by going there and waiting for it. So I don't know if that was smart.
Watch them win by 4.
Position, yeah. It's a decent
that
position still with this
wouldn't
boss. Yeah. And now, I mean, yeah. Let's see, 15 bales for Lindner. And what does the Power Team Esports have? 6. So it's 10 bales more for Lindner. So I think that they have the means, they have the multipliers, they have the bales. But yeah, they should start working with it because, I mean, getting all those bales in, it's going to take time. So, yeah, and here we go. So
most of them.
Well, I mean, we don't have to ask. He knows what he needs to do. So he's going to start working with it. Has 3 bales on at the front. And, yeah, and then it's going to be, 22 points per bale all the way till the end for them. Couple of bales, or 3 of them actually going for El Papito. They have 8 bales. So after those 3, which they have on the belt, they have 5 only remaining. Actually, 4 only remaining outside of the belt, and there's some of them are coming in. Now it's actually 6, so they have been pressing some more. But yeah, I mean, Lindner are already reaching out 300, and where are the bales? I would love to see.
Oh!
Well, he's gonna make it. He's gonna make it. I mean, just press gas, and you should be able to do it. But this is exactly what I wanted to see. There was a small glimpse of the Lindner's belt area, and I didn't see any bales there. So most of the bales are still away, and that's what really scares me currently. Because even though Power Team Esports, they have less bales, but they are all the time just coming in. They're just like flowing here. And at the same time, Zerzurus, I mean, these bales are not really in the optimal position. It's only 45 seconds. So, but they're going to take the lead. Lindner takes the lead, at least for the moment. Hightower, are they going to be trying to get a combo or something? No, they're just going to put them on the first floor. And that's a very narrow
only
angle
one stacker
to get them in. 43, 430.
Completely tied.
Completely, when we have 30 seconds to go. And these last seconds, they are the ones which are going to be deciding the fate of Lindner. For the moment, as they already have lost the 1 game versus Helm. So then it would mean that if they were going to lose this one, they should be dropping out, if I'm not completely mistaken. Puppet's going to be climbing all the way up there, and they're going to be trying to get that final point. He's going to get that final point. It's going to be 8 points more, but there we go. Lindner comes with the bales, and they will deliver 2 more, and that's going to be enough. They will take the series all the way to the 3rd game.
Wow. And great call there, Copter, at the end of that round. That was exciting, one of the most exciting ones we've seen so far this weekend, because it was just back and forth. And I think that for Lindner, I want to see the stats and the total bale count. So they had 22 delivered and 2 undelivered. And I think they had to put so many into the bottom, but so did Power Team Esport because of how slow their belt was. So I think that kind of evened things out a bit. But it just goes to show again that having 2 stackers, if you're going to be trying to deliver these bales so late on, can give you an extra benefit to get them into the top. But Lindner did what it took to force the 3rd of the best of 3, a 16-point victory there right at the end. Exciting stuff. And now we're headed to the 3rd. One of these teams will have their journey at the Gamescom tournament end here, and the other will move into the semifinal. And we'll play Farming Friends for the right to square off against Helm in the final.
Yeah, this will be interesting as well. I guess we face the same situation as versus Helm, that now um, Lindner, they kind of like have that, one extra perk in a way, as they use the herbicide on the first one, so they can choose. They can choose from the big hole, or they can use the unstable. Sorry, the bottleneck. So those are the ones which they still
Yeah,
have available. So and
we haven't
for
seen we haven't seen Big Haul from Lindner yet, so I would be surprised if they pick it, especially because it's double the amount of points to pick it over Bottleneck. They tend to prefer to spend it elsewhere. What I would like to see, and Lindner again are a team that like to mix things up, and I think they could really benefit from an extra stacker at the end of the round. But having said that, they do seem to really prefer those two big tractors when they play, so I'm not sure that they'll do it. But a lot at stake here, a lot to play for as we see a shot of the fans. A little bit of nervousness that's settling in once they see the camera on them now. But a great crowd showing out for all of the matches during FarmCon. It's been great to see all of the fans there having a good time. Got the straw hats and the sunglasses going around, and you can really sense the party atmosphere at the Farming Simulator booth during Gamescom.
True. And Power Team Esports, do they have like Bottleneck or Unstoppable, which they have remaining? I can't remember now which they played earlier. They played Big Hall, and I think
they have Unstoppable in play. I can't remember.
Okay.
Yeah, the first round was Herbicide.
We're gonna figure that out.
Yeah, we'll see in a moment, won't we?
Yeah.
Interestingly enough, the decision to pick the 3 different perks is something that's not built into the client, so it's actually a part of the rules now. So it's something that teams have to track themselves better than we're tracking it right now, because if they were to forget and they pick one that they already picked, it would be an automatic forfeit. So you as a player, as a team, you don't want that to happen. According to the rules, if a team uses one twice, then it's a forfeit. So
I bought this Farming Simulator notebook, not this year, but the year before, from FarmCon. And I actually haven't been using it lately, so maybe that's now the place where I can start putting the perks in. Who has used and
there
what.
You go.
So I finally found a use for that. I mean, I have marked some scores, but last season then I figured, somebody actually has these on Excel already, so why should I just put them on the on the notebook? But maybe I was just making the notes about the perks would be a good thing. I guess we are waiting for something.
For sure.
As the players are still waiting there, we are not really on the game. Usually it starts pretty fast after, so I guess we are waiting for something. And we'll just wait and see when something's going to start.
Maybe just a chance for Jan Hendrik to get some practice in with that camera. I see him in the background running the camera.
Noticed.
We're now seeing his view.
Yeah, I mean, he was the one who tried to fix the PCs earlier as well when we had the first technical problems. So, and now, okay, you can't fix this. Take the camera and just use that.
And there's
At least we get the picture in picture, so it seems that we're gonna go. And it's the same player.
There's some sort of technical.
Yeah.
There's some sort of technical issue if you see Marcel show up to help. If Marcel is there solving it, then no one else could figure it out. Thanks, Marcel, for the help. Flipsticks on YouTube said that we're waiting because the field needs to grow, which is also a funny thing. But the fields need to have their crop regrow. Luckily, we don't have to wait an entire year, just only a few minutes.
Don't film me, please. Okay, there we go. So, I mean, the last man standing came to fix the PC, and it seemed pretty easy, like click, click, click. I think he pressed the keyboard like 4 times or something. Okay, it's done. Let's just play. And now we can see that the captain's name on the Lindner side is correct as well. I don't know if it was already before. I think it was, but just now taking it into a note. But okay, the bans. Still gonna be anything special? I guess we're going to follow the same. Telehandlers from the Lindner side most probably going to be banned as they have done it so far. Yeah, Manicho, and then the second one is going to come pretty fast as well. So I don't think that there's going to be anything that special on the bans. The perks, I want to see what's going to happen with those.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I would expect Bottleneck from Lindner to be what they go with. I don't see them going with Big Haul, but maybe they do it because they know Power Team Esport aren't expecting it. But no, they are going to go with Bottleneck, and it's Bottleneck against Bottleneck here. So with everything on the line and similar setups for the teams, let's see what the players do. Last time Obelix going for the head start player perk, kind of throwing us for a loop and showing us something different as far as player perks go. Different tractors, same perk for the captains. Let's see what these two go with now. Under Pressure, the 8R, Archimedes ++, and the Magnum 400. So, will Obelix now go with Under Pressure? Oh, he's going to stick with Head Start. And the Fent 942 for both teams. So only one stackable, one tractor with a front loader with a manure fork on it to stack bales. You can bring in 3 at a time on the front of those. So let's see how this one plays out. A lot on the line here. A spot in the semifinals, more circuit points, more prize money, and a lot on the line. And it's going to come down, I think, to maybe slightly different strategies. And we're off for the first bale, and Sinfree is off quickly. And if he doesn't screw up in the reverse here, he is going to win this battle.
Obelix is going to be so close. Obelix is going to win that one.
Oh,
yeah, he's going to win it.
A much better approach by Obelix. He didn't swing as far out. He was second in getting there, but the way... Oh, yeah, he didn't get it. I thought he did.
Yeah, Sinfree got it in the end. I really thought that Obelix going to get that one. So this maybe could be... Oh, it is a very good thing for Lindner that they actually might be getting now a better first bale exactly when they need it. And now when we have the strategies, which... Well, not the strategies, but the perks are at least similar. So maybe we'll... I have a feeling that it's going to be one of those games that, okay, we'll do the same strategy, and then we'll see who's going to be executing it well. And this is actually looking pretty damn good. It's going to be 148-7. 148.
Nice.
There we go. Lindner, they will pop up exactly when it's needed.
Huge moment. Yeah, that is a huge start. And that's what happens when you are battling it out to claim that baler that's closest to the small field to maximize how high of a score you can get on the first bale. If you lose that battle, which Obelix did, then it costs you significantly. It's not just a high score for your opponents when you lose that battle. It means a significant gap, as now Obelix is coming in, and we're going to have the 8.5-minute drops showing up momentarily, and a 113. So, 35-point difference. That's nearly 2 bales. So, direct delivery and bale drop spawning kind of close to the drawbridge area. Probably not going to be sought after yet again, those drops, due to that placement, as Obelix is now going to go get the grain cart collected, and this is the time when you want to start helping your teammates out, emptying the grain out of the combine so that they can keep going and putting out more straw out of the chaff in the back.
7, well, almost 8 minutes. Of course, these first drops, well, I don't think that there's going to be much of a use for these. But yeah, we can see the direct delivery is going to be picked, so why not? That is at least one. Something's going to be picked. And let's see, High Tower is going to just resume the action. Both pretty much on the same part.
I like that
map.
pick.
So yeah, the X-ray that I mentioned earlier, would it be, well, okay, a little bit different actually, but still pretty close to each other's when you think about it, how they're going to play. Kind of like you see the, again, the time distance ratio working here. The Obelix is a little bit further behind because it's Sinfree going here, and probably like in 15 seconds we're gonna see that somebody from the Power Team Esports side is gonna come to the silo as well, and that's just gonna be preparing for whatever they're gonna be doing with that grain. And then we can see Obelix.
I really like that direct delivery pickup we've seen teams like drive past it and ignore it, and especially if you're running the combine anyways, because it's given them a multiplier advantage before they even delivered any grain. Direct delivery just increases your multiplier directly while you're harvesting, so you don't have to deliver it. And Lindner was already trailing in the amount of grain, so I think that might level things up a little bit as far as the multiplier goes. I've seen players like drive by it in a combine before and ignore it and not pick it up, and I haven't understood why they do that. So thank you, Hightower, for grabbing it in that scenario. You might as well.
Yeah, it doesn't yet explain it why the others haven't done it. So he will do a nice thing and prove that, okay, we can take these as well. But that doesn't still answer the question why the others haven't done it. And this is something which we speculated yesterday as well. But yeah, it's good. And yeah, I mean, 25 seconds for the next drop. So there wasn't anything disruptive on the first drop. So everything is still open. The silo closed and the grain multiplier, for example. So if those are going to be coming in, I mean, Power Team Esports, like a 65k of grain. That's a lot. And Lindner with 55 for the moment. But they already have the multiplier, advantage in a way. And now the drops are coming in. So let's see what they are. As soon as the direct's going to be finding them into the pictures. Grain multiplier and bale multiplier. That's hard choice in a way.
Yeah, and we're looking at Power Team Esports because they're behind in the score and the multiplier currently. They have a better weighting on their drops, so it was 1.7 for each of the drops for them, and presumably it would be 1.5 for Lindner, which it is. So grain multiplier selected by both teams, and this will help Power Team Esports now counteract that direct delivery, and they have such a huge amount of grain. Both teams are going to be doing the grain chain and bringing their combines in to the silo area, and now it'll be on to getting as many bales pressed as possible.
So let's see where they're gonna end up. 2.0 on both sides. So if they wouldn't have picked that first
Uh-oh.
Lindner.
No.
That's not good. That's horrible,
Goodbye.
actually. And he needs to detach from the baler.
How do you save that
How can you
baler?
get that back? How can you get that back?
You're gonna have
The
to
bridge is
ram
gonna
it
come
from the
down,
back.
and the bridge is gonna smash it. Yeah, it's gonna touch it, so it's on the way. So I don't know. Maybe we'll see it right now. Obelix wants to somehow get. Oh yeah. That's the way.
So smart. Just using
You
the
just
bail
have
in
to
the
play a
back.
little bit rough, And the bridge is coming down,
Yeah.
but he's gonna be right on time to take that away, and maybe he can actually go from that bridge now. Oh, but it's not gonna work. It's not gonna work out. It's gonna be getting stuck on that bridge still. And this is horrible for Power Team Esports. Maybe the tractor actually gonna flip on the water. No, somehow he still manages to get away.
How has he not gone for a swim there? There were 3 or 4 opportunities where I thought for sure he was going to end up in the moat, but somehow saved it. But now smacking into the wall is Lindner, so just mistakes all around. Luckily for Obelix, he was able to save it, but a lot of time wasted as well. He could have already delivered those bales and been out and brought more in, probably in the amount of time that took. So advantage to Lindner for the moment after that.
But meanwhile, the multiplier. Meanwhile, as we were following what's happening with the mistakes there, the multiplier has completely switched to the Power Team Esports side bottom boost. And if this is gonna go, I mean, Lindner just needs to take this down. I mean, if Power Team Esports gets their hands on this, that's a very dangerous setup. But I don't think that Lindner can do anything about the multiplier anymore. They just have to live with it. That they have to put all of them inside, and maybe that's going to help with the bottom boost. They have, to speed that up a little bit. They still have 35 seconds to go with it. But that 26 points per bale for Power Team Esports, that is a bit scary.
12
because they
points
do have a
per
quite
bale
large
extra.
amount of bales as well.
Yeah, and 12 points per bale extra over Lindner, that's pretty significant. You're basically getting over half a bale extra each time you put it in. So for Lindner, they got to hope that they can press a huge amount of them and score them. The belt is going slower for Power Team Esport because they have the advantage in the multiplier, but will that be enough? I don't know. And yeah, now just only a 3-point lead for Lindner, and it's going to quickly start to climb up as Power Team Esport goes into the lead. I don't know. I think that this is Power Team Esports to lose now with that multiplier advantage. If you can get all these bales stacked, they've got to get them into the top. They got to get the majority into the top, and then we'll be fine. Hightower now getting stuck on this bridge, disconnecting and then reconnecting to save it. Smart move there. But some nerves may be setting in for both teams here with a spot in the semifinals on the line.
Yeah, this is complicated for Lindner now, as you know, they can't do anything about it. They can just try to get the bales in as fast as they can, but you know, the bale counts are not so high, so we still have 1 minute. There's 7 bales for Lindner, 9 bales for Power Team Esports. So I mean, the time, the multiplier, and the count of bales is just against Lindner for now. It was looking very good for them, you know, and then when the kind of like the accident happened for the Power Team Esports on the bridges, and then I was like, yeah, this actually could be a Lindner's game. But then, you know, meanwhile, as I wasn't even noticing it, somebody was pouring down some grain, and the multiplier just went completely in the wrong direction when you look from the eyes of Lindner. And now with 35 seconds to go, I mean, Papita can still get a couple more bales, get like a 500 points, like a 4.5 to 500. So I guess the score is going to be for them, maybe a little bit higher actually even. And I don't think that Lindner, I mean, even if you look at the amount of bales, 5, they cannot reach more than like a 450 or something like that. That is like the absolute maximum. So I don't think it's going to be doable. And from whatever reason, Power Team Esports, just 1 point. What is going on? What is going on? They're going to actually, the El Papito is there on the bale. They are not going to be delivering that bale. What happened? They are celebrating, but did we see that? I don't see what happened there. Because for me, I just saw that there was like the last minute bales coming in for Lindner, but not for Power Team Esports. So maybe that's well like a client issue or something. But it seems to me that both sides are very clear that Power Team Esports actually won it, because they are kind of congratulating Power Team Esports. So I think that's the case. At least that's what I like to think.
With like 6 seconds to go, Lindner was like only 1 point away, and then it just kind of shot up in the favor of Power Team Esport. There must have been some bales going in right at that moment.
Yeah,
so
but
Power
they were
Team
like
Esport
frozen to us.
move on to the semifinal.
Okay,
yeah,
so 461.
Look at that, seven less bales delivered, but because of that 2.4 to 1.2 or 1 point, whatever it was, 2.6 to whatever it was, because of the multiplier advantage, they scored so many more points per bale. And congratulations to Power Team Esport. They will now advance and wait for the winner of Lindner against Farming Friends in the semifinal.
Oh, yeah.
So we have one more matchup coming up to decide who's going to face off against Helm in the final. But what a crazy finish that was.
Yeah, so in total we have 3 matches remaining, if I'm not completely mistaken with the counts.
2,
okay,
think,
but anyways,
right? The semifinal now and the final. It should be. It should be just now. The next 2 teams are the semifinal teams. No, you're right. Okay. It is 3, because then they have to play Power Team Esport.
Yeah.
Or Matt has this.
Yeah, exactly. yeah. I'm just trying to read it out. So we have now. What did you say we have? We have Lindner versus Farming
Friends.
Yeah. And then the winner of those is gonna face Power Team Esports. And from that final, from that semi-final, then we have the winner playing against Helm in the final. Okay.
Yeah.
Easy.
I can't keep up. We're doing what we can, though.
We're trying to. Okay. So anyways, I think we're going to be having a short break before the next game. So we'll be right back in about 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere. We'll be here. And the next match is going to be starting, of course, in time.
Das werdet ihr zu Hause jetzt auch gerade hören im Hintergrund. Ja, ich glaube, es so mittlerweile am Siedepunkt. Es brodelt. Hört mal her, pass auf. Ich muss noch einmal kurz die Hand heben, dann hört mal, was da im Hintergrund für ein Alarm ist. 3, 2, 1. Das ist Gamescom, Lars. Und ich glaube, Im Rahmen der diesjährigen Farming Simulator League, im Rahmen der Tour, ist das schon auch etwas Besonderes oder wird bei den anderen Veranstaltungen auch mal so ein bisschen geschrien?
Gamescom ist immer besonders tatsächlich. Ist natürlich eine Riesenveranstaltung generell. Weltgrößte Spielemesse, darf man nicht vergessen, oder Spielmesse für Computerspiele. Und die Stimmung hier ist ehrlich gesagt krasser als überall sonst. Meine ich jetzt nicht so, ne, bla bla, geschwurbelt, ist wirklich so Gamescom-Stimmung, nicht nur bei uns, überall auf der Messe. Absolut insane. Und irgendwie schaffen wir es seit vielen, vielen Jahren und Jahrzehnten. Dank dir auch vor allen Dingen, dass es hier natürlich sehr, sehr krass ist. Dank dir und dank unserem kleinen Kleinod, möchte ich sagen, das wir gerne benutzen, um die Stimmung noch ein bisschen anzuheizen.
Ja, das ist ein ganz besonderer Hut. Der wurde in Handarbeit natürlich gefertigt von den Praktikanten bei Giant Software.
Von allen beiden tatsächlich, genau.
Wer also gerne mal ein Praktikum bei uns machen möchte, kann sich gerne melden. Nein, keine Sorge. Ist nicht der Fall. 100% Stroh und es ist nicht irgendein Stroh, sondern es ist Motivationsstroh. Denn es ist tatsächlich, es ist unglaublich. Komm, wir gehen mal Richtung Publikum. Es ist unfassbar, wie motiviert alle sind, wenn es hier um diese Hüte geht, oder?
Es wurde sich übrigens nach der letzten Show beschwert, das sei gar nicht 100% Stroh, wegen dem orangenen Band. Ne?
Ja gut, jetzt kann man natürlich auch, wie sagt man, so ein kleiner Korinthenkacker sein.
Man
ne?
kann auch ein bisschen korinthenkackerisch sein. Also. Dann ist
Ja,
der Strohunterhut, so kann man das auch sehen.
Ich glaube, das war aber auch eher mit so einem Augenzwinkern
Das sieht man
gemeint.
bei uns nicht. Wir haben diese schicken, modischen Sonnenbrillen auch.
Und kam auch aus der Community. Du bist als Lizardan bekannt in der Community, als Community Manager.
Genau.
Wie groß ist denn eure Community und ja, wie weit geht denn überhaupt die Community über die deutschen Grenzen hinaus? Ich glaube schon.
Im Grunde von der deutschen Grenze bis zur deutschen Grenze zurück, einmal um den ganzen Globus. Das Spiel wird überall gespielt, wirklich überall. Wir haben 5 Millionen, etwas über 5 Millionen Kopien mittlerweile verkauft. Wir sind außerdem im Xbox Game Pass natürlich, wo man uns spielen kann. Das sind nochmal 4, 5, vielleicht 6 Millionen Spieler, wissen wir nicht so hundertprozentig. Aber wir können davon ausgehen, dass wir sehr, sehr viele Spieler da draußen haben, eine riesige Community, um die wir uns auch kümmern und versuchen, immer mit euch in Kontakt zu sein. Meine Kollegen gerade auf dem Stream im Moment ist ja Kermit, der amerikanische Community Coordinator, als Kommentator dabei. Chucky, der deutsche Community Coordinator, gibt auf Twitter die Live-Updates und ich stehe hier mit dir. Also das Team ist überall. Hört euch, versucht euch zu sehen. Ich habe nur den coolen Platz, weil ich bin auf der Gamescom mit dir und den ganzen Leuten.
Ja, also wie gesagt, Gamescom ist ganz großartig. Wir haben allerdings nur noch 1 Minute 50. Mit Schrecken sieht das auch das Publikum gerade, denn wir haben doch keine Zeit. Gleich sind wieder unsere 2 Caster im Einsatz und wir wollen doch einige mit Hüten glücklich machen. Na? Also, wir nehmen euch nochmal live mit auf die Gamescom. Manche von euch sind vielleicht von der ersten Minute des Streams an dabei. Mal schauen, ob es so lange geht wie gestern. Also es waren 9,5 Stunden. Das war schon eine ganze Menge. Aber eure Pause versüßen wir euch mit Stimmung live aus Köln. Und damit die Frage ans Publikum. Seid ihr bereit? Ah, das war viel zu leise. Ich glaube, hier so diese Seite ist ganz besonders bereit. Seid ihr bereit? Habe ich doch gesagt.
Wie ist es mit der Seite? Seid ihr bereit? Wo ich glaube, die sind alle bereit.
Es sind alle bereit. Dann nehmen wir doch klassischerweise die Hände hoch.
Das ist aber auch knapp mit der Zeit hier, oder?
Dann müssen wir uns wohl beeilen, oder?
Beeilen wir uns ein bisschen. So
Also,
sieht's
ihr
aus.
habt das ganz fantastisch gemacht. Es ist ja auch Sonntag. Man muss ja nicht immer bis auf 180% hochgehen. Ja, also nehmt die Hände hoch zum Fangen. Mit den besten Grüßen von unserem Team, vom Landwirtschaftssimulator. Unter anderem, ich weiß gar nicht, die Frage habe ich noch gar nicht gestellt, ich weiß gar nicht, ob ihr es schon wusstet, dass der Landwirtschaftssimulator natürlich auch schon mal einen Gamescom Award gewonnen hat. Weltklasse, oder? Ja, ja.
Für die Kinder sei übrigens gesagt, du hast es jetzt mal nicht gemacht. Ihr kommt gleich bitte da hinten auf die Seite. Der Tobi kümmert sich darum, dass ihr nicht ohne Hut nach Hause
Ja.
geht. Liebe Eltern, ich habe keinen Hund versprochen, es tut mir leid. Na, aber einen Hut kriegen sie.
Ja, ich muss dich abwürgen, denn
Ja,
wir
ich
sind
sehe,
wieder
wir würgen.
raus. Gehen
Zurück
zurück
zu
in
den
den Stream.
Castern und raus mit den
Und
Hüten.
von Herzen für euch die letzten Hüte.
Heyo, we're back again. Maddie and Kermit with you all, and we are getting now down to the last 3 matches of the weekend. So because of the double elimination format, we're going to have our last quarterfinal now, and we'll see who will be facing off against our winners of the last game for the right to play Helm. So, man, we just saw some crazy action. Maddie, you were really good on those calls. They made it easy for you to make it exciting on the last 2 rounds. Linder coming up short after playing really strong against Helm, coming up short against Power Team Esport, and now Linder will have to face off, presumably right away, against Farming Friends.
Well, meanwhile, we're going to have the replays, of course, first, so let's see what's going to happen here. I was pretty sure that Obelisk going to get that one, but still, like, somewhere, like, between the tires, he just managed to, okay, it's not between the tires because it's X-ray, but still, it looks like he just literally stole it from him on the pad, because I was so sure that Obelisk going to get that one. This was a bit of an issue for Linder on the first game. He got stuck on the bridge, and we can see some, a bit of like a bumping on the gate as well. And I'm not sure if we saw this actually on the.
No, we were watching the first bail instead. I think, yeah, definitely. Like, I think the nerves were starting to get to some of the players in this one. We're getting to the latter stages and a lot on the line because we saw a lot of mistakes like that. Nothing really like major that wasn't saved by the teams. We had that moment where we almost look at this nice jump by Obelix, getting some airtime, a little crash into the bridge, but it didn't matter because it was a 148 first bail as he kind of rode the rails of the barn there. And this is the one we saw, like this one that could have been really disastrous. He detached from the baler, so the baler didn't fall in the water. Then he went back, was able to switch it around, get reconnected. Then the bridge caught him and flipped him on his side again. So that was a lot of time lost in that moment, but it ended up not really hurting them in the end. So now, Power Team Esports gets to sit back, watch this next match, wait to see who their opponent is going to be in the semifinal as we see the kids climbing up on the John Deere 8R there that is at our booth during Gamescom at the moment. So it's been great, like a constant stream of people in the crowd watching this one. And you can see Lucky Lucker there, the near side of the screen for Farming Friends and Power Team Esport as well. El Papito there looking out at the crowd and trying to get pumped up. Both of these teams have been fantastic this weekend. And I think, either of them, would be very deserving of a spot in the semifinals. So this is a chance for them to give themselves, a chance to continue to move on.
Yeah. Well, let's wait and see how this is going to play down. A lot of hats on the audience. I mean, you can easily see all the time, like 5 to 10 guys with the hay hat, but or the straw hat, as you call it. But yeah, it's a lovely looking audience. So there we go. Power Team Esports versus Farming Friends. So this is the battle from the plays on the semi-final. Am I missing something here?
I'm so lost this weekend that I'm like at this point I'm trying not to figure it out, and I'm just gonna go with the flow because I thought
this is
that
the
Power Team Esport would be. This should be the semifinal, I guess.
Yeah, this is the semi-final already. So I guess the count of about the matches. So for this semi-final, the winner of this is semi-final 4, and we should have winner of semi-final. So semi-final 5, and we should have winner of semi-final 4 and loser of semi-final 3. So yeah, Farming Friends, they lost on the semi-final to Helm, and yeah, then we have Power Team Esports, which on the previous game won. Yeah, so this is the semi-final. So okay, I'm sorry, but this is one of the semi-finals, and so the winner should be going to the final, and they should be. I'm just now wondering, is Helm even on the final already? But I guess they are. So let's just count on that. So that means that we have two matches to go. This and the final, if I'm not completely mistaken. But maybe the just a hint because I can't type at the same time. So maybe the director who is probably listening to us, maybe he can put some info on the chat, like where we actually are on paper, or maybe show the bracket at some point. But yeah, I guess this is a semi-final. Okay, let's forget that. So we have Big Hall versus Big Hall. And we have seen these two face off a couple of times today, but it's not that often. Usually, people want to counter the Big Hall. Well, not counter because that would mean that it's like superior somehow. But they want to play against Big Hall with something else than Big Hall, but not always. Like this example, for example.
And a player from each team not going with a player perk, they spent the points elsewhere, and each team has gone with a different second perk. So Power Team Esports has Archimedes Plus, which allows you to unload anything that holds grain 50% faster while you're operating them. And Farming Friends, instead of going for Under Pressure, which it multiplies the baler straw intake amount by 1.1. So basically, for you can create bales with less amount of straw. This is what that does for you. So
I just gotta answer. We can see there's a question on the chat on how much I have been drinking today. So maybe what I just explained about the bracket is not so clear. But I think about 2 liters of water and a couple of cups of coffee and 1 energy drink. I think that's the pretty much the amount of hydration.
Yeah, don't worry. The new format has confused us all weekend long, and us not being on site as well, and having people in our ear that are also busy running around at the event doing other tasks. It's not always easy for them to relay information to us. So new format, we're all learning as we go, and it's been a bit confusing at times this weekend, but that's okay. We'll figure it out. There it is. 138 in the end, and Mtron not too far behind.
Yeah. So pretty close first bells. Of course, if he doesn't do a mistake. Okay, that's actually a 9 points, so it wasn't that close. But still, a decent start for both of the teams. So nobody has like a huge advantage. They have the same perk. So that is, now we just have to wait and see how they want to play it. I guess both teams are just, heading towards the, not yet for the Big Hall, bridges raised and speed limit. Doesn't make much of a difference. Maybe the speed limit is something we have seen that to be picked up, but these are just so far away, and we can see the players how far they are from the drops as well. Of course, it's a different situation on the other side of the field, but still, so probably they're going to be left alone, and they don't want to have the, they don't want to be spending the time to go for them. But our team Esports goes for the speed limit actually, so they, I guess they were then closer by, so. They will pick it up, and I don't know if Farming Friends are going to do the same, or at least because the picture was from their field earlier, so I think that at least it may seem they were pretty far away. But now Emtron is actually not that far, and he's going to walk actually a pretty long distance to it. So I don't know, maybe just wanted to leave it on the right place when he just made the perfect turn to start collecting the grain and then producing the straw. And of course, it's going to be a little bit different timing, but it's not going to make a big of a difference. As at least it's easier for us to follow, as they're just not moving that fast.
Yeah, well, and all of a sudden today, like we didn't see yesterday a single, in my memory, I don't remember a single 8.5 minute drop being picked up by teams, and now all of a sudden here late on, we're kind of seeing an uptick of teams picking them, and whether that's because they know that as they get later into a tournament, every little advantage you can get is important. Maybe it's just a luck of where the drops are spawning. I don't know what the factors are. It's probably a mix of everything, but it's nice to see all of a sudden more of these 8.5 minute drops being selected.
And it has been speed limit quite oftenly. I mean, speed limit has been picked up multiple times. So I guess when the teams are executing or playing with the same perk, and they know that the strategies are like very close by, so maybe then the time is like an essence for them, that they want to make sure that the because then in a way, if there isn't like any like a huge like a break points in the middle, that this must be timed according to this. I mean, if there is no big moments between because of the different perks and the strategies which come by them, then if playing the same strategy, it makes sense to kind of like take the one which affects the other one who's doing the same, which is the speed limit. But the just my speculations once again. Anyways, we can see that Power Team Esports actually delivered the grain very early, and this is something we have seen happening today a couple of times now. Oh, this is the second time that somebody actually goes very early with the big haul, doesn't wait for the drops or anything like that. We haven't yet seen that to backfire, but let's say, I mean, in 10 seconds we can have like a grain multiplier, and then that strategy should backfire if you do it that early. But yeah, I mean, let's just wait for it. They're gonna be spawning right now. There's a grain multiplier, so let's see if it does backfire. This might be something for farming friends, because they will for sure will go for a grain multiplier, and they do have, I guess, the big hole pretty close to the silo as well. And we saw that Power Team Esports, they used about half of the grain without the multiplier, and now because of the points, we can also see that farming friends actually will have a bigger multiplier on the grain because they have less points currently. So this actually is really a changing moment. What is it like? It's 1.5 here. Is it 1.6 for the other? No, it's 1.5 for farming friends. I didn't see what is it for the Power Team Esports, but now we can see farming friends unloading it, and it's already even, and they just used like 20k, so 10k less than what Power Team Esports did use, and now they have the multiplier advantage. And let's see how much grain they still have left. We can see Power Team Esports collecting some, so now it's 3.0 to 1.0. They're completely the other way around. The belt has been stopped as well, so Krieger is still here. And he's kind of like expecting that maybe Power Team Esports going to be also, you know, using some of that grain just to be ready for it. But they didn't. And
if I'm Power Team Esport here, I'm waiting until the multiplier for Farming Friends expires. It's not a whole lot of grain, but if you wait, then Farming Friends is going to waste their last 9,000 liters. I think that, like, it was hard to tell, like, if it was going to backfire or not, but they were able to deliver and get that multiplier in their favor first, Power Team Esport. Now, of course, it's against them. But I think that they're going to end up having it after this is all said and done. Meanwhile, though, Lucky Lucker is going to score some points, it looks like. And it's going to be 30 point per bale. Let's see how many he gets in. There's one.
They get all of them. It looks like they will get all of them in, because Power Team Esports will wait for that couple of seconds. That's the second one, maybe the third one. Maybe they're gonna lose a little bit of
there
it.
They
it's
go.
Still gonna be decent. It's not like completely done, but of course it's a very fast unloading. So at least they got 20 points, and now they're just even out on the multiplier, like completely the same. So, but yeah, I mean, Farming Friends, they were able to utilize the 3.0 multiplier, which Power Team Esports was not. So even
that could have gone so
many
ways.
Yeah. But I mean, Farming Friends, they started like 9 points lower first bale. That for sure, the gap has now turned to the other side.
Lord Baylor picked up by Power Team Esport.
Yeah, Lord Baylor. 6 bales on Farming Friends. So they need more bales, but Papito almost runs into trouble. Like, let's get out of here. You know, just like an action movie. Like, oh, I don't like the feeling of this. Probably when Indiana Jones sees the snakes. To do something else. And I'm sorry about the.
I like after all of that.
I've been watching them like you know, just during the last week, like 2 of them. So that's
fresh in your mind then.
No, I'm just watching them with my son who hasn't seen them before.
Gotcha, that's cool. Yeah, I find it interesting that after all of that battle for the multiplier, that it just ended up even anyways. Power Team Esport delivered really early. They had a 3-1. They didn't take advantage of it. And Farming Friends got it to 3-1. They were able to take advantage of it with a few bales. And then with the multipliers coming into play and lots of grain out there, it ended up just being 2-2 anyways. So now it's going to come down to the last minute 40-ish. How many of these bales that you have pressed can you get delivered into the top of the barn? You got to maximize every point you get here.
I'm a little bit concerned about the amount of bales which Farming Friends has. 7, as we can see, and there was about double amount for Power Team Esports. But then there's also a gap of 100, about 140 points, exactly the amount of bales, which is the gap. So and we're running out of time. So I don't honestly think that Power Team Esports can get all of the bales on the on the second floor. So I think that they will have to do something about them to put them on the different place. But then also, let's see how the Farming Friends are going to handle this. So it's going to be getting close. We can see that the gap is closing already as Power Team is now just 40 points away anymore. And Papito, these are a little bit scattered across. That's going to cost some time. So getting those on the bell is going to take like extra, like a 20 seconds. So then we have like a 30 seconds remaining. And where's all the remaining bales for Power Team Esports? Where are they? We don't see them. They are not on the pictures. So they are just arriving, as we can see from below. And these bales, after they will get in, they are about even. But I'm pretty sure that there's going to be bales on the Farming Friends side as well, which are just on their way inside of the barn, as we can actually see. And the belt is a little bit maybe faster on the Farming Friends side as what I can see. So this is close, but I think that this is going to be just barely Farming Friends claiming the victory, as they are now leading by 80 points and we only have about 10 seconds to go. A lot of like these last minute deliveries are coming in, couple bales of the pelt still going on. We saw Power Team Esports getting one, there's going to be one going for Farming Friends, going to be just 3 seconds to go. It's going to be getting awfully close, 554, it's going to be Farming Friends who will take it.
Wow. Okay. Well done, Farming Friends, in that round, and nerves setting in there, like a sigh of relief, and Power Team Esport clapping their opponents, pretending that his heart was literally pounding on his chest there. Nicely done by Lucky Looker. 554 to 538, so one less bale delivered, but they did score, really importantly, like 2 bales at 30 points and then another one with, 23, 24 points or so. So that more than made the difference for them in this round. And it just, I really am excited to see this becoming more of a thing. And maybe it's because of the different timings of the drops. I don't know. But do you remember last season, like how much we talked about teams having the grain multiplier in their favor and then not scoring bales while they have it in their favor? You've got to take advantage, even if it's just 1 bale, 2 bales. That can make the difference for you by scoring those extra points on them. And it's a small window of time that you get. If grain multiplier or bale multiplier shows up in the 8.5 minute mark, not as beneficial as 5.5 minutes. But no matter what, drop or no drop, if you have at least a 2.5 or higher multiplier, you need to try to go score those bales while you can, even if it's just 1 or 2, because you never know later on if you'll wish you had those points. So good to see teams doing that more and more so far in Season 5.
But it was a close one. I mean, the gap was 16 points only. So it was, one bale could have changed the direction. And of course, it was those bales which they played on the mill with the multiplier. So they used the advantage, and that's how the Farming Friends in the end managed to come back from that, loss of the first bale or something like that. Now we're going to be starting the game. So second game of the semi-final. So the winner, based on my calculation, should be going to the final, but I cannot give the de facto answer. I just hate it.
The winner has a really good chance of advancing.
Yeah, the winner has a really good chance of being on the final. Maybe that's the maybe that's the thing, and the better team is gonna win, and so we can come with all these cliches if we want to. So yeah, the ban face.
I love like esports casting cliches. Honestly, like they crack me up. I remember hearing one like a long time ago when I was younger, and I was kind of like thinking already when I was a teenager that something in the broadcasting space is what I wanted to do. And I was watching a hockey game, and like that's what one of the casters said, and like the team that scores the most goals has a good chance of winning. So, more often than not, you get more points than your other team. You will probably advance. But I don't want to make that prediction in the FSL because the team with the most points could match the points of their opponent, and both teams have the same amount of points, and then it would go to the tiebreaker. So. That doesn't happen a lot. It's really exciting when it does. It happened in the final last month not last month, but last tournament at FarmCon when you and Alex were calling. the tournament, it went to the tiebreaker between My Insanity and Helm. So if we get a tiebreaker at these stages now with just this semifinal and the final remaining, it's going to be quite something to see.
But here we can see that the team that has more points than the other has a good chance of advancing. Then it would be right.
There you go. Not the most points, more than your opponent. Yeah, that's the way to put it. You got to get the words right.
You probably have a fancier word for it, but I'll just go with the practical terms, like, you know, the simple words. Use more of those, and you get the same result.
There you go.
I think I need to extend my vocabulary a little bit on. I mean, always, and you know, I just love, like, you know, also commentating with you, Kermit, because I mean, of course, as a native English speaker, there's a lot of, like, you know, words that I can. Oh, yeah, that's the word I was looking for. But okay,
right. Well, still, you speak Finnish and English. You know, I only speak English and bad English, so those are my only two languages.
Yeah,
so
I get to teach.
I think you're more impressive than
this. It's not gonna be a problem. Yeah, well, we can figure that out. Anyways, this is looking strange for Mtron. He's so far away, so something went definitely wrong with the challenges for him. And let's see, Power Team Esports, I mean, they're definitely closer. They have the first bale ready. They're already leaving, so Obelix is on his way. It's not going to be the greatest one. It's going to be like a 120 something. So it's not going to be even 130. It's like 125 maybe, 128. Okay, so that's definitely better. But the Mtron is still so far away. So he had a bit of a problem with the baler. That is the only excuse that I can find. As you know, we don't even see the combine anymore in front of him, so you know he's long gone to do some other stuff. So he's just collecting it like far behind, and this is not gonna be good. It's gonna be like around 100 or something like that. So that's not what they were hoping for.
Luckily for them, it wasn't like a 145 plus first bale for Power Team Esports, so only 23 points in the deficit. It could have been a lot worse if Power Team Esports had been able to get one of those really high scores. You could have been talking about multiple bales and the difference from the start. So all said and done, I think 105 is probably the lowest first bale score we've seen all weekend, Copter. So it's good that it was up against a 128 and not like a 148.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, on the last game, Farming Friends, they also kind of lost the first bale, and they still managed to find a way to come back from it. So there's no reason why it couldn't happen. And I mean, no matter what's going to happen here, the final is going to be Helm versus Farming Friends or Power Team Esports. That's what I'm expecting, at least. Maybe if they get more points than the other, and maybe if I'm right with the brackets. but still, I mean, it's going to be still pretty interesting lineup for the final. I mean, we haven't seen Farming Friends or Power Team Esports ever on the final. So then we have, again, like a new team getting to the final. So I definitely like it. But yeah, 7 minutes, so that's just like 1.5 minutes for the drops. Nobody went for the first drops. There was a couple of, well, at least, saved by the bell, I would say. That was a very close spark.
Anyone home?
Yeah. Well, I mean, sometimes you do these mistakes. I mean, maybe he had the Deutsch Fass song, like, you know, just on the radio, just like, you know, getting into the feeling.
He was pumping one fist in the air and didn't have both on the steering wheel because he was jamming out to the song. Yeah. Maybe.
And didn't have.
That's the tractor you need to be listening to the Deutsch Fass song in, the one that Krieger has, I believe. That Deutsch tractor. The 7250 TTV.
Remember all these details so well.
Deutsch Fass needs to actually like sponsor a team and then require them whenever they win to like get up and do, or maybe even do it in the game, like pretend they're dancing to the Deutsch Fass song. Like let's bring that slice of enjoyment to the virtual.
Maybe
to Deutsch Fass.
Maybe Giants could integrate like kind of like emote dances, just like they have on some of the other titles. not maybe on the farming titles, but something like which they have on some FPS titles, some dances which you can play and so on. So we could see them actually dancing on the fields. A bit of a trouble for Lucky Luker here meanwhile, so we can see that it wasn't only just Obelix where you said hello, that they had some problems with the driving. So we can see that also some problems are arriving for Farming Friends, and they're just trying to turn that around. We'll see if they're going to be successful. We have the 5.5 minute drops, by the way, Bale Multiplier and Bale Drop. So, the Bale Multiplier is
Bale Multiplier for sure.
Yeah, it is interesting, but then to use that, they still have to sort out the grain game so that they know what they will do with the Bale Multiplier. And now, as we saw Lucky Luker just, flipping the vehicle, that means that they're going to be a little bit late from whatever is going to be their next plan, and they are losing the multiplier. And Power Team Esports has picked up the Bale Multiplier on top of it, so they will put it to 3.0. They've broken the belt of Farming Friends, and now if they use the Bale Multiplier, it's going to be 45 points per Bale. And we can see Obelix just, he can already see, like, yeah, I'm going to get some points. Tonight, I'm going to score. But yeah, I'm just, it's going to be a slow one. We know that it's going to take a while. But as Farming Friends had those issues, I'm not sure how fast they will be able to resolve those. So will Power Team Esports actually get all of that in? And now we can see Farming Friends trying to deny that. But they still have the Bale Multiplier. And I don't think that Farming Friends, they didn't have the time to pick that up at all. So seems that they're just going to go without it, unfortunately. And yeah, they will lose whatever chances they had to do the same trick which they did. And what's going on here? We actually have a Bale, and that shouldn't be there. Or maybe I'm mistaken. That's maybe a valid way of also moving the Bales, but haven't seen that really being used. So yeah, 13 points per Bale for Farming Friends. Not probably what they had planned. And Power Team Esports, they actually didn't score any Bales with the Bale Multiplier either. So they just took it, didn't use it, and nothing really changed. There was a big moment for Power Team Esports to actually build a gap, to be honest. And now we have the multiplier switch, and if Farming Friends can somehow utilize this even for a little while, it's gonna improve their chances. On the Bale production, we can see that it's 11-8.
Oh, he's gonna leave it, which is interesting. It would have flipped. I think maybe he saw that Farming Friends were on the way, because it still would have flipped it no matter what. And he saw that Lucky Lucker was on the way with some Bales, or maybe got a shout from his teammate to not pick it up. Because at least if you pick it up at the right moment, when your opponent's not ready to deliver the Bales, then you take away the window that they have to score them. So I think that was a smart move, at least to pretend that he was going for it and then kind of pull out at the last moment. So now they've picked it up, and they will score at least a couple at 23 points per Bale. And it's only a 4-point lead for Farming Friends with just over 2 minutes to go, Maddie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is getting interesting. There definitely was a moment when I thought that, okay, Farming Friends, they are indeed trouble. But now they actually have a chance. The Bale count is, and of course the multiplier is not really on their side, but they do have a lead on the Bales, on the points. And how they got that lead was that even though they didn't have the multiplier, they were just stacking the Bales still there, and they got some 13 to 17 points per Bale, and Power Team Esports was doing nothing with the Bale multiplier and the general multiplier at the time. So they didn't have advantage, but they were just doing it still, and that's how they managed to pass Power Team Esports initially. But now they are pretty much very, very nearby. Okay, Power Team Esports finally getting some points, and now they are passing Farming Friends, and with that 6 points difference per Bale, this will be difficult for Farming Friends to overcome, but let's just wait and see, because we have seen crazier things to happen as well. And Power Team Esports, the amount of Bales which they have next to the belt, I think that's decent. M-Tron coming with 5 Bales, and I think there's some bells going in as we speak. Yeah, so it's gonna be now. Yeah, it's the gap is like about 70 points after these ones, so it is complicated. 72 exactly. So I don't know. These bells which Farming Friends has 9 bells now. I don't think they can once again put them on the second floor. So any small mistakes, what's not going to happen on either of the sides are going to be a deciding factor. But now the gap is 90 points. We have just 20 seconds remaining. That's going to be 34 more points. 34 more points more for Farming Friends, and there's going to be still a couple more bells for both of the sides, and that's unfortunately not going to be enough for Farming Friends. So they're going to lose this one. They just don't have it anymore, and we're going to be running out of time. We're going to be running out of bales, and Power Team Esports will take this series all the way to the third one.
I'm happy with that because I want to see these two teams in a winner-take-all third of the best of 3. I think both of these teams would be very deserving of making it to the final this weekend based off of how they've played. So having them go to the third round, I think, is going to be quite exciting to see. I think for Farming Friends, they didn't perform nearly as well. Power Team Esport had the multiplier advantage. Look at that. Like, what is that? Nearly 14,000 extra liters of grain delivered for Power Team Esports. So you don't want to do that and be scoring less bales for the majority of the round than your opponents. So as we see Lucky Lucker again on the camera there saying hi to the crowd. And I'm excited to see this third one. Helm is sitting there waiting for the winner of this one in the final. And there's quite a bit at stake now. This is the highest pressure match so far that we've seen this weekend now coming up.
Yeah. I don't know. And well, I mean, both teams, they have Big Hall remaining, right? Yeah. Or under
I think
pressure.
so. I think you're right.
Yeah. Or Unstoppable. I think they play Unstoppable first, and then Bottleneck now.
Yeah, maybe.
Or maybe, yeah. So yeah, I mean, so many matches. Okay, so
we've got a payday mask in the crowd there.
Yeah.
All right, we're waiting. The players are waiting. This should be an exciting one. There's Lars and JK having a chat.
But yeah, it's gonna be close. I mean, always when it goes to the third game of the series, and based on what we have seen, I think both sides have now shown that they can come back, they can do mistakes, they can do great first bales. So I think there's like a pretty even chances for both of the teams to be advancing all the way to the finals. So yeah, I just want to see how it plays out because I don't honestly know. But I'm very excited about this match to see how
both of these teams have really surprised me this weekend, and I'm really happy that they have because this is my third season now. I joined partway through season 3 after like a couple of tournaments, I believe, and so this is my second full season, third overall. And ever since I joined, there's always been 2, maybe 3, like teams that I would consider like dominant, like of course Helm, formerly known as Trelleborg. Like they were almost always getting to the finals, especially last season. And then we had New Holland who burst onto the scene last season, originally called Vermeer's Flamboyance. And they played so well that they got sponsored by New Holland, and they deserved that. And we saw them go out early yesterday. And it's Power Team Esport now taking the mantle for the French teams. So it's really cool to see this because I feel like, in My Insanity were the runners up at FarmCon. They lost the final to Helm at that tournament. And Voltra made it into the semifinals of that tournament. And now they've gone out before the semifinals this time around. So I feel like, of course, Helm are still going to be the favorites each time they come into a tournament, as long as they keep going on the trajectory that they're going. But it's good to see that the field is a lot more level overall, and it's going to provide us in Season 5 with a lot of exciting matches.
And the perks. So it's unstoppable versus unstoppable. They played the big holes on the first game, then they played the bottlenecks, and now they play the unstoppables. So it's the same perk against each others. And yeah, we're gonna go once again hunting for the first bale. And I mean, we have seen how much losing the challenges. These guys have been challenging each other on this pad all the time. But now we can see that Obelix gonna go for his pad, and the other one's gonna go for the other one. And Krieger is here together with Lucky Luker. Bit of maybe a communication issue that they actually head towards the same pad. Not sure what was the problem there. So that it's not looking good for farming friends, to be honest. As Krieger is the one who's going to be dropping maybe the first bale. Yeah, he has been the one. So he's not that far away, but definitely further away than El Papito from Power Team Esports, and he's going to be just about to leave behind the baler already. Sorry, not behind the baler, but behind the combine. And I mean, looking at the clock, this is looking good. So let's see if he's going to toss that in, because this could be like a 145 or something on that ball. Popping 146. Yes.
Ooh, nice.
So that's a good one. And now we can see the farming friends Krieger is just coming up. So that communication issue, whatever they had, it was definitely a problematic, and he's going to reverse that in. So they haven't won any of the first bales actually so far, but it's not complete disaster. It's still like 131, so 15 points less than one bale, as once again Alex would say. So yeah, a good start.
A very good start indeed. That's for sure. Ooh, a little bit of lag there. I'm not sure if that's just. Oh no, definitely affecting the players as well. And he has actually gone in and quit, as we saw there, because of that. So probably not a bad idea to just kind of fix that, because that was definitely lag for the player that we saw in that moment. And we're going to have ourselves a little bit of a technical break here again, on-site gaming convention internet, not always the best quality. So these things can happen. So bear with us while we have this break at the moment. Charlie Griffiths over on YouTube says, this is actually the best esport I've watched as a young rancher myself. Well, we're glad to have you here, Charlie. We're glad that you're having a good time. I was talking a bit about it yesterday, Maddie. I went to a event in Iowa with the Dubuque Esports League, who are a new nonprofit esports league that started basically to outreach to kids in the community, get them involved in a group. And they had a good mix of people there. And some of the people that they had there are also like on the collegiate esports level in the US, working at universities in Iowa on multiple esports. And one of the guy who was the head of this esports group at the university actually used to be an esports pro himself, and he had never seen Farming Simulator esports. And so we did the bale stacking mode at their event just because it was their first event. I think bale stacking is a little bit easier because you don't have to have teams of 3. You don't have to have everyone playing at the same time. You can just go through, set your time throughout the day. But he was really intrigued. He's like, the bale stacking mode is cool. And I was like, well, let me show you arena mode. So we hopped on a couple of PCs and kind of just, he had him jump in a training match. And he was like, what in the world? This is amazing. And like, we get that reaction a lot. Like, even people that haven't played Farming Simulator, or, oh man, a battle for the straw hat. Don't get hurt there, young lads.
Yeah, it's a nice story, Kermit. But I have all the time I have just looking at the pile of the hats on the hand at the hands of the host. As you can see, there's like 15 hats there. Okay, I have been listening as well.
Yeah. Okay. So just to finish my story, showed him the arena mode. He was blown away by how we've turned Farming Simulator into an esport, and this is often the reaction from people. If they're into esports or they're into gaming in general, and if they've never even played Farming Simulator before, I think the Farming Simulator League provides them with like a little bit different pace, obviously, than the regular game, and it really can excite people. especially like a younger audience. So I see that for the Farming Simulator League, and I hope that after season 5 that it continues to grow, because the potential there for it is just absolutely vast, in my opinion. And we do hope that we'll be getting it going in more places than just having the offline events in Europe. With the U.S. office, one of the long-term goals is to get it going here. So that would be great, I think, to get it started over here at some point too. So we got word from our producer that they're going to restart that match because we had frozen screen and lag. So we're going to have a complete restart, which doesn't necessarily benefit either team. But man, that first bail by Power Team Esport now has basically just been wiped out. So let's see if they can do 146 again.
Yeah, it should be restarted in a matter of seconds, I hope. And there we go. I don't have to say a lot. They clearly are listening.
Man, you just conjured it.
We didn't lose much of the time, so we're just going to go from here. But yeah, so it's the third game of the series, Power Team Esports versus Farming Friends. That's going to be restarted completely. So, I mean, if ever, now is the time for Farming Friends to find that first bail. I mean, they were so good on that yesterday. They did like 140 all the time, 145, by reversing it in. And today they have been just, I mean, at least on this series, they haven't been able to get anything decent out of the first bail. So maybe somebody has like saw their strategies and they're like countering it on them when they're going for the pads. But as we are now fighting for the place on the final, so this is the time when you actually need to get that first bail. Okay, it's not mandatory, but definitely recommended.
For sure. And like, it can make the difference. I mean, it's the smallest of margins. It's wild that like a 10-minute round, you can always like look back to a couple of moments, right? Like if you end up winning by a small number of points, of course it takes your gameplay across the entire round to make up your total point total. But when it's a close fought game, it's easy for us to look back at the moments like, okay, well, remember they had 20 extra points on the first bail and they won by 15 points, for example. So that's really what helped them get the win. Or maybe it was they took advantage and scored a few bails while they had the multiplier in their favor. That can make the difference. Or maybe it's something like a bottom boost or bail points in the super drop at the 3rd minute that can, make up that difference. So when it gets down to really closely fought contests against two really even teams, it's those smallest of margins that can often make the difference.
True. And there we go. Another rush for the pads and another try to get that first bail. And yeah, Power Team Esports, they had a really good first bail. And Farming Friends didn't have the greatest, but it wasn't like completely bad either. So, well, I guess both teams, they knew that they're going to go for a restart. So it is a fair option. We can see Krieger actually going for the next pass. He's not going to go for the challenge, which I think is a good idea. I think he's somehow got the information that maybe the opponent's going to go there as well. Because El Pepito going with the Combine, M-Tron, going to take a bit of a time to get the Baylor in. But the unlucky Luker's already on the field. So I think this is not looking the greatest for Farming Friends, but it's looking better than the previous one. I want to see the Power Team Esports. Yeah, this is looking pretty good as well. So they are, I'm not going to say pretty much tied, as we can see now the X-Ray. Actually, the Farming Friends is leading a little bit, actually. And he's going to be already having the bail. So we can see Obelix following the same path. Of course, they are on the different sides of the field, but still the X-Ray is going to be revealing something, and this could be 145, maybe 44ish, maybe. But he's going to reverse that inside.
142,
and then we have 140 and 42.
Wow!
So by swinging that in, we'll get the first bail in. But now it's going to be pretty even. So this is the. I would say that even though yes, Farming Friends they lost it by 2 points, this is still a good first bail for them.
Yeah, I mean, and anytime both teams get 140 or above, that's really solid from both, because I think that we were never going to see close to 150 due to where the Baylor spawned, and I think that's why they made the decision at the last moment, like, I'm not going to battle him for this Baylor because it's already too far away. Let's just get the one slightly farther, and we'll be able to stick right there. I think that was the right decision to make from both teams, and so a good start to this round with a spot in the final on the line.
And I mean, once again, okay, herbicide and speed limit. So yeah, speed limit is something which they have used, and
Yeah.
so we'll see if somebody's gonna go for it. But they have already like gone past the area, so maybe with the next sweep, because they still have some time.
Farming
to
Friends headed that
off.
way. They should be grabbing it. So are now Power Team Esports. So
yeah, they are right
good
next
to take
it,
this
but
path.
Yeah, he's gonna go
He's
for
gonna
it.
go for speed limit.
Yeah. I mean, herbicide is. I mean, for that short time
And there's the
period,
answer.
it doesn't do much of a make that much of a sense. I mean, the benefit when you pick it as a team perk is different because then you have it like all the time. But if you just pick it for the short time period, then it's it doesn't really make that much.
Yeah,
of a difference
herbicide
in the
as a
short
drop
time.
is useless in my opinion. It's not a drop that I don't think teams should ever pick. Lindner has been showing this weekend that it can be a viable team perk selected at the beginning of a round, but you're right, it doesn't last long enough to make herbicide worth it. If it lasted for like a minute, then it would be worth it, but it's just a matter of like seconds really, and it's gone. And if you're only running one combine, then there's really no point in doing it when you can just avoid the weeds anyways.
Well, it's been picked by Power Team Esports. Farming Friends didn't pick that up at all, so that's gonna still last for 30 seconds. We should be closing the time when the teams will start, starting to move some of the vehicles next to the silos, and then be preparing for whatever's gonna be coming up. And we can see now, actually, Farming Friends picking up the perk as well. Actually, the time is about the same. So
Look
maybe
at
they
the
picked that
double.
already earlier. We just didn't see that maybe earlier.
The double class combines being run right now by Power Team Esport is going to give them a significant advantage in the amount of grain that they have. And we've already seen this from them once today, having like a massive advantage in the multiplier, making the difference. So Farming Friends needs to be careful here because of that. Look at this. I mean, each one of those will hold 18,000 liters of grain, and currently 63,000 liters Power Team Esports have, and almost 9,000 liters more is going to give them an advantage in the multiplier for the rest of the round. And what are
They
our
have
5.5 minute drops? There we go.
Yeah, bale drop and bridges race. So nothing to do with the silos, nothing to do with the grain multiplier. So the grain game, kind of like they don't have to wait for anything and just execute it. And the amount of grain, actually, when you said it, they have about 10k more. I mean, Power Team Esports than Farming Friends, and Farming
Right.
Friends are not trying to do something about the multiplier. They're gonna be pricking the bridges race for the opponent. So maybe try to distract the bale delivery on the mid game. And I mean, we have nothing that is like affecting the ratio of the points or the ratio of the multiplier on the drops. So I mean, Farming Friends, I mean, there isn't really a moment when they can utilize the multiplier. Power Team Esports might have a slight advantage when they pour down the rest of the grain. So Mtron just goes there, has 5 bales with him. They have 11 in total. So I'm just wondering that will they actually put a couple of those on the belt, kind of like would make sense.
I hope so.
And with that 2.1 multiplier, they're trying to increase that, but that is probably triggering Power Team Esports to do something similar. So it could be that those 2 bales on the belt, they are now fine, but they might be losing the multiplier before they go in. I haven't seen what Power Team Esports is doing. Now they're unloading it. So it might be just like a 2.0, even 1 point something when the bales go actually in. And it's going to be, those 2 of those are going to be fine.
21
points. Yeah. And now
was
they're
it.
going to lose it. That's going to be in the 19, the second one. And then the third one is going to be something even less, 1 point. Okay, 18 points. So they didn't lose that much. But in the end, they didn't gain that hugely either.
Yeah, I think that it's tough to time that. It takes really good teamwork and team coordination, because ideally, I think there for Farming Friends, they should have put a few bales on the belt before they gave away that they were increasing the multiplier. The belt speed would have been faster and started the bales on their way, and then dump the grain, get the multiplier advantage. It slows your own belt down, but then maybe they could have got a few more of those in at a higher point total. But it's hard to tell when to time it based off of what you're doing, where your teammates are, and also trying to anticipate what your opponents are going to do to reply to it and where they are on the map. As we have Lord Baylor as our super drop, this will be 2 bales scored here for Power Team Esports right away. So that is not what Farming Friends needed, as now it's a 20-point lead for Power Team Esport.
Yeah, I'm just a little bit worried about the multiplier. I think Farming Friends, maybe it's my personal preference, but what I have seen, I think they are usually pretty efficient on the end game. Power Team Esports, they have been struggling a little bit to get the bales next to the belt. Sometimes we can see that their players just hanging there, doesn't have the bales. So I think that is a key moment for this. Like, can Power Team Esports, play this end like very efficiently, because they have a less, but they can actually make a combo. So Lucky Luker needs to go immediately there and just deny that, and he's going to do exactly that. So he's going to get the points that they countered the combo, as Power Team Esports didn't have any player nearby with the bales, so Papito was coming, but that's going to be way too late. So, I mean, okay, so Farming Friends are gaining the points the other way around.
Yeah, it's interesting that they're hanging in there, only 6 points behind, but now like every single bale delivered, it's a 4-point disadvantage for them compared to the ones that Power Team get into the top. So they can't afford any of them into the bottom, because that would be even more devastating. Of course, you only get 10 points per bale into the bottom. So 358 to 350, a spot in the final on the line, a minute 20 to go. Right now, that's pretty much all of their bales, all but one that they have pressed currently at the barn, whereas Power Team Esports, only these 2 of their 6. So Farming Friends can still pull this off, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a great job. They're very efficient on the ends, and that is exactly what I meant earlier, that the Power Team Esports, they will find themselves in a situation that they have the stacker around the belt, which has nothing to do. Either they don't have the bales, or the bales are in the wrong place. Now they still have them. So this is looking, I would say, better than in some of the other matches.
My
but I mean,
goodness.
that's 3. So they have like 2 somewhere else lying around. 6 points of a difference. And now there's going to be a couple more bales from the both sides going in. 400, 504 for Farming Friends, 460 for Power Team Esports. 35 seconds to go. Lucky Luker doesn't have the bales. Papito is just hanging there.
Waiting.
Doesn't have the bales. So please bring me some guns. I want to make some points. That's what they're asking for. They want to put them on the belt. We can see one actually going in for Farming Friends. 540. They have 3 bales remaining. 15 seconds. Some are going on the first floor for Farming Friends. 10 seconds to go. They're 570. They have nothing else than 570, and these are the important. Does he have the time? It's going to be just 3 seconds. It's going to be struggling a little.
It's Farming Friends.
And it's going to be Farming Friends. They will beat Power Team Esports in a neck-to-neck battle on the 3rd game of the series.
Oh my goodness, Copter. I mean, this weekend just keeps getting better, and Power Team Esport, I hope you hold your heads high, because you deserved it as well. That's just the way it goes sometimes. And credit to Lucky Lucker. Not the first time this weekend we've seen him go straight over to the opponents and congratulate them. So congratulations to Farming Friends on that well-fought, hard victory there. And for Power Team Esport, they should be proud of their showing as well, making it to the semifinal stage. So in the end, it was just the amount of bales delivered. Look at those 4 undelivered, and it was 2 of them were left out in the field, nowhere to be seen. It's just what were they getting? 22 points per bale, so they would have still needed to deliver 2 bales, and then they would have won. And if El Papito had gotten those bales earlier, just a few seconds earlier, he probably could have pulled off driving up onto the belt and delivering them into the top of the barn for the win. So it's just the finest margins when it comes down to these really, really closely fought games. And the teams are just really competitive. It's been super exciting. And now Farming Friends against Helm will be our final, and that should be an exciting one as well.
Yeah, it will be definitely exciting. I noticed the guy with the kind of like the referee shirt on the audience earlier, but when he was sitting, I didn't notice anything. But then now when he actually was standing, it was like some kind of like a ninja monk costume, clearly. But yeah, Okay, so farming. I mean, and it was Farming Friends and Power Team Esports. They played against each other already like a couple of rounds earlier, and it was the same then that the Farming Friends won that. Actually, it was the game where we had the technical problem with the Power Team Esports, so kind of like the 1-3 of all of the series. So this was definitely closer because Power Team was able to snatch one. But anyways, we're gonna have a break and we'll be right back.
We're back. Okay, so after something like 16 hours worth of FSL matches this weekend, we have finally come to this point. We're into the final. We're going to have some replays from that last matchup here in a moment first. But Helm against Farming Friends. And Farming Friends started out this weekend by surprising us, I feel like, and have continued time and time again to surprise us, Maddie.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really impressed by Farming Friends. Yesterday I said it already that I was kind of like cheering them for a little bit, and then they crumbled a little bit on the quarterfinals. They made it to the semifinals. They didn't find the most direct route to the final from there. But I think they have gained a lot of important experience, and I'm really happy to see them actually on the grand final. Of course, all the other teams did very well as well, but the kind of like the Helm versus Farming Friends. This is I would say that this is one of those great success stories, like how teams can evolve, and now we're gonna be benchmarking them against the best. I would say. I mean, Helm. Yes, we had this discussion about favorism, but still Helm has the records. They have they're holding the records. They're the 3-time champion. So I think it's pretty fair to say that they're now facing the best.
Yeah, and for Farming Friends, they're going from not having any circuit points. I think it was Vulture they lost to early on in FarmCon, so they didn't make it to the quarterfinals. They lost in the qualifiers there. But now a minimum of 70 circuit points guaranteed on top of the prize money and everything else. So even if they don't win this final, that's going to shoot them right up into the standings early on in Season 5, as we see there the flipping back of the grain cart. And someone made the comment earlier, yeah, definitely a good thing that the grain doesn't spill out like it would in real life in Farming Simulator. But maybe for the esport, that would be something interesting to see included in the game. But the problem would be there'd be no way to recover it because there are no front loader buckets or any other way to get it up off the ground in the FSL. So there was Papito. If he had been able to have just a few more seconds, if those bales had got in slightly earlier, Copter, he would have been able to climb that belt probably. And we'd be talking about Power Team Esport in the final instead of Farming Friends. So that just shows how slim the margins are when it comes down to it.
Yeah, I don't know about the kind of like for example, the grain. That if you're gonna flip the vehicle, if you're gonna spill the grain, that's one thing. The one thing that I was already wondering last season was the fact that if, for example, if bale goes to water, it normally would
it should be like a soggy bale penalty. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, you would. I don't know. I'm not the expert on that sense, and I think that of course, if you actually manage to get the bale on the water, probably like the time penalty in a way, which you need to do the work to get it out way, or just abandon it. That's the other way around, which you can do as well. So maybe that's enough already. So maybe I'm not the right person to write the rules, but maybe it would be something that that there should be something which should make people to be more careful with the mistakes. Sometimes that time lost is a penalty enough, but sometimes I think that in some accidents people are just getting away. But let's see the bans and the picks. These are the ones we want to have a see. And it's going to be best of 3 series, by the way, as well, as we can see Helm and versus Farming Friends, the grand final best of 3s.
Yep. So I mean, takes 2 wins to win this whole tournament. It's been a lot of games played. Farming Friends have had to play more games overall than Helm so far. Helm yesterday had 2 straight sweeps. So whether or not that's an advantage, I don't think so. For Farming Friends, I think it's good that they've been able to play a lot of matches because they've been able to work out some kinks. They figured out how to adapt on the fly and get victories. But now, as you said it earlier, this is the ultimate test for them. Can they find a way to beat Helm? Lindner made Helm look shaky earlier. I think they kind of, laid the groundwork to show teams that it is possible to upset them, to throw them off their game. But for Farming Friends, we've seen them advance with some low score points against some of the teams they've faced. And Helm having over 800 points, I think it was 820 that they ended up with in one of those rounds just a bit ago. So Farming Friends has to find a way to press more bales. They have to find a way to score as many points as possible. And they have gone with 2 tractors with stackers available. So that is a good first move by Farming Friends, matching Helm like for like.
Yeah, interesting game, and we saw a bit of a baiting with the perk against from the Helm side. It's not the first time we see it, and I don't know if you noticed, but there's this like a scroll bar, the loading bar, which shows you the time, and it warped just a little bit. There was like this bit of like a lag, and then it jumped like almost like a 1 second, and that is exactly what happened to Helm last tournament. That they kind of like jumped a little bit. But anyways, let's worry about that later because we have Bottleneck versus Bottleneck. We can see Wooler heading towards combines. We can see Krieger going for the Baylor, going to be challenging a Helm player, which is Martin. So Martin and Krieger battling from the same Baylor, if I see correctly. And it's going to be Martin who's going to take that just barely by a couple of meters. Mtron just needs to, it's not Krieger, it was Mtron actually on that same place, but doesn't really make a difference here. So I think Farming Friends actually, they lost probably like 2 battles here, if I'm not completely mistaken. So let's just wait and see. Mtron takes the Baylor. That's going to be pretty late. He's not going to be the one who's going to be tossing the first Baylor. At least he hasn't been on the past because Krieger is the one. And 20 seconds until we hit the 9-minute mark, and we can see Martin already getting away. So this should be a pretty good first Bail. It's not going to be 151, but it's going to be definitely one of those high 140s if he can toss that in. So maybe 147 could be a thing here, and 147 it is. So that's going to be a Helm starting it with a bang. And now we are waiting for the Farming Friends. Where are they with the first Bail? Mtron is actually the one who's going to deliver it. In the past, it's been always Krieger who tosses the first Bail. So Mtron wants to come, and that's a different Bail than what he wanted to have. And this is less than 130, 125-ish maybe. Now he's going to reverse that in, so maybe 121 or something on that side.
Yeah, that was interesting. I mean, I think it's weird. It's showing that when we're spectating that it's Mtron, but I think then it showed that it was Krieger. So I'm all confused now again. At different times, at different angles, it's showing different names. I think that like it was bold of Farming Friends to battle Martin for that first Bail and getting that Baylor claimed off the pod, but we saw them in the last round against Power Team Esport kind of conceding a Baylor, and they were only 1 point or 2 points behind. So I think that may have been the safer move to go with, like, minimize the risk on yourselves a little bit, because beating Martin to a Baylor, you've got to be at the top of your game. Whereas if you just can kind of concede it to him, the gap would have been maybe a little bit smaller. So 25-point gap to start with.
Yeah, I mean, of course, challenging Martin sounds, I mean, if I would be playing, sounds pretty scary to, challenge a player of that magnitude. But I mean, if he would have won the battle, then, they probably would have won the first Bail as well. So, I mean,
you got to be bold at times, but
yeah,
for sure,
you got to try at least. And I mean, it wasn't like a huge difference on the pad, like it's just like a half a meter or something like that. So it's not that it is doable. Of course, it's doable. Like you can do it. And now we can see Martin heading all the way towards the silos. We can see Mtron going towards the silos as well, which is that they're actually not that far away from each other, at least on this game, by delivering the grain to the silo. 7 minutes on the clock, so 1.5 for the drops. And I completely missed the first drops, but I guess there was nothing important there. What did you notice?
Yeah, I didn't notice, and that's probably why the teams didn't bother as well. It must have not been in a good location, and probably wasn't worth it at all, which is what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, just wondering if there would have been, for example, like silo closed or something, just to see like what drops are still in the play.
Right.
But that's not gonna be a thing right now. So let's just focus at the issues at hand. 2 Bails for Farming Friends and none for Helm so far. I guess they're gonna be doing something pretty soon. Lucky Looker having a bit of an issue with the dropping the grain on that trailer, so it wasn't like a high enough. So he needs to raise that a little bit and then just get the job done. We can see Wooler doing exactly the same, just with a different combine. 25 seconds for the drops, and we can see Mtron also with the combine coming right next to the silo. So probably they're going to be setting up something, but hopefully nothing that's going to be taking too much of the time. 5 Bails for Farming Friends, 13 seconds for the drops, and those are the ones I want to see.
Yeah, definitely me too. But I do think it's smart by Farming Friends to already be getting some bales put down because we've talked about it. I feel like a broken record at this point. Helm always pressing a lot of bales. You got to make sure you don't fall too far behind. Well, there's grain multipliers, so that's beneficial for the teams, especially if one team misses out. Both teams need to make sure they grab this so that they don't end up at a big disadvantage.
Yeah, Farming Friends, they do have a little bit more of grain. Martin's gonna go for it almost like immediately. They're gonna be a pretty fast pickup. We can see Krieger following. He's not gonna be that far away. Has a couple of bales in the front of the tractor, but that's not gonna be mattering that much because the Beatmaster already pouring it down with the multiplier. Same applies for Farming Friends as well. And Lucky Luker having a bit of an issue with the pad, even though the vehicle is already claimed. And the multipliers, they're going to stay at 2.0 for now. With Farming Friends, they had just a little bit more grain. And Helm actually hasn't used all of it, so they're going to save something for later. 2.4. And there was a couple of bales, exactly, on Mtron. I'm just wondering, will Mtron try to deliver something? He's going to be just pressing still more bales on the field, so he's not going to go towards the bar. Now we can see Helm at the same time. Just pouring down the grain, so they're gonna adjust the multiplier as their advantage, and they're gonna be getting, I don't know if they're gonna put all of that in. Seems like it. I mean, no point of saving like a 5k or something like that, so they're just gonna go for 2.7 and gonna leave it there.
Farming Friends needs to be careful. Game.
But Farming Friends, they still have more, and they have the time to use the multiplier, so they should be getting it. I think they should be having like a 2.1. If my calculations are not completely wrong, they should have like a 2.1, like more than 2.0 for sure. 2.1, 2.2. I think 2.1 is closer. So it's going to be a slight advantage on the multiplier for Farming Friends. But let's just wait for it. No, it's actually 1.8. So something happened here. Maybe a Helm collected more, because when we started pouring it down, they had like a 4 to 5k less than Farming Friends without the multiplier, and both of them used that with the multiplier. So the only explanation is that Helm had been collecting a little bit more, which wasn't like visible on the counts at the time, as kind of like I took those numbers from it. So Helm has the advantage then, and they are leading.
Yeah, well, and oftentimes we've seen Helm occasionally go deliver just a tiny bit at the beginning. So maybe that's what they did as well. And it's going to be 57 bale points against 20. Farming Friends could really use that 57. That would be a really good lifeline for them in this game, as we see Beatmaster in the background. He's bailing up straw. I don't know if he's going to go for it, but Farming Friends really could do with getting this super drop here. 57 free points out there on the board for them. 20 points sitting out there for Helm, as Martin kind of brushes the gate on his way out, and it's Helm in the end that gathers the bale points. So a missed opportunity for Farming Friends and another bit of an advantage for Helm there.
Yeah, 12 bales for Helm, and they will start the work pretty early to put them on the belt, because a bit more than 2 minutes to go, so I guess it's time. Farming Friends should be doing the same, as we can see a couple bales on the X-ray picture actually only next to the belt. So this is not looking good for Farming Friends. I mean, they haven't done like any huge mistakes, maybe lost the battle a little bit at the start, but otherwise, I mean, we haven't seen anything that major. We saw a couple of issues. I mean, we saw the Lucky Luker kind of like spinning on the pads at some point, so something was going on there. But other than that, nothing that special. But, just the multiplier, which they lost, and, a couple of missed opportunities here and there. And suddenly the gap is like 100 points. And, of course, the multiplier is a bigger problem than just the 100 points.
Right. And, I mean, like we've said it before, your A game isn't enough when you're playing Helm. When they're on their game, you've got to have a pretty flawless round to be able to beat them. And here goes Mtron now. Luckily, anticipating that rather well. And again, it's confusing me because it says spectating Mtron, but the name right there, obviously it's Krieger. So Krieger doing a good job of saving that, because he could have lost those 2 bales on that bridge for a moment.
Yeah, maybe there is something. I don't know. Maybe they have the name on the wrong player or something. Or maybe they have like swapped seats. I don't know. Anyways, just to maybe fool us off a little bit. But okay, 35 seconds to go. Helm is in the lead by 60 points. It's not like a huge gap or anything like that. It's not like that they're leading like a couple of 100 points, but they still do have they have a 100-point lead as we speak. So they immediately make more gap. 10 bales still remaining for Farming Friends, and for sure they cannot get all of those on the second floor. Lucky Luke can still get a couple of those there, but then they have to shove rest of them probably on the first floor.
Here goes Martin.
It's not going to be enough points to get all of them in. Martin. He's getting there. One is right in front of him, and he's going to get all of those 3 in somehow.
Nice.
That's going to be 88 points more, so 647. And suddenly the gap is almost 200 points, and Farming Friends, they don't have any bales anymore remaining, so Helm is going to take the first one.
Yeah, well played round by Helm. Not, in their top 2 of highest scores, maybe not even in the top 3 of their highest scores this weekend, but still a really dominant performance for them, winning by nearly a couple hundred points. So now 1 win away from taking the victory, and like the bail points, picking that up was a good moment, but also having the multiplier in their favor. If you look at it, look at the delivered grain. Like, I don't know where they found that 9,000 extra from. I'm wondering if there's some glitches going on in our UI when we're watching, and it seems like they were actually the team with 9,000 extra instead. We've already seen a player name at the top of the screen show when Lindner was playing. It was showing that it was someone from Helm, and we've seen the wrong name in spectator mode. So I feel like maybe it's also something's happening down there in the UI for the information of the teams that gave us the impression that it was Farming Friends with the extra grain, but it was actually Helm in the end. So good round from them, and for Farming Friends, their biggest test yet, for sure. And JK on the phone, maybe with the agents. Who's he talking to? With this game's about to go, and they could potentially win the tournament next up, and he's on the phone. Maybe he's telling his family to tune in. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe. Who knows? Probably has a good idea who to call.
Or he's calling a hat salesman,
Yeah, maybe. Maybe he's gonna call the hats. Oh yeah, we need more of these hats. So let's get some of those more for us. But it is what it is. Anyways, Helm is doing well, and JK clearly is not gonna be playing in the whole tournament, so he's gonna be just managing, watching it from the side. He's gonna be enjoying the show, and of course creating a lot of content for the camera. I haven't seen them tossing the coin though. I'm a little bit disappointed. So that hasn't yet happened, but maybe that's gonna be a thing for the next tournament. So JK, I'm calling you. Tell the team to toss the coin.
There you go. All right, Farming Friends, they have to win this one. Well, we've seen it a lot this weekend. The team that wins the first round doesn't always go on to win the entire matchup. But Helm, I think, is one of the few teams, if not the only team, to win straight sweeps. Mm-hmm. So I wouldn't be surprised if they won it. But I also think Farming Friends have surprised us already a bunch of times this weekend. So I wouldn't be surprised. Maybe only slightly surprised if they pulled it off. So good luck to both of the teams. I hope for an exciting match. I hope that it's an exciting finish and down to the wire.
Yeah, let's hope so. Let's see. I mean, Farming Friends, if they can, win one of the battles, get the Baylor right under the nose of Martin, then I think that there's definitely a chance. I mean, when you lose the first Bale, and of course that extra time with it, then you kind of all the time just lagging behind, you're trailing, you need to somehow find the angle. But now as they're playing, okay, now it's going to be different, as we can see the perk. So we actually have the big hole versus the unstoppable, so this is going to be interesting. I think Farming Friends, they have been playing pretty well with the unstoppable, but in the end, if you lose that 20 seconds at the start, and when you have a team like Helm, which is almost next to perfection executing whatever they plan to do, it's very hard to find that slot where you can actually do a difference anymore at that point. Of course, the strategy is one thing, but as we have seen, the strategies are pretty similar with most of the teams. So that's, then it comes down to the execution.
Yeah, and when it comes down to execution and Helm are involved, it more often than not does go in their favor, but anything can happen. And it's interesting to me that they have chosen with Unstoppable on the board for Farming Friends. They have said, we don't we don't care. We're going with Big Haul anyways. So maybe for Helm, a case of trying to prove themselves. I feel like Unstoppable is the best counter to Big Haul if you play it right. But we'll see how Helm plays it. They're smart enough, I think, to know when to dump the grain and when to utilize the slower belt speed and such. So we're about to find out. Under 10 minutes to go. Either we're going to see a winner crowned or a third of the best of three.
Yeah, they're not going to be challenging each other. And I think that was actually Martin who was going for a different path, not even Krieger or Mtron, which one is ever it is. So they didn't do the challenge, and Martin just went for a different path. So he went to the path that is just a little bit further away and took the baler from there. But he's done with the collecting or pressing the bale already, and this is actually looking to be a pretty good one. I think it's going to be 150 maybe. Let's see, it's close to 150. I think it's actually 150 exactly if he's going to toss that in. 151, so he's going to do the record.
Matching it again.
So it's that's a really good one. So he's going to be doing it the third time. So the record of the FSL Season 5 is 151, and all those 3 times it has been Martin. Krieger's going to be having a decent pail by reversing that in. It's like at 133, maybe. Yeah, okay, 134. So close by. So it's a decent pail when you reverse that in. But okay, 17 points of a difference already.
Yeah, I mean, not terrible. Farming Friends needs to just have some drops go their way as well. Maybe the Unstoppable against Big Haul can be enough of a disruption, but another really good first bail there by Martin. And if it had been a better placement of that Colossus Quadrant 5300 baler, he may have broken his own record, because I was really surprised to see a 151 considering where that spawned and kind of the delay it took him to even get to it.
And there was a silo closed on the first drop, so okay, we can see Wooler going for a bail drop, so that is fine. But yeah, the silo close means that it's not gonna be any more usable on the upcoming drops. So the grain game is maybe a little bit open, especially for Helm, who has the big haul. So
yeah, that's kind of bad news, honestly. I think for Farming Friends that it popped up there, because they really, with Unstoppable and play against Big Haul, they could have utilized having silo closed to be able to capitalize and score some extra points over Helm. So I think that's an unfortunate situation that it's dropped here.
Also about tossing the coin, I noticed that somebody said on the chat that toss a coin to your copter. It's a funny thing, I don't mean it that way, but the toss a coin to your Witcher was from the TV series Witcher, so that's where it's coming from. And there was this song which the troubadour was like singing there, toss a coin to your Witcher. So of course, as an esports commentator, me and my friends, we immediately toss a coin to your caster. So not to copter, but for the casters. That's where it belongs. The entertainers.
There you go. I like it.
Sorry.
I don't expect anyone to toss. If they're tossing coins at me, they're trying to hit me with them. They're not trying to give me money.
Yeah. And then okay, I'm a statue now, like right next to the water. That's where you toss the coins.
The wishing well, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Farming Friends can use a wishing well right now.
Yeah, we can toss some coins for them. They have 3 bales though, but I want to see if there's. Grain multiplier would be pretty bad, but Farming Friends, they're not so far away with the grain. We have seen a couple times when the team who doesn't have the big haul, they actually collect like 60 something, so definitely more than Helm, because they usually the one with the big haul, because they usually get that full about 60k. But this time it seems that Farming Friends doesn't have so much of the grain collected on the multiple different vehicles, so this is looking good for Helm. And just 15 seconds for the next drops.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting final 5.5, as we're about to see what the drop is. Like bale multiplier, or nope, it's direct delivery and bridges lowered. So neither of these are really useful either. So unfortunately, not the best drops here in this final, the second round of the final of this tournament. Farming Friends, though, is now delivering grain. I don't think they're going to have enough time to take advantage of this, though, with Beatmaster coming in with a haul trailer. And there they go.
Okay, now we can
emptying
see
the grain.
Yeah, they are unloading it. Bridges lowered gonna be picked by Helm at the same time, so they can start delivering. Lucky Looker, is he gonna go for? I guess bridges lowered makes sense because they want to have, you know, the speed to go for it. And there's a bit of a warping that I can see. So maybe he did a mistake or maybe a bit of a lag. I don't know. We'll see if there's gonna be like a, you know, anything, you know, coming as a technical something as we have seen on the past, because we had a bit of a lag earlier as well, and then it resulted as a restart of the game. I really hope that it's not gonna be the case because. Yeah, I should be somewhere at some point, but that's a different case. We're going to be finishing this off, so we'll worry about that later because I'm already on the grand final. So 4 minutes to go. And Helm, I mean, nobody has been delivering any bales since the start. 13 bales, 11 bales, so the bale counts are pretty much even, but then, you know, being 17 points behind, not having the multiplier for yourself, so Farming Friends, I think they will find themselves in the same place or same situation as they were in the last game. They were close, but then in the end, you know, they had no weapons to fight with, and then Helm just makes that magical last push, and they will just magically get like a 100 points more, and then the gap is there.
Yeah, and the slow belt speed will not really affect Helm late in the round, as we have seen time and time again. They're more than comfortable with climbing the belt to push the last few across the line into the upper part of the barn. And with 2 stackers as well, at this point of the round, they can easily bring in a lot and stack them on and have plenty of time to get them through. Right now, though, Farming Friends is in the lead. And unfortunately for them, they've not been able to figure out how to get just a little bit extra grain in their favor to keep the multiplier at least even. So now it's going to come down to the delivery of the bales. Here's the super drop. They could really use this, Farming Friends, depending on what it is. They have to get the bale points this time. They have to get it, but they're not anywhere close.
Yeah, we can see
Beatmaster's going to go for it.
So close. Yeah, he's going to be definitely getting for it. He's going to run for it. And we can see on the X-ray that somewhere far, far away on the fields, we can see the players from Farming Friends. So they just can't get it. So unfortunately. But I mean, okay, the gap is now 25 points. So it's still doable, but it's going to be hard. Definitely hard. And Helm having 18 bales. So, you know, the time is going to start to deliver those. Farming Friends are just putting the bales, trying to do the work. They have a decent amount of bales, 2 minutes, more than 2 minutes to go. But they are close, so we'll see how close they will get. Because this is, I mean, I'm just waiting what Helm is going to do with all those bales. Because they have the slow belt, and yes, you said that they're completely comfortable. But they don't have the telehandler, so they cannot, like, you know, be that efficient with the belt as they have been on the past. So they still have to play some of them there, they still have to drive some of them there, and they still have to settle down that some of those will go on the first floor. So I don't think that there's no way that they can get all of those bales on the second floor. So we'll see. Just, you know, Farming Friends and you know, I think Farming Friends, and especially Lucky Looker, who's handling the belt, that's probably the feeling like right before the Christmas when you have to get all the presents out of the door, you know, from whatever store you are, and there's, like, you know, there's transport companies coming to pick those up all the time, and, you know, I want to get home, I need to be preparing the dinner for my family, and then you're still stuck at work. So that's probably how he's feeling currently.
Yeah, Farming Friends was trying to get a combo, but it was reset right as they put a few in. I think they would have been one short of it anyways. And they are in the lead here, but like the bale difference, it's going to come down to this slow belt though. And they are going to have to put some into the bottom. And that time getting close to a combo were Helm, but it's been reset now, the counter. And still a 15-point lead for Farming Friends, but Helm are known to score a lot of points in the last minute of a round, and now they're into the lead. Look at the amount of bales on the belt, but
it's going to drop the other one.
So are those two.
3 of the ball. Oh, that's 3 bales dropping down. The first one just didn't make it, and then it took the 2 other ones with them as well. So that's going to bring some extra tension, definitely, as we have 25 seconds to go. I mean, Farming Friends, nice and smooth. The belt is moving in.
There goes Martin to push him
542.
in.
We can see Martin going all the way up. So we have
That's
15
gonna do
seconds
it.
to go. That's going to be 66 points, by the way, on the fork of that stacker. And there's one more to go. It's so close, but these 3
That's gonna
bells,
do
they
it.
should be the
Yeah.
final nail in the coffin, as there's only 2 bells remaining for Farming Friends, and that's not going to be enough to
Wow.
finish off the game. So Helm, they will swipe it off, and they will win it 2-0.
Congratulations to Helm winning yet another tournament with these 3. Beatmaster there on the right-hand side of the screen, Martin in the middle, and Wooler on the left-hand side were the 3 players for this weekend for Helm, and they performed really well, only dropping 1 round, I think, against Lindner, if I remember correctly, and they won every single round otherwise. Still for Farming Friends, yes, they fell short at the final, Copter, but what a showing they've had. I would give them like the best improved team and the most surprising team this weekend, and they now have set themselves up rather nicely, only 2 tournaments in. And if they can continue to build on this success, they'll find themselves at the end of the season near the higher end of the table.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, pretty well done. I mean, already yesterday they impressed, and they're gonna have a bit of a slope. Went to the purgatory, and then they came back and they claimed the 2nd place. So, I mean, and if you think about the last season, we had My Insanity, we had New Holland, but we didn't much have only a couple of teams making on the finals, besides of course Helm. So I think that just getting to the final through all those matches, I think it's gonna feel good. I think that they can be definitely happy about the outcome of this event, because if somebody would have told me on Saturday morning that okay, Farming Friends are gonna be on the final together with Helm, I don't know if I would have believed that, to be honest. So I mean,
Right,
it's good
I
that
think-
they are there. Nothing against them, but it just feels that they have done something which not many people expected.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think that they're one of the biggest headlines of the weekend. That and New Holland, who I would have predicted coming in that it would have been New Holland, maybe My Insanity in the final against Helm, but New Holland got eliminated yesterday. I believe it was Just Attracta that they played in the match where they were eliminated, and it was Power Team Esport who then kind of carried the mantle for the French teams. But good to see several French teams participating this weekend as well, but definitely New Holland going out yesterday and Farming Friends making it to the final. My 2 biggest headlines. Of course, I don't think it's really any surprise at all that these guys are getting the winners' medals here after this weekend.
Yeah, that's nice. And I think that we just got to start thinking out of the box. I mean, we are still in the box of the last season. So now I think the second tournament proves that, yeah, there's changes and there's differences on the, the balance of strength of the teams as well. So we just need to start thinking out of the box more and not just think that it's going to be Helm and New Holland or Helm or My Insanity. I mean, we have now had a couple of tournaments, and we have seen that okay, New Holland didn't make it on the first one, they didn't make it on the second one. My Insanity was really good on the first one, but then on the second one they went down. So I guess we just have to get used that there's a lot of changes how the teams are performing, and expect the unexpected.
Yeah, and I mean it's really good to have more teams participating this season, and the offline events being back are great. Of course, they come with their own challenges with on-site internet at a gaming convention, oftentimes being a little bit unreliable because there's a lot of people using it and using up the bandwidth. So I think honestly, overall, it wasn't that bad as far as the technical breaks and stuff went. We went flawlessly through yesterday with no issues, and then we just had a few issues here today. So I think it was a great weekend. Copter, it was an absolute pleasure to be on the cast with you this weekend. I had a lot of fun. I'm going to need some rest. And I got to go pack now because I've got to fly out to Seattle tomorrow for PAX West. So I'm looking forward to that event. If you're local to Seattle or you're planning to be at PAX West or you're within driving distance and you want to show up, come out to PAX West. We'll have Farming Simulator 22 Premium Edition on demo. We'll have the bale stacking mode as well if you want to come try it out at the booth, as well as lots of good conversation and cool things to do for you. Copter, your parting words, as we've only got about 30 seconds or so left.
I mean, of course, likewise, always nice to work with you, Terminator. So, I mean, like I said, the Giants people and the FSL staff, everybody is so nice. So it's always a pleasure to be here. And I really hope that the viewers enjoyed as well. Really looking forward for the next tournament. So make sure to follow the social medias of FSL and Giant Software to figure out the next tournaments. I'm going to be posting the information about those as well. And it's been a long weekend, but yeah, I'm definitely happy. And, you know, couple of technical problems doesn't really matter because they were just very, very minor. So I just want to say, everybody, enjoy from the rest of your weekend, and we'll be seeing you guys on the next tournament.